Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. Welcome. As you know, this show gets really live, it gets entertainment. And it was a couple of days before Christmas. I would like to have the temperature in the room be calmed down a little bit tonight. I want to have one night we have a good show. Things are flowing good, nobody fighting each other, nobody, taking personal shots and everything. Can we get back to those days and whatnot? Because this is getting kind of, but it's all up to me. I control the show. But yeah, like folks, like when this is like 23 days now in a row that we've been doing a show. I haven't had a day off from this in 23 days. And this is my Christmas gift to everybody. College Genesis. You can call me Santa Cola, You want to call me Collar Claus or Santa Collar? Go right ahead, because I'm giving out gifts tonight. I'm dropping jewels on you. So stop what you're doing. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend. Tell a coworker. Tell an enemy that the College Genesis is on tonight, and we're on and popping. Now, when you got topics like what's more believable, Santa Claus and his sleigh of gifts and goodies, coming down the chimney, putting gifts in the stockings and whatnot, or getting reparations, what is more believable? What is more achievable? Santa and his sleigh of gifts, but flying through the air with some reindeer and whatnot. I could never say, how does a reindeer get airborne? It never made any sense to me when I was a kid. So I was like, wait a minute, how can you be? Shouldn't the sleigh be pushed by, let's say, giant eagles or something like that through the air, something like that? How do reindeers fly? I don't get that. Never made any sense. But hey, it is what it is. He's riding through the air with in the sleigh. When people believed it, Santa was a man growing up, man. Nobody. Look, that was like the pinnacle of the year, Santa Claus. And when Santa Claus coming with thing, this holly jolly big fat white man riding through the air, bringing gifts and goodies and good tithings and everything like that. And you couldn't wait to get some of them goodies under the Christmas tree. You got some eggnog and it is what it is. But at least Santa delivered, he delivered, right? Now, to my brothers who talk about reparations, the reparations, I'm still waiting on my damn reparations, man. So Santa is batting 1,000. The Negroes talking reparation is batting 0. There's something wrong with this, I was disappointed one time when I was in second grade. We went to Gert's flea market and to sit on Santa's lap. And when I was second grade, I was in second grade, right? I wanted a big wheel, man. And it was a black Santa, too. I should have known something about walking there and see a black Santa Claus, a black man with a beard. I said, I didn't know Santa Claus was black, I said, Santa, I want a big wheel. And when I didn't get that big wheel for Christmas, man, I was like, yo, fuck black Santa, Yeah, kid. Yeah, I'm sure we're gonna get you that big wheel and that. You sure promise, Santa? I want a big wheel. Big wheel like little toys. I probably pay the commercials, so you know what I'm talking about, right? Everybody wanted a big wheel, man. That was the toy of all toys back when you was like a 7 or 8 year old boy. That was the toy. No, like 6 or 7 years old. That was a toy of all toys, man. That's what old boys wanted, was a big wheel. And I didn't get a big wheel that year. I got some other presents and whatnot, But Santa didn't bring me my big wheel that year. That's what sort of lost my faith in Santa Claus when I didn't get that big wheel after he promised me, sitting on his lap. And I noticed when I was sitting on his lap, I said, man, this guy smells awful familiar. And he sounded like he was drunk. He smelled like he was drunk, He smelled like my Uncle Junior. And I know that rank drunk smell, a wino. The guy was obviously, I look at now, he's probably some bum on the street that they pulled in here to play Santa. But I paid him like $20 a day and a bottle of wine. The dude smelled drunk. I never forget that smell, man. I can't get that smell. He smelled like he was drinking. And he's like, he was drunk. But now, it was like, I mean, Santa Claus drinking. Santa Claus is doing the booze and whatnot. I just saw Santa Claus sitting on the stoop with a big giant 40 ounce of malt liquor with a paper bag and whatnot. I'm like, damn, smoking a pack of Newports or whatever. I'm like, man, so that was Santa Claus in the hood, man. Santa Claus in the hood, man. Always disappoints. Always disappoints. But when is when is one of these leaders going to deliver us some reparations? Reparations. I mean, I think if I had to place a bet this Christmas, right? I think I'll place my bet with Santa Claus and his sleigh and reindeer over reparations. Well, collar, Santa Claus doesn't exist. That's fantasy and whatnot. So is reparations. Both are fantasies, that doesn't deal in the realm of reality, right? But we choose to believe in Santa Claus because it's more believable. I mean, we do. There was Christmas presents under my tree. I did get presents, right? I never got no damn reparations, no kind of way. So I would like to know, where the hell's my reparations check? All you people talk about, collar, man, Christmas is a white man's holiday. Christmas, like, yeah, but I get presents though. I haven't got no reparations yet. So why should I ditch Christmas for your movement when you haven't got the one thing that you said you was about, the reparations? I said, collar, man, I went just for that. You ain't getting no reparations. We'll take your reparations. I'm saying to myself, yeah, it's possible. Yeah, principally, they're gonna give us they're gonna give us 3 jelly beans. You're gonna give us some jelly beans like Jack and the Beanstalk, right? Not no cash, man. Just some jelly beans. I guess some magic beans, right? Principally, yeah. So now it's like Principally is scaling it down. Oh, don't talk about no cash, man. Housing, land, grant. Okay. Yeah, right. Yeah, right, Principally, So the bottom line is this: it's the same thing. That's cash, Ain't nobody gonna give you no damn housing. Ain't nobody gonna get land. Nobody gonna give you no free education. Ain't nobody gonna give you grants for shit. Just say it's not coming. That's all. Just be straight with me, Principally. You ain't giving no reparations out. It's all small talk. And then what they're gonna give you though is a study. It's going. Okay. Oh, they've been going to the UN and all stuff like that for reparations. The AU's going to the UN. What does the African Union? What does the AU going to the UN have to do with the USSA? That's why I said it's time to get rid of these stupid. That's my New Year's resolution: is to get rid of all stupid people in the Pan-African movement. I want to destroy all stupid people in the Pan-African movement, all dumb people. If you really do believe there's a serious movement towards reparations, then you are freaking stupid. You are dumb. You might as well believe in Santa Claus. I'm dead serious. I have more respect for people who actually still believe in Santa Claus than I believe in people who fucking believe in reparations. I ain't coordinate with shit, bro. Or coordinate with something, man. I coordinate something that's never gonna happen. Make it looking like a goddamn fool. That's what I'm saying. And that's what the thing about the Pan-African people, so-called Pan-African, they don't mind looking like fools. Everybody looks like a goddamn fool in the end. You go up there to the state capital of California, reparation. And you know what? The only way you can get reparations, right? When one day when you Negroes dare show up at the White House or the Capitol Hill or anything like that, when the white people kill over and die laughing at the very sight of you and that, you might be able to get reparations because they'll be dead when you just go in there and write yourself a check. That's the only possible way I can think of, right? Because you guys are going to cause them to laugh so hard that they're going to kill over and die, right? And then bring Principe as your spokesman, Have Principe up there as your spokesman with Ben Yusuf, Bantu Mandinka, and all these other people like that. And y'all make y'all firm stand for reparations, That'll be a sight to see, After the white people die laughing and whatnot, you might get something, man. I said, man, let's give them reparations because we're laughing too hard. We're gonna end up. Everyone's gonna die and whatnot. When they see the side of you clowns, up there asking for reparations. You guys have a better chance with Santa Claus, principally, than reparations. And the Caribbean countries, y'all can really forget about it. The African Union, you might as well call the African Union African Union. That's a fucking joke, principally. The African Union sitting down with the UN, and woohoo. I guess Donald Trump is shaking in his boots, man. Woo. Woo. Y'all gonna make a demand for reparations, Yeah, y'all gonna make a demand for reparations, Call it, I want my reparations, I want my reparations. The friggin' AU is a joke, principally. It's a fucking running joke. It ain't no big fish. It is a joke. It's a clown show. These are deadly clowns in high places, as I showed the show last night. Deadly clowns in high places. The African Union is a joke. So is every last single black institution, organization in the damn world. It's a running fucking joke, I'm sick of basically being nice about this shit. I'm sick of candy coating it. I'm sick of being like this. I'm just going to tell it like it is. It's a running joke. You're going to get some reparations. You're going to rise up and you're going to get some reparations because you're going to make a demand and blah, blah, blah. We're going to put our foot down. Whatnot. We're going to come away with the check. You got Negroes still sitting there going to their mailbox every day thinking there's going to be a check in the mail. They're like, man, I hope the reparations come. They're sitting there right now. I hope the reparations check come before Christmas. Baby needs some new shoes. We need some presents under that tree and whatnot, Yeah, Dr. Arcana is a deadly clown, Like I said, the whole movement of Pan-Africanism has turned into a clown show. From Umar Johnson to Dr. Arcana, who the fuck else, I'm not coordinating nothing, Whatever I do in Liberia, it had nothing to do with the rest of these clowns. I got no partners in what I'm doing in Liberia. I think I'm doing just fine in Liberia. I got big announcements to make too, but I'm not gonna make it until when I get to Liberia. I'll have some serious announcements to make and whatnot. You guys are gonna be shocked what I'm talking about, And my audience, you guys are gonna be so proud of me, I'm not gonna say nothing now. But the bottom line is this: I believe I could do this shit, all this shit myself. I don't need no partners. I don't need no help or nothing like that. I've been doing this all these years by myself, and now it's starting to pay off because I'm starting to get the sort of connections and influence that I always wanted. The African Union is a friggin' joke. It's a running friggin' joke. They really need to just tear the African Union down and make it a parking lot. Or basically what they could do with the African. What can they do with that building? It's a nice building. What can they do with that building, man? Maybe turn it into a day center, something like that. Maybe make it like a day center, non-cash reparations means no reparations, right? Yeah, turn the African Union into a fucking parking lot, make it like a 3-story garage parking lot, whatnot, you can drive your car in and stuff like that, Yeah, turn into a nice hotel in Addis Ababa, that they probably get more use out of it. You could probably make some money back, They pay that the first couple of years, pay out China all that money back. You got it free and clear. Because China built it. You think the Chinese people built that for our reasons? No. Chinese got a data center in the African Union that they monitor everything that's going on the continent. They discovered that the Chinese were collecting data, and data was going to a server that was in Beijing, China. So the Chinese effectively were spying on African heads of state and stuff like that this whole time until it was discovered. And then when it's discovered, sorry, it was like that. But China's like, well, what are you gonna do anyway? Y'all Africans, you want me to start calling in our loans or not? So Africans like, oh no, Mr. China man, let's not do nothing. We is good. Just don't do it again. Don't spy us again. Okay, all right. We're not gonna spy on you. Okay, whatever. Or just say we understand your objection, but don't get all smart like you're gonna do something about it. That's how the Chinese deal with Africans, right? Don't get out of line. We'll keep spying on y'all asses. The African Union's gonna deliver reparations. Oh my God, man. Are we this far gone? Are we really this far gone? It's like the white man, the China man, everybody just wins over us all the time, man. We just keep getting our ass kicked, you know. But you gotta hold out. We gotta coordinate in the terms of principle. We gotta coordinate better. We gotta go down, sit down with the Congressional Black Caucus or not. Oh, that's how you get reparations. You gotta coordinate with the Congressional Black Caucus and the black leadership. Oh yeah. You know. So it is what it is. ZVYB, I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? I didn't say nothing about land in Liberia. I never said nothing. I said nothing. I said nothing. You know, I say nothing. I tell nothing. So it is what it is, folks. But yeah, so I believe that uh, if push comes to shove, right? Who do black people believe better is real? Do they believe Santa Claus and his reindeer flying through the air, delivering presents on Christmas Eve, or reparations? What's more believable? Santa Claus or getting reparations? You know, I want to know who are the reparations people and who's the Santa people. I don't know who he's talking about. Daddy, who I never heard of that person. Principal come up here and explain who the hell he's talking about. I don't know half these clowns out here because, like I said, I'm tired of being a ringmaster with circus of deadly clowns. For Righteous is here tonight, as always. She says, "Your Santa Claus cluster claus collar, send me my money, fool." No, you got Santa Claus. You haven't been a good girl. Santa always says he knows when you're naughty and nice. And I told him your ass has been naughty. So you ain't getting shit. You know? Oh, yeah. The FBA estimate 3 million people. So you got a bunch of bum Negroes that everybody looks on TikTok and say, you know something? You know something? These are the worst people in the world. They're saying we're chimping out. They say our women are nothing but a bunch of buffoons, wild, ignorant and stuff like that. They think our kids are out of control and everything like that. They call us the roaches of society and everything like that. But you know something? The American people will say, something these people deserve $3 million a piece. Go write the check. Okay. And America's gonna spend the next 1,000 years paying that off. Okay, say Classic Man says Santa's not real, no not anybody's getting. Nor is anybody getting reparations. Yeah, I know, at least you're balanced there, right? You got some people saying Santa's not real, but reparations is real. Okay. Reparations is real as Santa Claus is. I'm dead serious. You know? I would like to play some Christmas songs. I would like to play Run DMC's Christmas Time. You can't do nothing on YouTube, right? Wouldn't it be great if I could play Run DMC's Christmas Time and Hollis Queens tonight, to make our point? Or that song Santa Baby with the Def Jam All Stars, whatever like that, with Keith Murray and all that. I love that song. Santa Baby, Lord like you. You know, but some holiday spirit went out, stuff like that, because I'm really feeling the holidays this year, man. I really am, man. But you guys got to understand, right? You have a better chance at enjoying your holidays, right? And hope Santa leaves some Christmas presents under the tree and some good tithing than you are with reparations, because reparations ain't coming. It ain't coming. Yeah, the tooth fairy, I got money for the tooth fairy. Every time I just look around, when I used to have a tooth on my pillow, I just come up, there was a nice fresh $5 bill under my thing, right? I got Santa brought me presents when I was a kid, You know? Yeah, jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Yeah, I love that song, jingle bell. I would like to play that so many songs, but YouTube would strike it. You know. Yeah, I like that Mariah Carey. She could sing. I think Mariah Carey is the best singer that ever lived. I think nobody got a voice like Mariah Carey. I think nobody could sing like Mariah Carey. I'm like, holy shit. I listened to her "Oh Holy Night" song, Christmas song. I'm like, holy jeez, that woman could sing. You know, that woman could sing her ass off. She hit those high notes like, holy jeez. I wish Beyonce could sing like that. You know, yeah, but Mariah Carey could sing her ass off. You know, I said, I'm not antagonizing Black America. I am a Black American. You know, why? Why would I be antagonizing myself? I'm just trying to tell my favorite Black American that you got to get over reparations. The only reparation you're gonna get is nationhood. In Afghanistan is reparation. That's the only reparation you possibly can get. So it is what it is. You guys are not gonna see no damn reparations. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it is what it is, man. If you're sitting there going to the mailbox every day, no, I'm sorry. I love Whitney Houston. Yo, bro, classic man. I'm serious. I thought about this. I love Whitney Houston, right? She's good. She's beautiful. She got a good voice. But Mariah Carey takes her. I'm sorry. Mariah Carey takes Whitney Houston. I'm sorry. People don't like saying that. But she takes Whitney Houston. She's the only one that I believe that could take Whitney Houston and sing it. You know? No, Whitney Houston was always good. That was my favorite singer growing. When I was a young guy, I was in love with Whitney Houston. I loved her. I never really, I mean, I like Mariah Carey. I never really into her, but when I actually hear her sing, when I'm not, and I'm like, I'm just being like, holy shit, man, that woman could fucking sing. When she first came out, man, when I saw first called Mariah Carey, like 87, 88, I was like, who's this mixed race chick? When I think she's black, whatever, like that. That's why I never really liked her, right? And then, over the years, she made some good songs and everything like that, right? And then when I heard her Christmas songs, I'm like, holy jeez, that woman could sing. Holy jeez. That's what it's all about, you know? Oh, please, stop that Whitney Houston national anthem. Shut up. Why did this nigga got to throw that in there? Whitney Houston's rendition of the national anthem. That was the dumbest moment in history. Her singing the national anthem. I thought that was stupid. US GDP 30 trillion, reparation 20 trillion. Yeah, man, the United States is going to be like, something, we have a way of getting British debt in 20 years, whatever like that. We're on track. But let's stop all that because we want to give these dusty Negroes $3 million a piece. Okay, like I said, it's more believable that Santa Claus will come in his sleigh and start delivering presents to every house in like a few hours. Like, let's see, when does it get dark on Christmas Eve? It gets dark like 6 o'clock, right? So from 6 o'clock to say 6 in the morning, 12 hours, Santa Claus got to fly all over the world, come down many chimneys, and deliver presents to millions of homes across the world. That's more believable than getting reparations. That's more believable. Yeah, that was a problem. But the bottom line is, she sung the national anthem. But for righteous, the right thing to do is you got to get on that boat or that plane to Ghana, go back to Ghana, right, where you belong, right, and become a market lady, right. Bring your children too, you know, and do the right thing for righteous. You're an African woman, you know. Come on, for righteous, you can't be like that. You can't talk about the motherland like that. You can't talk about them. the motherland like that. That's not nice for righteous, That's why Santa Claus is not giving you nothing for Christmas, for righteous. Just sentiment like that. That's why I told Santa, don't give for righteous anything for Christmas. She's mean. What the hell's a daddy sheet? Who wants? Principally, stop putting me in the same category are deadly clowns. I don't know who a daddy sheet is. Who the fuck is that? Bulls are coordinating with the black. What the hell's a friggin'? What the hell are you talking about? Jeez. It's like a circus, a three-ring circus, and a circus of deadly clowns, But Yvette Carnell, Tariq Nasheed, man, it's been 6 years, man, and still no reparations check, man. I think I'm putting my money on Santa Claus, man. I think I'm putting my money on Santa Claus. Daddy Sheed is Tariq Nasheed. Oh, come on, man. I wouldn't do nothing with Tariq Nasheed. He's a fucking clown, He said Trump gave me presents getting rid of fake Americans. Yeah, but he hasn't got rid of you yet. Blocking ungrateful immigration from coming here in America. Yeah, but your butt might save you up because what happened when he deports you? For righteous, what happens? He decides, something. For righteous, we have no more use for you, and you're out of here. What are you gonna do? Yeah. So 1776 is basically saying the immigrants are getting all our reparation money. And don't blame the immigrants, man. They're just getting the guap. They're getting what the opportunity presents. You're the one sitting around waiting for things. Somalis tell you how to get reparations. They went and stole that shit, They said, man, you help fuck our country up, we're gonna steal this shit, Yeah, man. He said, yeah, man, we're gonna get out there. This dude sound like he was homeless or whatnot. Talking about he gonna get reparations. He'll get out in the street and march and whatnot. Dude, man, I know you're down there depressed. Nobody gives a fuck about your pain and sorrow and whatnot. We went through a lot. Whatnot. We deserve it. Okay, nobody gives a fuck what you deserve and whatnot. Let me tell you something about life, folks. You never get anything you deserve, right? You never get that friggin' that job you think you deserve. You never get that pretty girl you thought you would deserve. You never get that car you think you deserve, right? Life is all about basically disappointments and not getting what you freaking want, Oh, trust me, I've been around, I go way back. The main thing is you have to understand black people may be deserving of reparations, but you ain't getting it. There's one more thing you got to cough up to the game. You ain't getting no damn reparations. It's not happening. You be better off waiting for Santa Claus, and getting a present under the Christmas tree. But you ain't getting no damn reparations. It's not gonna happen, It ain't happening, Call it people like Colin, man, just for saying that, man. Do you forfeit your look? I say right now on the show, right? If I get my reparations, was it $3 million? Y'all can all have it. Y'all can all have it, Y'all can have my reparations, If they said $3 million, y'all can have it, That's how confident I am you're never gonna get it. I'll say that right here on the show. Y'all can all have my reparations money, No, it is what it is, folks. There's a guy that's in Japan, a Korea, whatever like that got in trouble. His name is Johnny Somalia. I'm gonna play this video. His name is Johnny Somalia, right? He goes around the world trolling people, and especially Asia, insulting people, right? And then basically, what I see, people say he's a black American, No, he's a stupid, ravenous Arab Somali, right? That goes around the world, right? When he gets in trouble, suddenly he's a black American. That's what they always do. Yeah, cut the check. Ain't nobody cutting the check, nigga. The only thing being cut is you getting cut off from the fucking system. Ain't nobody cutting no damn check, See, I just tell you like it is. Ain't no representation. Ain't no reparations coming. It ain't coming. It ain't happening. You know. Now you can make up your own multiverse and dream about reparations. You know how you get reparations? Just make AI videos of black people getting reparations and living. Only through virtual reality and AI, that you could probably live like that. But that's about it. It could seem believable, and people believe that they got walk to their refrigerator, and they got a whole section of the refrigerator frozen hundreds. That's a dream, man. You got, oh, look at all this reparations money, man. I got stored in the bunker in the back of my house and whatnot. I got $2 million stored underground and whatnot. In a shelter in a bunker. We could all dream about that. Just make the AI video up. That'll satisfy you. And you can all pretend that you got $1 million cash buried in your house and everything like that. But yeah, Johnny Somalia, he called it Tariq Show. This guy, how successful Somalis are. He's one of these fucking Somali degenerates that we brought over here. And I asked a question like, why do we bring the people here? It's like, yeah, bring the entire third world here, Who decided this shit, Bring the third world here, Bring them all here, Millions of people streaming in from Guatemala. Just bring them all in, We can accommodate the third world, Let's bring America's standards down. We don't need a high standard of living. We don't need anything like that. We could, we don't. The housing problem we have right now is because millions of people here, and a natural thing. Nobody should be paying mortgages and stuff like that. The what we're paying right now, you got people talking about that for one bedroom they're paying 15. That's ridiculous. That's because the housing demand was when you bring millions of people here, they need housing. And if the government's going to pay for that, right, then people are going to go up on the rent. So that's why rent in the last 20 years has tripled. Because you got so many people flooded the system, and created a strong demand that the supply wasn't enough. There's not enough housing for the millions of people that they brought over here. Yeah, white people went crazy in Black Wall Street, It is what it is. Yeah, black people, we reparated ourselves so many times. There was this video going around TikTok. It says, ooh, this white guy goes, and the black people responding to it. He says, they're starting to put up whites only signs. And black people are like, please do. I said the same thing. Please do. I would love to go out, right, and see whites only, right? Maybe it's in my business too, right? Oh, you need healthcare, group plans and whatnot, I would like all the racist people that's in my field to put up white only whatnot. Then all those black folks will come to me. Imagine if we went back to Jim Crow, I'd be a millionaire right now. If I didn't have to compete with white people for my business, right? I'm not there. I'd be fucking rich like many times over. So I don't careful what you wish for. I'm dreaming of a white America, just like the one my father knew. I'm dreaming of a white America. So the bottom line is this, look. Don't friggin' be careful what you ask for, right? If you want this white America, hey, look, ask the Congress, ask President Trump, say, something, we want all white people. If you don't want no black people in your establishment, you can put up white only signs. I would love it. 90% of black people will love that shit, right? Because guess what we'll do? All the businesses that we support will collapse, right? And our businesses will grow. Our black restaurants and hotels and everything like that will experience a boom. So, hey, if white people want to go back to segregation, let them do it. Let us do it. Let us do it. During segregation, we had our own baseball leagues. We had our own theme park, amusement parks, all that shit like that. We couldn't go to their amusement parks. So we built that. One black company built their own roller coasters and everything. We had our own fucking amusement parks at one time. Places like Atlanta, Pennsylvania, stuff like that. Black America like, well, Segger, what? It's like, we didn't know. It's like, okay, that's where the white people went. That's where we went. You know what I'm saying? Nobody was complaining. Nobody was complaining about segregation until the Jews came along, told us we're missing out on not being around white people. You know, so we're like, okay, let's give up all our shit. We had restaurants, we had all this stuff like this, but somebody told us that wasn't worth anything, so we had to give everything up we had to go with the white folks, make them rich, So it is what it is. And now we're saying, something, I think that was a fucking big mistake, Maybe we go back to being a black America and a white America. We're not one America anymore. We don't want it no more. But we didn't see the benefits of all this shit. I don't see the benefits of integration. I mean, there's some nice people in my neighborhood. You say hello, hi, how you doing, whatnot, blah, blah, blah. But I think a lot of they made us fear living around certain. I do. I want to live in black neighborhoods that are like people like me, I want to be around black people that are like me. That's why I said I want to bring the best of black America together, right? And so if we get rid of these ghetto-ass black people, whatnot, we could create paradise on earth, man, really. Then we can start building safe black communities once again and whatnot. And it's like you shouldn't have to move into a white neighborhood to feel safe or feel appreciated and civilized. That's what's wrong, Damn, I want to live in a nice neighborhood, but geez, why does a nice neighborhood always means white? Why can't we have nice black neighborhoods? Because we don't know how to. See, the thing with black neighborhoods, they don't know how to form homeowners association. They don't know how to keep out what they call undesirables. We just let everybody in because we call everybody family, We can't discriminate, Collar. These are people. The community. How do we look like distancing us? I hate people like that. I really do. So me working hard and whatnot and being able to afford something means absolutely nothing. Somebody who doesn't do nothing, somebody on Section 8 should have the right to live right next to me because we're both black. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Carla, you are a hypocrite because I said that we have a lot of businesses during segregation doing well. Yeah, we did, right? But I know for a fact that the matter is there were limits. What I'm saying right now is we're already integrated into the government and all the shit like that we weren't before. I didn't have friends back in segregation that were retired Navy chiefs making $250,000 a year as a Navy contract in the private sector, right? All those things were necessary. We were not basically getting multi-million-dollar deals and contracts with the government, right? Now, on the other hand, what we should have done was get that integrated into that part of American society, right? We should have kept our own communities, though. We didn't do that. We just threw everything, all the baby out with the bathwater. That's what the problem was. I could never understand because let me give you an example. We moved from, my father got a good job, right? In 1976, right? Actually 75, but after a year, we moved upstate New York, right? And the neighborhood I lived in, Queens, was all right. And it was a black neighborhood. We should have, we could have stayed there, right? But we moved upstate New York in a predominantly white neighborhood, right? Now look at it now, right? My cousins still stayed in the city, in the same black neighborhood. And they did fine. They didn't have to move into a white. So I'm saying my family's like that. We moved into a white neighborhood. My cousins and everything like that, they're middle class like we are, and working class, middle class, whatnot. We moved to a white neighborhood. They didn't. Their kids came out just as good or even better than we did. One of my cousin Debbie, she's a millionaire. Same thing with my little cousin Jerome. All the way up there in New York doing really well. They never left the city. They still live in the same neighborhoods, houses in Jamaica, Queens, as where I was born at. And so I've been all over living in this white neighborhood one night. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really see the difference. We just overestimate, and then also be honest with you, I've seen more shit growing up in a white community than I did in a black community. I see more drugs. I see more violence, gangs and everything in a white neighborhood than I ever did in a black neighborhood, I grew up with a neighborhood in the area where we had biker gangs and mafia kids, mafias and everything like that in between, skinheads, all this shit like that, I lived in the black neighborhood I came from in Queens was very peaceful. And I seen white girls having abortions, teen pregnancy among white girls, drugs and whatnot. I never seen drug use among black people. So we always, especially make it seem like black communities are so bad, and we're not really that bad. And then in the 80s came, they had the crack era and the violence and the guns in the 90s. That's what changed. Before that, black America was a really nice place to live in. A really nice place to live, real peaceful place to live in. So we'll talk about that tonight. What's more believable, Santa and his sleigh or getting reparations, right? I think you have a better chance, right? With Santa Claus flying through the air, with the greatest of ease, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer and whatnot, have a very shiny nose. Man, if you don't know, if you're a reparations person, man, I would switch to Santa Claus. I put my money on Santa Claus, man, overnight. Yeah, a lot of black people do not see black people. That's a problem, right? The only reason why they don't see that is because we live in America, right? And these same black people, right? When they see I see the most every time I see a black person with authority, right? Nobody wants black people want to respect them. Or who are you, nigga, with that badge? You a nigga with a badge or whatnot, They don't respect that fucking thing. The reparation is not LARP, not on any level. It's not logical. It's not achievable. It's not reasonable, and it's not practical. Not one thing that reparations could be LARP on. Yeah, that's why I said Principe. I think you should be getting ready to leave Santa some eggnog and milk and cookies under the tree while you filled your Christmas stockings, man, because that probably better than you coordinating some effort to get some damn reparations. I'm just being honest with you, Principe. Ain't no reparations coming, bro. You know, CARICOM down there, man. I've been hearing about CARICOM. We had to just shut the fuck up. Y'all ain't getting no reparations either down there. They really ain't got no chance in the Caribbean with the CARICOM. You're just wasting your time. You know, you guys are looking like fools. You are not getting no damn reparations from the British government. It's not happening. You know, but you guys enslaved us. You're like, yeah, and what? So what? What are you gonna do about it? Well, we're gonna protest. We're gonna okay. We're gonna be sitting there sipping Alizés and eating some friggin' lobster while we watch your protests on TV and whatnot. So, Steve, Collar played a video which Trump says seeking 14 million for slave babies. Yo, look, the bottom line is this. Yeah, slave babies, right? Look, Principal, you don't get it. I'll be the first to say America owes us a debt for slavery and that, but it's not going to happen. I know these people. It's not going to happen. They ain't going to do it out of the goodness of their heart. Personally, why in the world would Donald Trump give black people money or the government give money? Why would he do that? Because it's the right thing to do? Or not because they love us so much? Are you kidding, Principe? Are you on crack, Principe? Sometimes I believe these reparations people and these so-called people who talk with someone, I think they're really smoking crack, to tell you the truth. Oh, the AU is going to now get reparations done. Okay, Principe. Okay. Principe, I think I saw Santa Claus's sleigh being worked on at my favorite mechanic shop, and he's ready. So I'm going to be looking out for him this Christmas Eve, that's about the same thing as you talk about the AU is going to show and done. I saw Santa Claus the other day getting his sleigh worked on, getting ready for Christmas Eve. Caribbeans are not getting no damn reparations. It ain't happening. They really ain't getting no reparations. Black America ain't getting reparations, but Caribbeans really ain't getting no damn reparations. That is not happening. I wouldn't be counting on that reparations money if I was y'all, man. I wouldn't be doing that. I wouldn't be sitting back waiting for no reparations check. I'd be like sitting there like, nah, I think I got other things to do, another appointments, whatnot. You got to find something more productive with your time. They were sitting around waiting for reparations from some white government, whatever, like that. Somewhere, it's not happening. It is not happening. It is not happening, folks. So it is what it is. Yeah, I'm starting to make these rants. I just gotta figure out what's the best way how to do audio clips and upload them to YouTube, man. Because I got people that be making videos like every day, just audio clips and whatnot. So like I did one today, man. I just don't know how to share it or upload it whatnot. I don't know what the hell's going on with it. It's not uploading. We have to just send it to my computer and then upload it on YouTube from there. You know. But it's not uploading from my phone. It's like I did a little device where I basically did like a 14-minute rant, man. It was really good. Yo Kala is movement in the hip hop world trying to stop violence in the community, but saying fuck the streets, which seems like a positive. Yeah, man. Look, the bottom line is this: if you get the balls to say yo fuck the streets, I'll say fuck the streets in a minute. Fuck it. Yo, and you know something? The same people talking the street shit, they're never out there. Every time you see the hardest so-called thug, he's always in white spaces and suburban like spaces. You ever see that? He always coming into fucking areas where it's not the hood. They don't like being in the hood. That's why they're always out in suburbia causing trouble because they don't like being there. They don't like being in the streets. None of the people like being in the streets. They like the street credibility that goes along with it, but they don't like being in no damn streets. They like being around regular people. That's what they do. They want to impress regular people and shit like that by going into the suburbs and stuff like that. And they make street appearances once in a while to keep it real. But like I said, most street dudes are deadly clowns. I learned that years ago. They are deadly clowns. Because I am the ringmaster and we have a circus of deadly clowns. The Black Caucus is a joke. Principally believes them. I actually go to Crescent Black Caucus and say, hey, look, you guys got a big fan out there. Somebody that really believes in you guys. Don't let him down. I said, what's his name? His name is Principe. He's a Haitian. He really believes that you guys give a damn about black people. That you guys really give a damn about the community. That you guys are really trying to fight for something worthwhile, whatever like that, other than just getting $180,000 a year paycheck. And eating, look, this is how the Congressional Black Caucus lives, principally, right? They get $180,000 a year, right? But all their expenses are paid for during the year. They bill out their meals every day. They get it from the cafeteria or go out, whatever like that. The travel, transportation, all that shit's paid for, right? They get to speak. They got each congressional have a staff that's paid for and everything. They get to make television appearances, go to the fine parties and dinners, stuff like that. They live like, and what they do is this to make it seem right. All they do is get in there and talk about Trump. That's all they do. Yeah, man, Al Green, don't touch the Medicaid when they always gotta have a cause, racism, white supremacy, blah 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 blah. And they get up there and they know how to put on an act, right? For people like you, Principe, to make it seem like they're doing something, right? Man, I saw that Al Green, man. He was really sticking it to Donald Trump, man. Wow, man, it's all a fucking joke, man. It's really a running fucking joke, you know? They're just trying to justify their existence. So you understand how it works, you know? The Congressional Black Caucus, like I said, we couldn't get rid of them if we wanted to, you know? We couldn't get rid of them if we wanted to. They exist for themselves and whatnot, but they speak on our behalf, but not by us, but they speak for us, right? For themselves. You know, like we're muzzled up and whatnot. It's like you have a wife, right? Come to the house, she's all tied up, got a gag over her mouth, whatnot. And then you say, "Yeah, this is my wife. She believes this. She likes cooking, cleaning. Oh, she don't mind doing this every day. She don't mind the fact that she's been in the house for 20 days. I've never brought nothing. I don't bring her flowers. She don't say that. She's sitting like, she's saying while she's muzzling her mouth. No, I don't. I'm sick of being sitting there. When you abuse me when she don't mind taking care of the kids. Shit like that. She don't mind when I stay out getting drunk every night while she's sitting home by herself. She don't mind at all. And you're just saying that. And the guy said, okay, I believe you because she's not saying anything to the opposite. Well, her mouth is covered, you know? And you overlook that point. Our mouth is covered in Black America, except for the internet. The internet really shows you what we're really saying. Filtered through the media, if you just go by the media, mainstream media, you would think the Congressional Black Caucus speaks for Black America. You would think Al Sharpton speaks for Black America. You would think Black Lives Matter speaks for Black America. It's a running joke. It is a running joke, folks. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Had an interesting show last night, man. I'm like, woo. It always gets heated, man. When passions are raised and whatnot, And yeah, everybody taking shots at my good brother Hustle Smart. I'm like, I don't know. Look, first of all, I'm like, when people get offended by Hustle Smart, there must be some truth. People don't get offended by stuff unless there's a tangible truth for what he's saying. That's what I believe. There got to be something that he's saying that's the truth that trigger people so much. Because if he was just a babbling buffoon, everybody say, "Oh yeah, he's just a clown buffoon." Whatnot. But he must be saying something because people are so triggered by what he's saying. So he must be saying some truth, Whether I agree with him or not, but it doesn't matter. He's saying stuff, And I think I sort of like yelling at the Black Hair Crown Act. What's the Black Hair Crown Act? Yeah, you got people triggered. You only trigger when somebody's telling something that really got to you. I don't get triggered by people. When somebody says something about Black Americans, I don't get triggered. Right? I don't get triggered at all. I let people know whatever you think about Black America, I'm not one of those. Like that. I'm not one. And there's millions more like me. I know that there's millions of Black people like me that don't fit stereotypes and everything. So I don't get upset when people talk about Black people, Black men in America, or whatever like that. Because I'm like, I just brush it off because I know can't be talking about me. Crown Act allowing Black kids to wear gray. I saw it before. I seen the one kid where he got fired from a job because he had dreads. I don't know. That's the job's dress code. So I don't know. What that. What? Well, I don't know. That's just a really, really sad situation. But I think kids should be able to wear braids and stuff like that to school. White people can't dictate how we look and how we express ourselves. It's like so long as the hair is clean and well kept, it's good. The Crown Act. I gotta freaking research that more. I heard something like that. Certain states they like firing people because you have a dress code, whatever. We had an incident like that in Virginia Beach. This is a Marina Yacht Club called Kokomo's Marina Yacht Club. Now I knew that it got national news as being racist, but that was back in 2005, right? and I knew the guys that worked there. They asked me to work there one night. It was a yacht club, right? You go, it's a party on a yacht. You can go out there. It goes out into the bay and stuff like that. It's a club, right, on a yacht, big club on a yacht, and Marina Yacht Club, right? So anyway, Kokomo's was like the where people the ship. It was, you go on a ship, it's Kokomo's, whatever like that. And then, if you're in the yacht club, it goes sailing out sometimes, whatever like that. But mostly it's just a party. It stays docked at port, right? So anyway, these sisters went up there and they had dreadlocks, right? And the dress code was no dreadlocks, no hip hop attire, right? And it got some really big backlash, about uh, racism and stuff like that. And I was saying, man, well, that doesn't mean nothing because I go up to places like that when I'm not, I don't dress like that. So there was basically black people that went there say, no, it's not racist, it's just a dress code. And some black people say, I'm just expressing myself. This is long before all this controversy, it's like this is 2005, this is back in 20 years ago, you know. But yeah, that was an incident that happened when then I talked to the one guy that was in the interview. I was friends with. I worked with him at a place. He said, I'm not a racist, but I was just enforcing the dress code. You can't come in here with dreadlocks. The guys came in with dreadlocks and whatnot, and they were like, we don't want that sort of crowd. There was certain type of black people they didn't want. And so like that. That was a look up Kokomo's Marina Yacht Club incident in Virginia Beach, Virginia. And you'll see the articles about that. It was a big incident, It made national news, Marina Yacht Club, Kokomo's, Marina Yacht Club. Those were fun times, man. I swear to God. The mid 2000s was like a fun time here, man. That's like the best place in the fucking world. Still is. Best place in the world to fucking live, Virginia Beach. It's like the best fucking city on the fucking planet. I love this place. Now, what I do about it, I have no idea. Like I said, this is beyond my thing. Some things I don't know. Let's say you pick your battles. Now that's not Baby Rodriguez. Now Baby Rodriguez. You're probably bald headed yourself. You're probably bald, whatnot. You probably look like Lupita, and you basically call somebody bald, whatnot. I seen one chick on YouTube when I told about I'm a Native American collar. When I said not with that bald head of yours, not with that bald 4C head on your head. When I thought you some Native American, when I your black ass is African. Note the lips, the elongated chin that drops to the floor. The wide nose, as wide as a friggin' a doormat. When not, the 4C hair and everything like that. So the 4C hair. No, you're not indigenous, Baby Rodriguez. You're an African woman. You got the big hips, the big ass. Bouncing all over the place, the big lips, and whatnot. You just bouncing all over the place, and whatnot. So it's about I'm a Native American, whatnot. Not with that big ass you got. Not them big hips, not with them big thighs. Not with that nappy head of yours, that bald nappy head of yours. Nah, I'm sorry. I'm Afro Latina and black. I bet you lean more to the black side. Bebe Rodriguez. So everybody's always some exotic shit. I'm an Afro Latino color. I'm this when I'm that, but you're all just whack. I'm so and so. I'm this, I'm that, but you're all just whack. Everybody's a damn Afro Latino or some exotic shit. I'm a native indigenous. No, you're sub-Saharan African, right? The bottom of the human thing. Let's accept, man, that we're on the bottom of the human evolution, and we got to pull ourselves up, you know. You know, it is what it is. And the white people don't care, you know. As long as you got them Negro naps on your head and whatnot, you know, and the big lips and that elongated chin that drops to the floor and whatnot. You don't see real Negroes that got these long chins and whatnot, you know. Maybe it wasn't so bad, but I know 77 got a big ass chin. He's a big chin nigga, you know, his chin probably sticks out, you know, probably sticks out like a mile and shit like that, you know. Everybody basically said their ancestor was a great king in West Africa. Woo. We were kings and queens, you know. I was a king, you know. Most likely, if you ended up on a slave ship, you were not part of any royalty and everything. You were probably at the bottom of African society too. We were kings and queens. Don't you understand, Kyla? We were queens and kings, you know, and shit, you know. So it is what it is, man. Just stop the hate, man, baby Rodriguez. Learn to love, man. Our African people love you, baby Rodriguez, right? They're gonna love on you, boy. You go over there, man. They'll be like hugging you, like, sister, baby Rodriguez, where have you been? Welcome home, my sister. You know, you and Four Righteous, they'll welcome y'all in and whatnot. They'll give you your own market stall somewhere and whatnot, you know, and you can sell fruit. Sit there, you don't have to worry about all the intricacies of modern life and whatnot. You don't have to complain about racism again and whatnot. Man, you gotta tell you what, you know, y'all don't know what y'all missing out on. Y'all don't know what y'all missing out on, you know. Y'all seriously don't, you know. So it is what it is. It's called traitors, not traitors. It's called traitors, baby Rodriguez. You got to get an education, you know. So you saying some Negroes inbred with the big chin? I always want to know what these big chin niggas come from, you know, like that. You saying they're inbred? So step right up, step right up, step right up, step right up, and get knocked right back the fuck down. Step right up, folks. The link is in the chat room. Step right up, step right up. There will be no reparations, you know. But I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like my mama used to know. Or I can say, I'm dreaming of a black Christmas, so where somebody like Steve will never be, you know. All right, Deputy Jupalong, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, Colin? As far as which one's more believable, reparations or Santa Claus, I mean, obviously Santa Claus isn't real, so reparations is more believable.
No,
Um,
no, I think actually Santa Claus is more believable because I did get presents under my tree when I was a kid.
I mean, it's like this with me, right? I don't think reparations will ever happen. I mean, I feel like it's a
That's
waste of
right.
time, but those, you said what now?
Yeah, but the thing is, Santa Claus proves himself to me, man. I got Christmas presents on my tree every year. You know,
I mean, I got presents under my tree as well, but one day I asked my
and
dad, I said,
Santa,
Dad, is Santa Claus real? He said, no, that was me putting them
your
gifts under
dad
that tree.
lying to you.
So
Your dad lied. That was Santa Claus. You know, your dad lying. He lied, man. He lied.
But at the same time, even though I don't think reparations will happen, if people want to,
Yeah, but hold up, this.
if they
How about the
want to
fact
pursue
that?
that,
How about the fact that? What if somebody, like I said, let's say your dad put the Christmas because Santa Claus couldn't make it. He put the trees present on the tree, right? Will somebody step in for the America and hand us a reparations check like your dad stepped in for Santa Claus?
Say that one more time.
No, so at least they'll put presents under the tree, right? You got something, right?
Right, right.
Okay. Now, will anything come on the other side from reparations? Yeah,
Hold on,
you
I'm
expect
trying to, I'm
reparations
trying.
for what? The government, right?
Right, right. Uh-huh.
Well, look, get this. Elon Musk say he's now the richest man in the world. The second and third richest people, not even close. They said his estimate worth now is
Mm-hmm.
$750 billion. Now, do you think Elon Musk will step in and say, you know something?
Man.
I'm gonna give like half my wealth to black people, for reparations. You think he'll
Oh,
do
I
that?
see what you're trying to say. No, no, that would that wouldn't happen.
Yeah. Now, Bibba Rodriguez says, Colin, I'm not getting a penny, right? Because I already said I don't want the reparations. So she's gonna hold me to that, man. When reparations come, she's coming for my money, you know?
Let me address something with BB Rodriguez, right? I feel like we would never get reparations, but at the same time, I would never speak against, it being owed. I do feel like it's owed to Black Americans, but I feel like
Oh
it's just
man,
a
a
waste of
lot of
time.
stuff's old for
For
them. I
those that
mean,
want to
like,
pursue, right?
but
Those that
like I
want to
said, let me
pursue it,
tell
I
you,
would not say
let me tell you
anything. I'm
something.
not.
I learned, oh Steve, I learned something in fourth grade, right?
Mm-hmm.
I had this big kid, this big white kid named Ryan, right, in my class, fourth
Mm-hmm.
grade class, right? Now, one day we were making like pancakes on a waffle iron in class, like a thing. We had the teachers gave us syrup, and we just experiment like it was like this. So we had and the way that we made it, it tasted like a cookie crusty, right? But they were pancakes, but they were like cookie dough, right? Something like that, right? They were delicious, right? Ryan ate all his, right? He ate all his, right? And then he told me, okay, I could go up to the front, get more dough. He'll watch my cookies, right? Now, when I came back, he had eaten my cookies, right? And he said, I'm sorry, I lied. Now, was Ryan right or wrong?
He was wrong.
But guess what? I protested. And guess what happened to me?
What, did he punch you in the face or something?
Yes.
Oh
Although he was
man.
dead wrong, right? And I made a good case of how he was wrong, he lied and whatnot. And then
Right.
other people, like other students, like, yeah, he lies a lot, you know? And I said, you said you weren't going to do this and whatnot. And we split the cookies up air fair, right? He ate my share of the cookies, right? But
Mm-hmm.
there was absolutely nothing I could do because
Okay, I
he
see
had
what you're
the
saying.
power, you know?
Mm.
And when I protested about it, I got a nice fist in my face, you know? And that was the end of the
What
protest.
what I was gonna say is, like, you made a great point, caller. Do you think somebody's gonna intervene and give us reparations, kind of like how your parents intervene and give you Christmas gifts?
Yeah.
And I would say, in a way, we've gotten reparations because we became citizens. We open up the door for people like Principe and Elvis. So everything that they make, we open the door for Somalis, the 9 billion. Everything they make or they attain is our reparations. So we receive reparations through proxy. That's how I look at it. So we just received $9 billion because of the Johnny Somali, right? And then the 350,000 Haitians in South Florida, their success is our success, and we receive reparations through that. So that's how reparations going to come through proxy instead of reality.
Let me see this. Ben Rice says, Colin, of course you took home ec-" No, it wasn't a home economics class. It was just something we did. I think it was even Christmas time. We were just freaking like every once in a while, a teacher would do stuff. It was fourth grade. There was no home economics shop classes, you know. This was the fourth grade, elementary school, you know. Get over yourself, you know. And teacher she brought this waffle iron. I don't know how it was like a waffle iron that you close it and you could and you make it, and somehow it was like cookie dough, like it was supposed to be like pancake, but it was like cookie dough. You close it and it cooked it real quick, like a waffle, waffle iron type. But it was flat instead of having a waffle iron. So you open up, well, you made cookies and whatnot. So we all made like 6, 7 a piece and put some sprinkles on it, sugar on that whatnot. Delicious, man. It was like good, right? But anyway, I forgot what I walked over to, and Ryan said, "Okay, I'll take all the cookies and put them in the thing." I said, "Yeah, wash the cookies. We'll split them up when I get back." I come back, and he ate all the cookies, right? And I'm like, man, that's fucked. That's how I'm eating the last one. Oh, that was good. I said, man, I ain't getting none. Oh well, but you said blah blah blah. Yeah, he said that, right? But you owe me, yeah, and right? And then I protested. Well, you owe me this, what that. Blow. Right? That was my end of my protest. I couldn't do nothing about it. I couldn't beat him. He's big, I'm not. I was small. So it goes to show you, black people are the small man in America, right? You cannot beat the white man. He's a bully. You cannot beat him in
That's a
America. You
great
can huff and
analogy.
puff. What? You can huff and puff all you want, and that you ain't got no power or no force when I go marching. But we're gonna march over together. You got these people trying to intimidate people with these
But this
reparations
was
over the country and whatnot. Man, that's not
but
gonna
this
do
thing
nothing.
was this was a big blow. The Somalis stealing $9 billion. That was a big blow to Tariq and all the leaders of reparation because they stole more fucking money in 5 years than Yvette Carnell, Tariq Nasheed, all the heavy hitters haven't yielded us one coin. And a small head alien looking motherfucker was able to steal 9 billion, man. That's wild.
Unfortunately, but it is what it is. I mean, you have people like Johnny Somali plays video. Johnny Somali is clown. He plays video. This guy going around. He's going around the world calling himself a Black American. Tain our
I was
nose.
just about to speak on him. He's been locked up in Korea for like a year
Yeah,
now, almost a year. I read
yeah,
that.
yeah. He's
He's
pleading
still
for
on.
Trump.
He's still
Trump is
going
not
through
going to
trial.
motherfucker. Get him out. He wants a U.S. embassy.
Yeah, he's going through trial. Like he's. I mean, got to start going to other people's country acting a fool. That includes America too.
This guy has the most punchable face. I got the most punchable face in the world, Johnny Somali. A little
Oh, this is
Japan.
a
You
real
already
guy.
said that.
Oh, this is a real guy.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
a
Johnny
Somali
Somali's a real.
American,
real
and he
dude.
Oh,
goes around
I
the
thought
world
Steve was telling
screaming.
a joke.
He goes around screaming people, and he goes to Korea, insults Japanese women. He got kicked out of Japan. He goes insulting
He
Japanese,
got kicked
insulting
out of
Japanese
Japan, but
culture.
he did something in Korea. They actually put him in jail and charged
Yeah,
him.
so he did.
He's
Well, I
been doing it
forgot
for
what he
about a
did,
year
but
now.
bottom line, they said he was facing years in jail, and they're
Yeah,
tired of
he's
him
on trial right now in Korea.
harassing the people and stuff like that, harassing women on trains and everything. He streams it live when not just pulling pranks,
And
insulting
Asian people are real reserved people. They don't.
Yeah.
And Asian people are like,
I was like, damn, they're watching like that. Shout out to State Department. Shout out to Trump administration. Donald Trump, please, Daddy, please bring me back to America. I'm one of the good Somalis. I'm like Uncle Dennis. I'll snitch, I'll rat on Somalis.
hey Steve, what I tell you, man?
Today is Kai Cenat's birthday. He is turning
I tell
24
you, we
years
got
old. I
so
also
much
want to
bad
go ahead and give a
characteristics that
happy
ain't
birthday
funny,
to
man.
Kaya, because Kai's a twin. Kai and Kaya. Kai is a very good dude. He showed a lot of people love. He's helped a lot of people along his journey. He showed me personally a lot of hot.
Screw that up. Okay.
But from people who went to Korea, Japan, those are nice people, man. So to go there and fuck with them, man, that's terrible.
Yeah, that they don't. He
Man,
thought
right?
somebody said he
But
thought he
bottom
was
line,
gonna
he's
get kicked
doing it
out of
as
Korea like he did Japan. But
I'm glad he used the term Johnny Somali, so people put two and two together. People in the comment section was like, "Man, these black people are a global menace." I'm like, I was like, "Man, he's a fucking Somali. Why the fuck we gotta
Hey,
pay the
Tyler,
bill?"
why every time somebody does wrong, they just link us all together? It don't matter. It was like
I
we
know,
like,
true.
yo,
When somebody
that's
does something
crazy.
great,
It's like we a
when somebody
universal
does
net.
something great, they always talk about their little
Yeah,
shithole culture like that. When they do something fucked up, it's all on
it's
us.
they're
up.
just black.
And what's up
They're
with this
just
new
black.
dog treat thing? I seen several women doing that with white. I said, this is crazy, man. Eating dog
It's like
treats. I'm like,
1776. It's like that whole master challenge that he was doing on TikTok a few years back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
master,
all
not
these.
master. Look, the bottom line is like I was saying today to my good friend Husband. I said I don't give a flying fuck what anybody thinks. Right? This is right now. This show is a day of reckoning. You know, black women have been cooning and stuff like that. Black women cooning. Black women have never really answered for all the bullshit they did in the community when I, how they cooning for. Like I said, I am not a racist. I am not a racist, right? But when I feel like my race is under attack and threat, I'm gonna say something, right? I'm seeing way too many black women that have fucking big single mothers. You'd be surprised the number of white men who have single mothers and abandon their half black kids and whatnot to black single mothers. They don't even care. They don't even bother pursuing them for child support. I know a lot of them. You know, that white guys that got half black kids. You think Kid Rock was an anomaly? No, that's a lot of white guys who have a black baby mother and whatnot. Because a lot of times, the first woman a lot of these white guys sleep with is a black woman. You know. So this relationship between the white man and the black woman goes back to slavery times, right? Where there's a relationship there that I didn't see it in New York. When I moved down to see in the South, man, I said, man, there's a relationship between black women and white men, black women and white men. I'm like, God damn, right? But I didn't know it was this extreme. There's a lot of black women having mixed kids and whatnot, you know.
Hey, Tyler, tell that story about the girl in the store, real pretty black girl, and the guy came up and did something. What he did? Kissed her or something? You told that story a while back.
Oh yeah, there was what you call it? It was on TikTok. You know, I think it was on TikTok. You know, and the girl was like basically came up and I think that's the story you're talking about. It was a story guy who said guy was trying to kiss her, some white guy trying to kiss her. She was like, "Oh no, but get the fuck away from me," and whatnot, some shit like that. You know, if that's the story you're
I
talking.
thought you told a story about high school or something. You know, some high school you all was in like a parlor or something. You know, and you said the guy was kind of like a dusty white guy or something.
Oh yeah. What you call it? We went through that all the time when we were kids, right? Some white guy would be like, you know, we're saying to themselves, they think that black women are an easy mark or some shit, right? Where they can just go up to a black girl and just kiss her, whatever, like that, whatnot, and they'll say it back. And sometimes they get away with it, right? But I said if a black guy did that shit, same girl, he'd be in fucking trouble. I seen that happen, you know. White guys think they can just basically come up to black women and just do whatever they want to do, and it is what it is, you know. But I had so many incidents like that, man. I can't even freaking think off the top of my head, top of my head. But there was so many incidents like that growing up, man, because it really traumatized me, growing up, because I know I when I was growing up, I didn't date white girls, I was like, I used to watch things like Emmett Till and shit like that. And I had a friend of mine, his brother was murdered by I think we believe it was a Klan, stabbed 33
Oh
times. Guess
yeah,
what
you
it
told
was?
me. Yeah.
Yeah, Sean Edwards. Look him up. Sean Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
The case is still unsolved. That was the fall of 1986. My friend Wayne, that was his little brother, and his family was prominent family. They went to NAACP, they had money and stuff like that, but he was dating a white girl, right? And then she told him, meet me by back of the school, whatever like that. And then she went back there and he was never seen again. He was found with like 33 stab wounds on him. That right there put the fear of God in me about dating white girls, And there was several other incidents like that where I knew black guys were dating white girls and they turned up missing, So I said, something, we stay away from my women, we stay away from yours. It was fine, peaceful like that, right? And so when you come down here, I come down to the South and I'm seeing friggin' white guys, basically, I'm seeing black women living with white guys, and stuff like that. Like I'm gonna say, like we call bed wenches when I did friggin' live with a white guy, and the guy has a big rebel flag and whatnot and whatnot. And I'm like,
damn,
yeah, I've seen the shit. I've seen.
Oh man, some of your stories are hilarious, man. Like,
Oh yeah, okay. I think what you're talking about is this. I was, the time where I was pumping gas, right? and it's
Yeah, I
tall.
think this is the one.
Yeah, this tall, dark skinned chick with long hair, right? She had a little tiny mini skirt on, right? And I mean, she was long legs and whatnot, right? And she goes, "Sir, can I get a ride?" I was like, "Okay, let me go pay for the gas." Right? Let me go pay for the gas. Right? I go and pay for the gas. I come back out. There's some fucking redneck guy with long hair and her sitting in the passenger seat, hugged up. And the whole time they're sitting there just kissing and hugging. She called him, "Okay, Big Daddy." When I said, like, "Brother, man, yeah, I'm really grateful for this ride. It was the longest ride I ever took in my life." You
I
know,
know
I
you were
was like,
pissed
I
off,
was so,
Colin. You were
I was a long, I felt like a
Colin was pissed off.
sucker. I felt like a damn sucker, man. I had sucker on my face, man. I was like, God damn,
She did
man.
that on purpose, Colin.
He was hidden in the back. She was like, "Yeah, you gonna come? Can you give me a ride?" I was like, "Fine." I was like, "We're gonna pay for the gas." When I come back, they both sitting in the passenger seat. I'm like,
I know Colin was pissed off.
yeah, I was pissed, man, but I learned the lesson, man.
Man,
These
that was
females ain't
hilarious.
shit, man.
Yeah, and then they're kissing on the back. That's
Yeah, no, it was a front. It was a pickup truck, right? We're all in the front seat, and they're sitting there like hugged up together, loving. I love you, Daddy. When your brother, man, he was like, call me brother, man. You know what I'm saying? My old lady. When I'm like, yes, Daddy. She called him Daddy. When I'm like, oh Lord,
He called you brother, man. That's hilarious.
yeah, my brother, man. I said, welcome to the South. They take our women, they take everything, man. I'm like, God damn, man. It's like. That's the incident I think you're talking about.
Yeah, man, that was hilarious.
It's it.
He
All
got
right, Mr. Sandman, go ahead, bro.
Yo, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, that's what's up. Yeah, man. What is they talking about? Reparations, man. You know how these peoples get down with their money. Now I'm saying they fitting to take anybody to war over that. So you know what they're gonna do if they give us a check. Now I'm saying
They
if
ain't
they
giving
don't
us.
get a
You don't have to
check,
worry about that because that ain't coming.
yeah,
100%.
that's what I'm saying. It's like, but if they give you 3 million, you better go ahead and buy yourself an arsenal, a tank, some bulletproof vests because they coming to get that shit. You know how
Yeah,
they get down.
yeah, you don't really have to worry about that because you have a better chance of having Santa Claus fill your Christmas stockings and you're under your tree than you have with reparations. Let me get Kwame on. Kwame believes in reparations. He really do believe that he's
Come
gonna
on,
get.
Kyla. Listen, reparations as far as America go, man, you might as well believe Santa Claus is flying through the air with a reindeer that could fly. It's so much legal hurdles with reparations. First of all, the government got something called uh sovereign immunity, meaning that they'll have to consent to reparations. And if you think the federal government is willing to consent to paying black people in America, I got a bridge for you. I could sell you in Brooklyn right now. It's for sale.
Yeah,
Another
like I said, there's a lot of dumb black people out there who really do believe like you got people out there sitting there. They're sitting at the
but but
mailbox.
but Kyla, so much people is making money off this pipe dream.
It's a grift.
It-
It's a
yo,
grift.
it's one of the best grifts I've seen. It's one of
Yeah,
the best grifts
it's
I've
a grift
seen.
because, like I said, look, no one ever gets broke underestimating the ignorance of black people. Come
Kyla,
on, if you understand black people are ignorant or not, you'll get rich. All the time. Black
yo,
people are
Kyla,
ignorant.
If I
they
didn't
they
have any
see a
integrity,
little
I'd be doing the same thing,
Kyla, they
unfortunately.
see a little reparation study. They throw their whole
Oh,
piggy
they
bank
see
at
Yvette
the
Carnell
wall.
with her glasses on and her hair. She looked like she's educated, whatever like that. I heard she lives with her parents right at her age, whatever like that.
That's what Dr. Boyce Watkins said.
Yeah, she
So,
lives with her parents, whatever like that. And she basically gets on there. She's with attorney
and she
Tone
got the
Talk,
white.
whatever.
She has a white wife.
So they look at these people. She dresses professional looking when and so therefore when she has her stats, she go, I got the data. I got the data. So you got black people who really think she got it going on because then she meets with a white man. Who she was Black Carnival with that white man, you know?
Kala.
But
That could be a
you know
fucking
what's funny, Kwame? She was in total debt, right? Just like Black Lives Matter. Boy, these black lesbians, boy, they link up with the Somalis, boy. They gonna get some money. Man, she was in debt. She was like Boyce Watkins said she was living with her mom in the basement. You know, then she started this reparation thing. Now you can see she getting little facials and shit now. She done moved on up off y'all dumb motherfuckers, man. Just like
Principe,
just like
Principe,
Black
ain't
Lives
nobody
Matter.
giving Principe, ain't nobody giving no land back. They're not giving no cash payment. None of that, bro. If you want something
I
from the
think they
white
would give
man,
reparations, but Trump will give it. But he'll probably say he'll give reparations. Say you black ass have to leave, something like that. I can see Trump, somebody
no,
like that. But
actually
1776.
his son proposed that.
yeah, like y'all got to move to
He said,
1776.
Panama.
well, if you
I
make
hear that
reparations,
all the
we'll leave the
time.
United States forever.
oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I hear
I
that all
think
the
that's the
time, and then
only
yeah,
Kala.
but
I
you
think
ain't gonna
that's
get
the
money and
only
stay.
way. I think that's the
Uh-uh.
only way the white man to pay reparations.
That's
He
the only way
said,
Yeah.
you got to give up
and
your U.S. citizen. You ain't gonna
Oh,
let you stay
I
here.
but he
think, I
know,
think if we had
yo,
some leaders who propose that, oh, they'll cuff that, they'll print that shit money overnight. But you ain't gonna get it and stay. Nah, that
Kala,
ain't
No, then what
happening.
Kala, you
they'll
know
do
what's
is
so
yeah,
crazy?
they'll
absolutely.
say 100,000 people dollars, but they'll give it to like they did Israel, right? And they'll settle you there. You'll get some cash payment, right? They're gonna
I
Kala,
use
was
that
on
money to settle you someplace else. That's
wait, Kala. Let me just say this. My new thing is what I do at ICE, FBAs now is okay. Let's say if the government say, you know what, we're gonna give you $100 trillion, but the kicker is you have to leave America, and we'll even carve out a homeland for you in Africa. If you built America, right? You say you built America. America was built by us. We're gonna give you a
because the people
hundred
that
trillion.
ask for reparations are so dependent on the government. Like I said, you got to sense on who you talk about. You're talking about people who have their whole for righteous people like that. They completely are dependent on the system. They don't know anything else but getting that government cheese, that government milk, and all stuff like that. It's like an umbilical cord, you know.
But Kylo, who would not take $100 trillion? Yo, listen, I love
I'm telling
America.
Kwame, when I say there's a segment of us that love white folks, people will
They
turn
like
that
all
shit
the goodies. They
down.
like all the
Yeah,
goodies.
yo,
Yep.
1776. Niggas told me, nah, we not taking that money and leaving America because we built this. I said, nah, y'all
Right.
crazy.
That's what you know they're
But
full of shit.
the problem with taking all
Hey,
that money and going to Africa is who you want to get your weapons from. So so the
There you
government
go.
say,
That's
yeah,
a good point.
we'll cut
Man,
you this money.
you could go to Russia,
You can make your
China.
own weapons. You can make
Yeah,
your
you
own
can
weapons.
make your own weapons.
Hold on, you got
hey,
Who
three.
here know
Hold on,
how
you
to
got
make
three.
weapons?
Hold on, you got 3D printers now
hey,
that
do you
can make
remember
weapons.
when
Make weapons. You know, ain't no excuse.
y'all
Rwanda's
remember when
making
you
their own weapons right
time
now.
They
out?
You
all
serious?
Remember,
everybody like a 3D printed AI. You can make your own weapons, bro.
hold up. Remember when YouTube first came out and they had that black army ranger? He was teaching people how to make guns on YouTube. Remember how YouTube used to be when it first came out? They was teaching you how to make guns and all type of rifles and
Yeah. I
everything.
remember. I remember like 2006.
Yeah, he was
2006
teaching.
is.
And a gun is really like I didn't really know it was that simple. All
The
it takes is a
The
Yeah,
mold.
it's easy
Africans,
to
the
make a
gun is a
gun.
simple thing to make. The Africans basically didn't want to learn how to make the
Yeah.
gun. That's why they went through the way. If they learned how to make the gun, they could stop the slave trade. You know.
But Kala, $100 trillion. You know how much money that you know how much, bro. That's the
Oh,
entire world
that's
GDP
hold on, look,
plus more.
that's not even fucking realistic. That's not. Why would America do that? Bankrupt itself for the next 1,000 years.
No. I'm just saying. I'm just saying how hypocritical people are. They're not willing to take $100 trillion and leave America. They would rather stay
Because
up under the.
they're still
And
stuck with slaves. You know.
we love America. Like people laugh when I say I'm 17. It's a lot of black people love America. We love the NFL. Who spends the most money on Thanksgiving? Us. Who spends the most money on Christmas? Us. Who spends the most money on Easter?
Well,
Us.
black people,
Like,
like I said, black people are what's it called? It's called a conundrum.
So I think even 1776 will leave America for $100 trillion. Come on, $100 trillion
yeah,
dollars.
I don't think so.
I would just recreate America like Israel. Wherever we go, we can recreate that. But most people ain't going for that.
I don't know. It
But
seems
yeah,
like we just stuck on the pivot. Like we ain't really trying to make no moves. We just gonna
No.
keep spinning around in circles and not really doing nothing. So you already know what it is.
I'm making moves. That's all I said. People, like I said, I've given up trying to convince everybody else. I'm just doing my thing. I'm making my major moves.
But
Yo,
yeah, when
Kyler, this
I'm
is the
on Reddit,
biggest
right?
grift I ever seen in human history.
Nah, but
I think this is a bigger grift than a church, than an Islamic mosque,
Everybody, yo,
than a lottery
these
ticket. I think
these
this is the
reparations
biggest
are
grift in
popping up all over
history.
the place. They're popping. It's like out. Black Lives Matter finished. Now it's the reparations movement, and
but
everybody
but,
got one.
but
501c3, and everybody thinks they.
Quan-
And people think these groups are legitimate. They're giving them money and support. Everything. So
Kwame, you get on the Tariq show. Why you don't ask him like when is he going to do a Somali grift, man? You know. Because that's a
I
lot.
think
Yo, that shit burned me up when I read up when Kyler brought that, and I really started $9 fucking billion. That's a heavy hitter grift, man.
I'm gonna ask
Like,
him tonight. I'm gonna ask him tonight, like, yo, when's your next grift? Because I know this reparation grift it soon dry up after a couple years when people see that, man, this shit ain't
well,
getting
how many
nowhere.
Christmases that you look? It's Christmas. It's gonna be in 3 days, right? Have you got your reparations yet? No. You know.
yeah,
They haven't got a
man.
reparation. Principal goes, call it, they go, but not coordinate. Who the fuck am I gonna coordinate with? Why is he
Even even
who am I
Principe
supposed to
people
coordinate?
got Independence Card Christmas reparation. They done stole hella money and Snap. Like, damn.
What? Hey, when did that happen?
Like a week ago, man. They had this real authentication dude, the old guy. Oh man.
Okay.
These third world people, they come here like they don't understand that whatever you do, somebody's tracking your asses. Ain't these dysfunctional governments here. They know everything. They tracking everything. I know that. That's why I don't fuck up. I know they're
The
watching
African Cunha, man. Recipe loved the African Cunha.
my African Union is a joke. That's fucking
Man,
right.
that's the African Union is just a fraternity meeting, you know.
No, it's a
African
club
goddess
of
already done
corrupt
told
people
y'all that
getting up protecting their own interests. Whatnot. Nobody freaking
Yeah.
says
They
something.
might as well have a
African
step.
goddess has
They might as
already
well have
said
a
that it's
step
funded by
show.
the EU.
They might as well
Yeah,
have a
Funded
step
by the
show.
EU.
Yeah, funded by the EU for their own interests. Well, that's all it is. It's a joke.
Exactly.
It's a freaking joke. And as I said,
If the AU was real, it wouldn't be no war in Sudan. It wouldn't be no Sahel
they have no
incursions.
sovereignty. The AU does not have an army. It has
Hey,
no
Kwame,
It
sovereignty.
wouldn't be none of that.
It has no. It
Kwame,
doesn't
did you see that war in
impose
the
any sanctions
Congo?
Yeah,
You see that?
just the fact that Trump had to strike a deal and the AU just sat aside and just, oh,
because it has no
we're
power. It has no power. You say you go if you look at an AU meeting, they're all over the place. People falling asleep. People acting belligerent. Nobody listening. That's a joke, man.
Kyler,
People falling asleep.
I seen an AU meeting where they was throwing shoes at each other
Oh
and all
yeah, man.
type of
They get down in there. You
Yeah.
think the Korean Parliament is bad? The AU part they be getting down, man. They be throwing blows.
Yo, the AU
You,
meeting be looking like Rikers Island.
you,
Like that's
you
how it
gotta
look.
get you gotta give it to South Korea, man. That place is organized, man. I was looking at
South
a lot
Korea,
of
when they get into a fight in their parliament, they get Taiwan and South Korea. They throw down.
So
President Hayes is taking
The
up
AU
reparations.
is the best of us, huh?
They're taking up what?
The AU is the best of us Africans, and we can't even get that shit straight. So if them are smart as Africans, then our dumb ones must really not be shit.
Well, like I said,
We ain't got a
I said
chance.
Italy clowns are high. I'm looking at the AU one lady that was in it for South Africa. She was like, "Oh, Haiti can't join because it's not African," but she said Israel could join and some other European countries could
And
join.
that's crazy. That's
Like
crazy.
these people are fucking
That's
retarded.
the most
Man.
African place outside of Africa. It's Haiti.
And also, she
They can,
said they define African as people born in Africa, not African descent. The OAU defined people of African descent, right?
so what's this whole
Hey,
six region thing?
Elon Musk is African.
somebody asked me about the sixth region, right? Let me say it once and say it for all. The sixth region, and it was reinterpreted by the Biden administration because they want to be clear about this, right? Because you have a lot of African Americans thinking they're part of the sixth region. The recognized legal international sixth region is any person born in Africa or a recent immigrant to another country, right? That has ties with their homeland. That means Elon Musk is part of the sixth region. He was born in Africa, Charlize Theron, actress. Anybody, people from Indian descent, if they're born in Africa, they're part of the sixth region. The Afrikaners are part of the sixth region, right? And they live overseas. It does not apply to African American slaves. They're called the old diaspora. There's an old diaspora and the new. The slave trade is
Okay.
new diaspora.
Steve, like I
So what is
said, the
Prince be
only
talking
hope.
about with the AU fighting for reparations? How can they?
Because they're trying to steal it. They're trying to look. A lot of these African Union types, right? They know that Black America's sitting on trillions of dollars in pension funds.
Wait,
and
did he
stuff
cut
like
out? Or was
that.
it me?
And they hope they
Or,
want.
I couldn't hear what you said,
think
Kwame.
Black America's wealth belongs to them.
Steve, let me tell you, like I always say, man, Africa got two options, and the third option, they don't really want. I mean, that's what they really want. They want the third option, but the first two option is if they don't embody the Pan Africanism that the diaspora had laid out. Then the second option is for us to recolonize Africa. We may have to dress up as white people, put on blue contacts, put on a blonde wig.
What will solve the problem is creation of an Afghanistan, which will be a voice of all the people of slave descendants and our political and geopolitical representation on the world stage. That will work.
I'm saying,
not
though,
that,
we already went
Kala.
back over there in Liberia and they ran us up out of there.
Yeah, but
Now,
like I said,
I think honestly,
the bottom line is, hold up.
What makes you think we
Black
could do it
people
this
in the
time?
West need to have their own municipalities and enclaves on the continent.
If not Kala, then they might as well just let Russia, China, and some EU countries just govern out, because Africans can't govern themselves.
No, it
I
just
don't
needs a
think
new.
black people as a
It needs a
whole,
new Berlin
but
Conference.
I think the diaspora has a more shot as far as governing themselves, because Africa don't stand a chance.
This is what I would propose. America takes West Africa. Russia takes North Africa because they can deal with Arabs. They have a history of dealing with Arabs. Asia takes East Africa, right? And we divide it into four sections, man. And just bring civilization for the next 50 to 75 years. Then we return it to them like Hong Kong. You know, Hong Kong was returned back to the Chinese. That's what we got to do. Divide Africa into four slices of pizza, right? And bring development, you know, and then we can compete. Like what did America create better civilization? Did Russia? So after 75 years, we reconvene and look, this is what America brought to West Africa. This is what Russia brought to North Africa, you know. But right now, the African can't do it by himself, you know.
The thing about Africans, they don't believe in destroying Mother Nature like that, so they're not really into like building all kinds of crazy infrastructure.
Yeah, but hold up. Here's the thing: if they really believe that, right, then they would have adopted a system like Singapore, where they expand vertically, right? They basically take the most resource, wasteful system, which is expand horizontally. What I mean by expand horizontally is instead of when Asians want to raise the standard, like give everybody housing, right? They built and trained the people how to live in giant high-rise apartment buildings going up. So they use less space. That's vertically. The Africans try to build their cities based on the West, where they're building houses. Like everybody got an acre of land spanning across, whatever like that. That's a waste of resources. You can get more people per square mile by building. If you 80% of your people in Asia live in apartment buildings.
Wait, let me address Sandman real quick. You said Africans, they don't support destroying nature. Man, if it wasn't for the white people, we would see no
gorillas. They would have
gorillas.
wiped out the elephant. They would have wiped
Yeah,
out
they would have wiped
rhinos.
out gorillas, elephants, rhinos.
It's white people that have the conservation movement, not
Yeah,
Africa.
yeah.
No, Africa had the most diverse wildlife species, wildlife environment in the whole entire world.
Africans are the only people in the planet that
got colonized by the white people. Now, the white people were the ones that like to go hunting animals all the time.
That still poach as a normal thing, like poach and kill, hunt and gather.
Yeah, and they white people paid them to go poach and kill rhinos.
Yeah, no, they did. No, they did.
Not necessarily. You got
Man,
Asians.
what an African want with a rhinoceros
illegal.
does.
Hold on, Africa has been trading with Asia for over 1,000 years with illegal rhino horn trade.
Yeah,
Chinese
so for ivory tusk and rhino horns for
it wasn't till pressure from the modern world said no because there's pressure now. Even in certain countries, I think one of the countries in Africa they have the death penalty for rhino poaching. You know
Come on now,
how
you
bad it
know
got.
Africans they naturally they believe in wildlife. You already know that. Like,
No, they don't. No,
No,
they
you
don't.
don't.
yeah,
No, they
they
No, you
don't.
don't.
do.
No, they don't.
Y'all just trying to change the
Hold on.
narrative. You
Africa's
already know
Africa's
like
in
our
competition with
ancestors
wildlife.
always been like one with nature
Africa,
and
yeah, but
shit.
you have the romantic view of Africa. Africa's in competition with wildlife. You
Yeah,
know,
when you go to when you could go to Benin right now and they have dead pangolin that they grind up and say this is for a potion or a medicine.
Penguins,
It,
that's in South Africa, not
no
in
pangolins, the stuff with the the thing that roll up in a ball and stuff like that.
Like sort of like an armadillo.
Yeah, like an armadillo. Yeah.
oh, okay.
Yeah, so and that's an endangered species, but yet they still to this day is hunting down pangolins, rhinos right now. Even though they'll face the death penalty, they'll probably get shot and killed if they try to saw off a rhino horn. They're still willing to take that risk to saw off a rhino horn and believe that it's some medicine. No different and ages too, because they believe in tiger bones and all that nonsense that could cure whatever and bring wealth and stuff like that. So yeah, Kyla got a point right there.
And the Benin people, they worship snakes and shit. So I know they down with wildlife.
Yeah.
let me get Adama on, Mister Adama. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, caller? I want to go ahead and get in on this conversation. I want to address the guy who said that Africans don't believe in destroying nature. I'm like, bro, like what kind of fantasy world do you live in? I mean, Africans are just
Come
like
on, bro.
everybody
That's
else.
some
Okay,
bullshit. You
they
start
will
off the
bulldoze
Come on,
conversation
come
with
land.
on.
bullshit.
Hey, no, yo, let's not insult. Hold on. Let's not insult each other. Come on, come on.
Yeah, man, but
They
it's
will
just like
bulldoze land to build an
we've been in
apartment
Africa. We've
complex
been
just
in
like
Africa
everybody
many
else.
years, and then all of a
Hold on,
sudden
hold on, hold on, hold on.
you're not even using common sense.
Adama, you got to come back in, man. You got to echo, or I think you got to turn off your speaker. I think you got two things up. I think you got this thing playing in the background. That's why we got echo. So you got to turn that off. Turn it off and see if you did that. You got to turn that
Wait,
off.
is this better?
Okay, it's better now.
Yeah, you good. You good.
Okay, let me say this.
Yeah, let's hear the
I don't know
bullshit.
what kind of world that guy lives in his mind, but Africans will. I mean, they will bulldoze land and develop it just like anybody else. I don't know what you think. You think about Africans; they care about nature. Africans poach elephants and they kill all kind of animals and sell them, and you know what I mean. Like, what world do you live in, man?
I live in reality. You should wake up and stop watching that bullshit television you always watching.
Hey, if Africans believed in preserving nature, it wouldn't take for white people to step in to save the rhinos, the gorillas, the lowland gorillas.
If the fucking white boys
Who
didn't
told
come
you the
into
white people would
fucking
save
Zimbabwe,
the gorillas?
white rhino, black rhino be gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who told you the white people saved the rhinos? Who told you that?
Dude, we know it. We
Yeah,
know that. That's the truth.
bro.
They got
Listen, I'm a
statues
Pan
of Isis
African,
on
but
them
I'm
and
not.
everything.
Look, bro, I'm a Pan
Everybody
African,
knows that, man. Where
but
you
I'm
been
not.
at,
But
bro?
I'm not a dummy. You feel me? I'm
Man,
not a
y'all fall
dummy.
for anything.
No, bro,
It ain't
you
Y'all
fought.
some
false enough. They're
suckers.
just telling the truth, man. How are we gonna get any place if you
Who
got your head up
told
your ass,
you?
man?
Who
Look, the
told you
bottom
that?
line is this. I would love to paint you a nice picture that we love nature, kumbaya. Get the fuck out of here. Africans, man, black people, we don't give a fuck about that shit,
See, now I know how the white folks went down to West Africa and sold y'all some guns and some mirrors and
No, no,
sold your own
that's not the
black
same
people.
thing,
No,
bro.
no,
Because
no,
they could
bro.
just sell y'all
That's not the
niggas
same thing.
anything. Y'all believe
I'm
that
just
shit.
telling you, look, what's a shame is, do you know, Mrs. Sandman, that sad part about it is it was also the so-called white man, devil, whatever you call him,
that stopped the slave
to
trade.
stop the slave trade.
Yeah.
It didn't want to stop by us. It was stopped by the white man.
Yo, in fact, Kala, they was ready to go to war with the white man to
Yeah, the
to
Shanties,
extend
all you were ready
slavery.
to go to war to keep slavery going.
They didn't want to go to war to end slavery. They wanted to go to war to extend slavery. That's how. This is why I say tribalism is very. It wasn't the guns that affected Africa. It's the tribalism. Because when you don't look at another black person as yourself, you will go to any extreme length as what the Africans did. Colin, they was writing letters to Queen Elizabeth, the Portugal government, everybody. Like, listen, if you gonna stop slavery, we ready to go to war for it. So I
Well,
don't know.
slavery was
I
the
don't
number
know
one
what you
source of
talking
income.
about. That the white man went there with no. Yeah, yes, the white man went there first, and in Senegambia region, and they fought them off. But when the white man circled back and said, you know what, let's develop trade and figure out which tribe they beef with, and then we can see if we can get in that way. Once they got in that way, oh man, the Africans say, yo, we getting rich off this shit. They didn't even want to let go of slavery. Come on, brother. We can't I'm a Pan African, but we can't romanticize history. That's how we fall for the okey doke and fall for schemes that people could just put a
You
lid over
here
our
because you
eyes.
fell for the okey doke. You here in America speaking English because you fell for the okey doke. The white
Nah,
folks said,
we already got
walk with
colonized.
me over to this boat. I want to show you something in the ocean real quick. It's only going to take a second. We
But
be
but
right back.
but
That ain't
You
what
niggas
happened.
been
Now it was
here
a
ever
Negro that put
since,
you on that boat.
yeah, they
bro.
put us on boats.
You think
It
Jesus
ain't
is
it ain't
right
like
too, don't you?
brother. I ain't get on a banana boat from West Africa to get to the Americas. Nah, we got put on boats by
Now,
other
some people
Africans.
might have got
No,
tricked, but it wasn't
they
all of
already
them.
told the stories. They told the stories. The Africans said that they thought that the white people was eating us. That's why they was selling it.
Man, that's a lie. That's a lie.
Niggas believe any motherfucking thing, yo. Yeah, hey, that's why the can be wearing like sheets because niggas think they ghosts and shit, and that is scared nigga.
Colin, am I lying? When the Americano Liberians went to Liberia, didn't they have to stop the Liberians
Yeah, that was the first thing. They
engaging in
would
slavery?
Liberia would have gone
Hold
faster
on.
if they didn't have to fight the slave, or they had to clear the whole coastline of the slave trade. That's the first thing they did. They had to stop the slave trade on the coastline. That coastline.
Learn more. Why y'all keep getting me confused with Kwame? Like I don't know. I didn't say 1 billion African people were into slavery. Who? That's not. I don't know. Kwame was the one talking, not me.
Yeah, and
I
and,
don't know
and
what.
Prince of P, let me answer your question. The Yoruba tribe, the Ashanti tribe, uh, the what else tribe that was heavily involved? You had what's the tribe out of Benin, the kingdom that was heavily in
The homie.
the homie,
You had the crew people, the fancy people were slave traders.
Define.
the Fon
Define.
people,
Yeah.
Fancies, what you call it? The crew
Fulani,
people
They
in
had some
Hausa.
Nigeria.
Fula people.
Man,
Fula,
the
yeah.
man, the damn whole West Africa was selling
But it
slaves.
wasn't everybody though. It was probably the chiefs in those regions. I'm pretty sure.
No, there's
It
just another
wasn't
thing people
everybody.
keep saying. Africa, at first, that's how it started. By the time like the 1700s came around, it was a free for all. Anybody could basically be grabbed up and thrown.
I agree with you on that as well, because
Yeah,
people always talk about tribal warfare, but a lot of it was
A
kidnapping,
lot of
man.
it,
They was
people
just
selling
kidnapping
people
random
their
people.
own relatives and shit like that.
y-
Like,
y-
yo, man,
Oh
yo,
we got
yeah, it was
Steve,
this lady. It was a woman that got sold by her husband because he wanted some gifts out of a shop. It was
it
some
brought
European,
Africans
the
down to a
Portuguese.
level. Humanity had never been to that lowest level. The transatlantic slave, the African slave coast, right there, was the worst.
yo, Steve. Let
No,
me tell you this.
1776. That's not true, bro. I didn't get on you about that. When you said and like that's the greatest thing that you ever said to me. When you said that white supremacy doesn't exist without black collaboration, I agree with you on that.
That's a
100%
fact.
correct.
Steve,
1776.
Steve, let me tell you this. If the white man woke up today and say, you know what? We're boycotting all African export, and the only thing we interested in is human trafficking. Listen, you will be seeing Africans by the boatload
You be seeing
at
Michael
Lagos
Wally coming in. You
at
be
the
seeing
Lagos
African
He
women
said
dockage.
coming in.
Michael. You want to know something crazy, Kwame? I heard a Nigerian dude say that. You remember gas them up? They used to come on these faces. I remember he
Yeah.
said that before. He said the
Yeah,
slave trade started all over again. He said he'll believe people will be selling people in the
The
slave.
yeah.
crew tribe. Look, somebody
Yeah.
said the crew tribe was already in America. No, why is it that everybody was already in America? They could never be in Africa. So what did the crew tribe do? How did they sail across the Atlantic? They didn't.
Steve,
Man, the crew was
Steve,
never came to they were selling on the coastline, I believe. They ain't never came across
They
the
never
ocean
crossed
though.
the Atlantic and whatnot, you know.
Steve, I keep
Yeah.
telling you, we might have to go to Africa to recolonize because the African mind just don't get it in the name of
That's
Pastor
just not
Bennett.
possible, Kwame. It's not that's not Lord, man. We'll be killed in an hour. That's not
Look,
Lord.
Steve, if they don't adopt our ideology and philosophy, it might be the only option. I'm telling you, it might be the only option. Because the white man woke up today and the Arab man say, "Yo, you know what? We not taking no more exports from Africa. Africa is totally boycott from international trade. We don't want shit from Africa." Listen, and they said the only thing we want is slaves. The Africans will wake up tomorrow morning and be loading them docks up with slaves. Trust and believe that.
I don't know. It's
I would say
possible.
I doubt that, but you know, you just never know. I don't know about that. You know, it's like you
I'm
need
pretty.
an
Actually, I don't know. 2025, 2026. I think there'll be more people fighting against it, bro.
yeah, but I'm saying like this. Yeah, yeah, probably, man. But at some point in time, right? You cannot you cannot have that. You have a whole region, right? Twice the size of the United States, but no friggin' industry. No, that means no middle class, no working class, just people sitting around doing the idle. That's how slavery happened. When you got
Steve,
millions of people sitting around idling, right? You know
wait,
what?
wait, Kyle, you think Afrodamus and Mike Olawale would be fighting against slavery in Africa?
Uh, I, you know,
But yet, African, they look at they even dudes like Prince of P, they call him a professor, they call him a scholar. Man, if Afrodamus say, "Yo, you know what? The white man boycotted us from exporting any of our goods, and the only thing they interested is human trafficking." Listen, they'll be loading up by the
Principe said most Africans help free one another.
get
yeah, right.
Prince of P. Prince of P. I don't know what drugs you was smoking today. I don't know what type of perk you popped today, but bro, wake up. Yeah, Afrodamus is not a Pan Africanist. You're right. And Pan
Most
African
black
is
people
a
are not Pan
minimum. Is
Africans.
it's a minority of Africa. Look what's going on in South Africa. You think if you told them South Africans right now, yo, we want Zimbabwean slaves right now, bring them to the port, bring them to the port of Cape Town, man, they will be loading up Zimbabwe's by the boatload. Is slavery still going on right now in Africa and Mauritania and even Nigeria, northern Nigeria? They
Well,
take they
a lot of times with slavery in Africa, people are what they call not really chattel, but they're shanghaied. You know, what a Shanghai slave is like anybody could be a victim of Shanghai. You know, even you, everybody on this panel, right? Why? What it means is go someplace under false pretenses and you're a captivity. It happens all the time. You know, you go on a
Yeah,
ship.
but Kala, we gotta stop pretending like we give a fuck about slavery. I mean, look, the shit is over with. Okay, stop. We need to stop leading with slavery and stop pretending like the reason that we want to go to Africa because our ancestors came from Africa. No, the real reason why you want to go to Africa, Kala, the real reason I want to go to Africa, Kala, is because we're just like the white man. We want to go make money. That's the real reason we want to go to Africa.
I got
We're
more
no different than the white
money.
man.
Hold up, money's
I
fine, but
disagree with that. I
hold up,
disagree with that.
Stop,
Adamas,
yeah,
stop, stop
I disagree
playing.
with that. I
hold up. I
disagree with
got
that.
political ambitions, you know, more than monetarily. I got
And
political.
what is what
Like
exactly? What is political ambitions? Money.
Well, no, I want
That's
power. I want power, actually. You know, I want power, right? I want power. That
if that
exactly
was
what
true,
is power? Power is money.
yeah, I mean, money is like a fruit of it, but that's not what I'm after. You know, I'll give you the
why you
money.
think
You know,
Negroes be going and touching down in Africa, start crying and whatnot, go to them slave castles and be in there boohooing and crying? Thomas, I can feel my ancestors' spirit in here. That's like I don't agree with that. They do. So some Black Americans they do have like, they still have feelings about slavery. It's not all of us, but I don't think money is the main reason why people go to Africa. I could be wrong, but I don't think it is.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I don't see. Look. I'll be honest with you, right? And I know some people like this. So people say, "Look, I make a lot of money in America, right? I don't need to go to Africa. I spend a lot of money in Africa, right? But what I want from Africa is something I can never get in America. You know, when I'm gonna tell you, right, this is just for me, right? When I go to Liberia, right, the only time I feel like I'm really at home, like America, I feel like I'm in America. I constantly worry about white people, stuff like that. And when I'm in Liberia, there's no worrying about white people. They don't exist. I can't even talk to you. Can't even talk about white people there because they don't exist. I'm in a black world, an all black world. It reminds me of my childhood, my youth. And I'm saying to myself, this place is fantastic, right? For me, for me, it's fantastic. For an African American, Liberia is heaven. It really is because everything caters to you. It feels like heaven on earth. You feel like, damn, I have a country. That's what it really feels like. It feels like, damn, this is my home, right? But then you realize, your home was destroyed 45 years ago in a coup, and you got to come back to America to make a living. That's the only thing. If Liberia ever gets to the point where we could build Liberia to a first world area, you would have millions of black people going there because it feels like home, right? Something you never feel in America till you go there or go. I don't know about Ghana, right? Because to be honest with you, right, when I look at these other countries like Ghana, and I look at what they be saying online, stuff like that, I feel like I'm a foreigner. I don't like feeling like I'm a foreigner. I feel like I'm a foreigner in America. That's what I feel like all my life. I feel like a foreigner in America. When I go to Liberia, I do not feel like a foreigner. I feel like I'm at home. I feel like that's my country. Now, so far, like I went to Morocco, right? Morocco, I love it. It's beautiful, but I felt like a foreigner, right? I went to Guinea, and I said like that. I felt like a foreigner, right? Because they speak French, like that. In Liberia, I felt like I'm at home. That's what I love about Liberia. I feel like I'm at home. I feel like I just came home. Go ahead, Princess.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm clear.
Yeah, what's happening, Kyla? How you feeling, bro?
Going good.
Yeah, I'm driving. I got 20 minutes. But some of your points don't really make like sense when you got people like Kwame talking about um, Africans didn't fight post colonization to get independence. Then who fought for them, Kwame?
You
A
said
white
who
man
fought
free
for
them?
them?
Yeah, the white man just gave them an independence. So that's how you see it.
Yeah, they didn't fight against slavery. They didn't fight against nothing. They just got handed their country back.
And also, but check this out. The white people still kept all the wealth, and all they did was give you a chance to manage. Same like South Africa. White people still
Yeah.
control that shit.
I don't know why Prince of P get up here and be capping all the time. Like,
Bro,
bro, you got it.
there's literal history that ties different movements to one another that they led and fought for one another to help liberate and have freedom movements. Everybody didn't support it.
So
You have
Prince of
people
P name five.
like
Name five kingdoms that fought against slavery in Africa. Go.
you said. I'm talking about post colonization. I
No,
mean,
no,
you
no,
see
no, no,
what I'm
no.
saying?
We're gonna start. We're gonna start with
During
slavery.
colonization.
Let's
You
start with
said
slavery first.
during
Name
slavery, there
five.
was different kingdoms that fought enslavement, but in your eyes, you won't see it because you're looking at it as African. African is a new modern day concept
Uh,
that happened post slavery and post colonization,
so
which is
name
why
five.
that's why reparations make sense.
Name
Like
five
like
Name five West African kingdom that fought against slavery.
Angola, the kingdom of the Congo, all of them eventually start fighting against slavery when their people got taken. Do you know history, bro?
Provide the source, please.
Bro, I'm driving, man. That's why I call. I got 20 minutes. I'm driving, man. Just look up the kingdom of Nagola. There's a queen. I forgot her name, Exima. She
Queen
basically
Nzinga, she fought
she
against
she
slavery.
fought
Then she started
slavery
selling her own people.
when her people start getting taken, because you're looking at it as African. African is a post slavery, post colonization movements and liberation movements concept. It didn't exist in the time of
Right.
quote unquote Africa that you're pointing at. So you
So
got to put
so
in history
so
back in
so Prince of P,
context.
may I ask you a
That's why
question?
reparation makes sense. Because hold on, Kala, look up. There's a story about Angola and where you live right now. I was looking at that the other day in Virginia. Right, there was a group of royal elite Angolans on their way to Portugal that got kidnapped by Englishmen and took into Virginia. Look that up, Kala. That's one thing you can look into. There's a whole story. There's a whole family's tied to that. I believe Chris Tucker family's tied to that. All that type of shit. So when you say royals don't have no ties to Africans here. That's not really true. There's bare examples of different people that's connected to here that were connected to royals back in Africa.
Prince P, did Pan Africanism exist in Africa prior to the diaspora?
Pan Africanism is a concept that happened post slavery and colonization, right? These are part of the independence movement when people started to look for different ways to coordinate amongst themselves for liberation. It didn't exist.
Most of the Pan-African movement was introduced to Africa by people like Kwame Nkrumah.
No, it existed before that. It's just not called Pan Africanism.
No,
So
hold on. There was no reason. Like, remember something, right? If somebody from the Congo, I mean, I guess they'll say the white. Not every African had the same relationship with a white man as each other, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
So it wasn't to us at the outside. We look at what the British were doing in Kenya, right?
Yeah.
What the Belgium were doing in Congo, it's the same. But in Africa, they were like, my problem's my problem, your problem's your problem, you know. So there was no effort. It wasn't until people like George Washington Williams explored the Congo, his African American man explored the Congo, and basically wrote back a report that Africa is being exploited, right, based on race. Nobody ever thought it was based on race until after the Berlin Conference. Then when Berlin Conference came up, the reaction to the Berlin Conference was the Pan-African Congress, you know, saying, look, we're all Africans. We got all our lands taken away, claimed by Europeans. So therefore, I guess we are. It took us 400 years, but I guess we figured out that whether West Africa, South Africa, everything, we all got one thing in common. We're all black. We're all hail from this mother continent. Now, what they're doing nowadays is they're trying to get rid of that, right? They're trying to redefine Africa. Like, you got African American called themselves FBAs. I'm an African. You got Africans in Africa call themselves African Americans, white, whatever like that. They're trying to friggin' destroy the whole idea of African identity based on race. You know?
You don't think it's because they're nations, so that there's quote unquote citizenship based on nation state, and there's a difference between
the whole thing
native and actual
stuff like that. Should not look at the bigger picture. Europeans,
it's tribalism, Prince P.
No. But there's actual Africans in Europe that are called European based on citizenship, but they're not Englishmen or Scottishmen, but they're European.
That's the most foolish thing in the world, man. You can't be a British citizen, right, or a national, but you're never going to be an Englishman.
That's my point. They're not Englishmen, but they're quote unquote British citizens. The same way the white man in Africa is not he's not an African in terms of the tribe and the native, but he's an African in terms of citizenship. No different than a white Haitian or a white Jamaican or whatever. That's the same concept.
Yeah, but we Indian, and Africa was like universal. Like, okay, your African blackness comes first, right? Your citizenship from where you come from comes second, right? So race trumps citizenship and nationality.
Yeah, but it's still based on these are majority black places, so that these places are recognized, unlike Jamaica, that there are black nations. Like Jamaica doesn't recognize itself, even though it's majority black as a black nation.
Okay, if they recognize black nations, then how do you let foreigners like the Chinese and everything set up major infrastructure? And like, look at Mali. For years, French companies, Canadian companies control all your gold and stuff like that. That's a farce, you know?
Yeah, but they're also
you cannot call yourself a black nation without black African infrastructure.
Yeah, but they're like recently I seen a video where William Ruto, right? There was Independence Day celebration in Kenya. This dude Kaizo didn't touch on none of that. He's doing on this black versus this, black versus that. There was a whole Independence Day ceremony over there in Kenya, which this man didn't even talk about. But in this speech, he was talking about how there's new cities being built in Kenya, and there's different levels of black engineers, black people building roads. So slowly but surely, they're crafting out more and more of the knowledge base of these different intelligences and building up their own stuff. So it's a gradual process, no different than what the Chinese did, right? The Chinese didn't just start building all these buildings up. It's a gradual process. And then when you talk about, hold on, I'm going through this tunnel. But when you're talking about, during colonization, they cut all these different treaties that they had. There's different treaties that were signed by tribes that basically during enslavement, right? That was basically ripped up during the Berlin Conference. You're aware of that, right? All those are pretexts for reparations. You do know that, right?
Yeah, I just like I would say, look, have you ever figured out what people do if reparations don't come?
Well, again,
What
I think
plan B? What plan B?
Farrakhan already said it. He said it's reparation or else. So it's either
Oh,
they
well,
give us
okay,
reparations
I get it. Reparation.
or you do for yourself. Do for self is the original plan.
What
That's
is
the
the
or
RL?
else.
What's the
Do for
RL?
self.
Well, we've been saying do for self for 80 years.
Well, nothing changed, man. Nothing changed. That's the original plan. That's the only plan. If that doesn't go, you know what I mean,
Yeah,
that's
but
that.
hold up. The Nation of Islam's never really taken the steps to implement that. Show by leadership. Show by example. How come they haven't shown by example?
Well, the Nation of Islam is not as strong as it used to be. Like your movement or other people movements are garnering energy and having a lot of influence. You see people that stop you in the street and give you thanks and about the different concept and ideas that you push. That shows you that your ideas, similar to their ideas, have influence. So it's a multi-dimensional angle that people need to have rather than just having one group. You need multiple groups coordinating. That's the problem with Haiti. That's the problem with Black America. It's not that they don't have power; is they refuse to coordinate. Everybody want to rule by themselves in the corner, and that's when you lose. Because the white man coordinated. Trump won because he coordinated with the Anglican or the different type of churches, the evangelist groups, the this group, that group. That's how he won. He linked up with RFK. He coordinated. Like you're comparing yourself to people that's coordinated. They're not moving singularly. They're moving as different groups coordinating. The Asians are coordinating. Like the Latinos are coordinating. The Mexican is coordinating with other Latinos. They don't like each other like that, but they coordinate. They find different ways to be pan Latino, and they find different ways to fight for key policies that unify them, and they stand on those key policies.
Yeah, interesting. But like I said, I just want to see.
But Kyle, I gotta leave soon. Look up that thing I told you about, the Royals from Virginia that landed in Virginia, the different families of this. I think it's like 30 or 40 of them.
What were they doing sailing to Virginia?
So they were selling to Portugal. These are like elite black Portuguese families that had some kind of treaty ties to Portugal. So basically,
they were dumb enough to be selling.
No, they got kidnapped by Englishmen. That's what I'm saying. The story is interesting.
Where were they at when they got kidnapped?
They was on the waters, man. I don't know. They basically got kidnapped on a Portuguese ship and took him to America, to Virginia, where you at. I found it very unique.
Yeah,
I wanted to tell you about that.
It was stupid that if you're a black person, you're smart enough not to sail across the Atlantic unless you're on a armed vessel.
No, but that highlights the different relationships during slavery. Certain groups, the way Kwame trying to explain it, everybody, all the Africans was a day. That's not a real thing. There was different groups, and they had different treaties and deals with the European. You know what I mean? That's why even in the African American community, that's why some of these blue blood type people, they'll tell you that they can trace their line. How can they trace their line? Because they come from free people. Some of these people were allies to the European. They black like you, but they can trace their line. The concept of the Moor. There was a guy named what's that guy named? The rapper. There was a rapper, Mars Def. He changed his name to what he changed his name to? Mars Def changed his name to Yasin Bey. If you look up who Yasin Bey is, he was a royal from the Guinea region, right? That's like the Mali, Senegal area, that kind of area, right? And basically, he got kidnapped. He was enslaving people, and he got kidnapped when he was on his way to enslave people. He came to America. He had kids or whatever. He ran into a European guy who knew he was in Africa, and he was able to claim his status and get free.
I know.
So exactly. So there's not a one track. All these people are the same. You know what I mean? Type thing. That the narrative that Kwame's talking about is not like the totality of what really happened.
Yeah. Well.
And then when we talk about reparations, there was separate but not equal. There's all types of situations where they have an actual claim that they can actually process it and actually get reparations, non-cash reparations. not actual reparations, but like not cash reparations, but non-cash reparations. That's very possible. How's that impossible? And why don't you support non-cash reparations? This is very large. It's very sensible.
Yeah, yeah, I hear you, brother. Let's see. Who
No,
says
I'm
what?
saying what's non-lump about non-cash
No, because the
reparations?
bottom line is this. This is what it is, right? People in Black America, right? What they want is this. They feel like they got all that. Talk about the housing, everything like that. All they want is a payout, cash,
But they could
compensation.
sell they could sell the land that they're given.
Yeah, I'm saying, oh, well, the thing is, though, they say give land and whatnot. Land's only as good as you could develop it. If you can't develop the land, what good is it? You're gonna sell the land back to white people? What good is land if you're not gonna use it?
No, but I'm saying they can utilize it as a block, or they can sell it back to the Europeans if they feel like if it's an access.
And so
But
Europeans
that's a
give black people land so they can buy it back from them. I don't think that makes sense, personally.
they did that shit with the beach in California. They gave them a beach and then they
I mean,
bought
that
it
was
back for
a
like
beach that was reclaimed, and they basically, after a certain amount of time, they had a legal precedent. But you talking about out of clear blue sky? Let me ask you a question, Crispy. Let's say you're African American in America, right?
yeah.
Okay, the judge is gonna say, Mr. Principe, right? You want your reparations check, right? And he says to you, can you prove that your ancestors were slaves? What do you say?
Uh, a lot of people are proving it right now to show
No,
off
no,
that
no,
they're
no, no, no,
FBA.
no, no. Hold up, right? And then you gotta say who, state, what county, and can you say what your particular ancestors? Do you know his name?
Yeah, people could trace that with their line, man.
Okay. You
Slavery
don't.
was like less than 100 years ago, bro.
Let's say you don't know the name, right? Can you
Yeah,
say? Can you say in terms of how many hours a day your said ancestor? Who was he? How many said hours do you think he worked?
bro. There's what they call them the journals of the slave masters.
Oh, okay, okay.
There's
Okay, hold on.
production of the
What if the
plantations.
journal said, "Yo, my Negroes are lazy and shiftless and whatnot. I'm losing money." What if that's
Then
his?
when his plantation get shut down due to the fact that it was
Oh
unproductive, the
yeah, yeah.
fact that
That happened.
his
That happened a
plantations.
lot. What if What if your ancestors caused a major loss because they were kept running away, they were rebellious, they were sabotagers, and stuff like that? How do we know that wasn't your ancestors? Maybe your ancestors owe the white man money because you costed him a lot of money. Well, your enslavement actually cost them money. What if they say that? They bring that case up.
Bro, America is one of the richest nations on the world. One of it is its foundation was built
Yeah,
on
but if
free
you
labor.
say that you own something, right? You got
Yeah,
to be able to prove that you have Clay. You got to say what plantation your ancestors came from, right? What was his name? What did he do? How many years he worked? Who was the plantation master, and everything like that? And if the plantation master actually, he could say the plantation master said, "I did pay them. I let him live on the land. We fed him every day and whatnot. And so basically, in room and board and whatnot, the slave just broke even. What if they say that?
so you saying that the Yodas is on the former slave to prove that he was a hard
Oh, if
worker,
you go to
but
court,
if the
if you're
Yodas,
suing somebody, yeah, the burden of proof is on you.
yeah, but there's also a burden of proof of the former slave master to prove that all these slaves didn't make
It
them a
don't work
profit.
like that. Hold on, you're innocent until proven guilty.
No, but if he's still if he inherit profit from his
Yeah, but hold on.
plantation, his
How about
settlement,
he could say no? This wasn't inherited through slavery. The land that you worked on was owned by somebody else. I bought this land for somebody else. I was in debt, whatever. Like he could. There's so many different ways he could say that the land that I have, the wealth I have, wasn't derived from slavery. When they could hide wealth and everything like that. So you're gonna basically make people break open books that's 200 years old to prove everything. How do you do that for millions of people?
There's a lot of books and journals and
You're gonna so who's gonna study these books and journals
accountants.
to go get an accurate picture of who owes what owes who?
Some of these stuffs are in libraries and stuff like that. Again, it's not necessarily
Steve,
like
Steve, do you think you could research your former slave owners' ancestors and find out who did what? No, Steve's off. Adama, are you there?
Yeah.
What do you think? What I just said? Could you go back and where's your ancestors from in America?
Oh, my mom's side is Tennessee, and on my dad's side is Alabama.
Now, can you think you could find out who owned your ancestors, how much, what they work for, how much they got, how much they owed, and all stuff like that? Can you
Well,
do that?
we know who, especially on my dad's side, we know who what plantation owned my family because we have a they were from France because we have a very distinctive last name. Like my last name is very rare, but the origin of it is it only comes from one place, and that's
But
France.
I would say you're the exception. Majority of black people really don't know where their ancestors came from, what plantation they're on. I would say like 95% of black people don't know that shit. You know?
A lot do. All you got to do is
Yeah,
just
but
do.
not enough to basically say, and that's what I said. Let's say 10% of the black people could say that, and the government say, you know something, we feel everything for you. Let me give you a reparations check. What does that do for the millions of black people who have no? Because you have black people right now who don't even know who their grandparents are. I'm serious. You got people out there that don't even know who their mother and who their father is, and you got people who don't know who their grandparents are. They're only going back two generations.
Yo, Kala, you sound like the Somali preacher, man. What's going on here, man?
What?
There was a Somali preacher saying the same thing, man. What's going on here?
No, I'm just saying what he's saying is this. My family, I know all my history, you know. But I'm saying there's a lot of black people. If you go to the hood, right? He's right. There are black people out there, people having kids and whatnot, you know, broken families and everything, who don't know who they're related to, who don't go back, you know, who don't know.
They could track it through their motherline.
But it doesn't matter. You got mother and father and whatnot. Even the mother, right? They don't know who the freaking their grandmother is. They don't know who their great grandmother is. They don't know where it came from and whatnot.
I don't think that's true, Colin.
What?
I don't think that's true. You saying for the whole group or just people in the hood or something like that?
Don't study that shit, you know? All that you got black people now saying that they're Native American. How can you be Native American? But by law, you were not allowed to slave Native Americans. So black people say they're indigenous American, that they didn't come here during the transatlantic slave trade and they were not Africans. How do you prove that they owe reparations? If the government says, you know something, I don't believe that slavery ever happened, right? We're going to erase slavery from history. You guys were already here. And then you got people like Dane Calloway saying, yeah, prove the slave ships ever existed. You got black people denying that the slave ships
That's true. That's true. But they're a subgroup. That's like a minority. You don't think it's a minority?
Yeah, but what if the government gets a hold of that and uses that?
Yeah, but like let's be real. Is he more respectable than the Black Caucus?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's getting millions of views, right? The people you're talking about don't get shit, you know. So
they have more impactful socially.
The government could subpoena, in your case against the government, principally, the government could subpoena as his defense witness Dane Calloway, and he'll tell them that slavery never happened, that you got Negroes on Turtle Island and whatnot, and that you guys are really indigenous Americans. Slavery never happened, and the judge is gonna throw out your case, man.
The dude also said Harry Tubman doesn't exist. So is that
right?
They're gonna see that he's uneducated.
The judge will be like, you know, something that works for me. Harry Tubman didn't exist. Slavery didn't exist.
They have whole monuments and they have a whole place of where she's buried in New York, man.
I mean,
so they're gonna know that his knowledge is pseudo.
Is black people in America are fucked. You know, they're fucked.
So that's I gotta roll out. My last question to you. So so if there was given out land, educational grants, debt forgiveness, you won't accept that. No non-cash payment.
Because I know it never happened. You know.
if they're giving out dual citizenship, because the AU, I told you the AU is stepping into this situation. The
Like
president of Ghana is about to be the
I
head of the AU next year,
the
and he's
AU
saying that's the key one of the key focus.
the AU needs to get its shit together, man. We don't need no help from the AU, man. Trust me. Black America,
Why every institution that has actual power, you kind of
they ain't got
shit
no
on them.
power. If they had power, I'd be the first one to be like, yeah, man. Like, these people are a joke, man. Really, they are, man. I'm learning, man. I used to believe in these people years ago, man. I realized over the years that several key things happen. I'm like, yeah, we're dealing with a fucking joke, you know. The only thing that
Carla, I don't think you'll realize that you indirectly are working with the Black Caucus, right? When you talk about Liberia, right? You're saying that Raphael Warnock is also going to be in Liberia, right? He's a member of the
yeah,
Black
what that
Caucus.
guy do? He's doing what he does. I'm doing what I'm doing. You know, he's
So
not
why
doing.
why don't you go and coordinate? I don't get
Hold on, hold on.
why
I got
people.
you. Hold on. I'm not coordinating anything. I got people that's associated with him doing. I wish him a lot of wealth. But I'm doing my own thing. You know what he's doing is basically everything he does. Right, has something tied to the United States Senate and the American. I could give a shit about the American political system. I
They
don't even
represent you though.
America once when I'm in Liberia. I don't even consider what's good. He's still a U.S. senator, so it has to basically job with U.S. law, U.S. policy. You know, I don't give a shit about U.S. policy in Africa. You know, so I'll see how we can coordinate. If he wants to bring money and opportunity here, if he could bring the private sector, I would gladly be like him as a politician. That does me no good in Africa. You know, that's
The
all I'm saying.
politicians get grants, they got funds, they got connections. Why
Well,
why why
bottom
you
line
guys are
is,
not?
bottom line, so far I have not seen shit. You know, I'll be honest with you. They always say they got funds and like that. Principally, I'm like from Missouri. Show me state. Show me the fucking money. I haven't seen shit yet. All I get from people coming to Liberia for the most part is lip service. I'm sick of it. You know, I get all these promises, babble,
PKK.
babble, babble. We need to do this, blah 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 blah. But shut the fuck up, man. I'm sick of hearing it. You know,
It's
mostly
yours.
from black men. You know, they don't do shit with their mouth. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, Steve, we hear you.
Oh, my fault.
So you and Daddy She not gonna go to Ghana
I'm not going no
and
place with fucking that clown. You
wow.
know.
So how,
Yeah, please stop comparing me to a fucking Tariq Nasheed.
no, you got your own movement, man. I'm saying, but what's
But
stopping you
I
guys
don't
from
know. I
coordinating
don't
on a
care about
similar?
what he does in Ghana. When I wish he would stay the fuck away from the continent. You know, he's a fucking clown. Every time I see an FBA, you know what I'm saying, he believes a movement where half the people don't even believe they're from Africa. And he
No,
said,
I heard him say that he got ties to
I
Africa.
don't care what he says. He says, "Oh, he'll leave the door open. Some of us all oh, fucking that." That is a lie from the pit of hell. Black people were not in America prior to the Europeans bringing us to America. That's a lie from the pit of hell. That's such a smack to our ancestors and whatnot. That's spitting on the graves of our ancestors. You know, just because it's somebody he wants to appease these self-hating, ashamed of being African black people. You know, fuck him. You know.
Well, you got your own movement, so you don't see nobody you can coordinate and
No,
get your land
no,
that you're looking
no.
for and get investments here. And
I am not coordinating with no one. You know, that's the way I am. You know, I'm not
you don't, you
coordinating.
don't, you don't think that holds back the collective
I
when
don't care
people
about I'm
refuse to
doing what I'm
coordinate?
doing. If I fail, I fail. I succeed, I succeed. But the bottom line, I am not coordinating with nobody because I think they're all useless. That's why. You
Oh
know,
man, that's
really.
the stubborn mentality to have, man.
No, I'm just dead serious. I'm just being honest with you, right? I've been at this for years and whatnot. You know, and the bottom line is, I know people aren't serious. All they do is get online. It's about grifting, playing games, whatnot. I'm serious.
No, but you said you rubbed shoulders with people both in America and in Africa who are of good
Yeah,
connections and stuff like
very
that,
few
man.
far between. You know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you meeting people up there, man. So let's
I'm
be
not like
realistic.
the
You got to
people out
find a
here.
way to coordinate and
Like these people ain't coordinating nothing because they're not serious. You know, I believe they're not serious. It's all they're making a bunch of noise. That's all they are. When you up there making enough noise, nobody really serious about this shit. You know, there's like all they do is talk, 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 talk. I've not heard all the talking I'm gonna hear for a lifetime. You know, I want to see doing. You know, I tell people all the time. I said there's so many things people could do. I got suggestions. Do people implement them? No. You know, it's so we could be done so much with the continent right now and not, but people ain't serious. Nobody's serious about building. Nobody wants to take that risk. So it is what it is. So I'm dead serious about what I'm doing. I am not playing games. And I can serious people will know when somebody else is serious because they'll gravitate towards each other. I have a lot of Liberians that I talk to that are serious. On the ground, stuff like that in Liberia and whatnot. And I know they're serious. I'll work with them. I work with somebody I know that's serious about their business, whatever like that. But some of these Black Americans, whatnot, they're just a bunch of jokes, man. I want to go, dude, man. Come to the continent. Put some money up. Come to the continent. Let's build something. The last serious person I worked with was Bomani. The last serious brother I worked with. He was dead serious about his business. Well, he's on a tourism thing. I can't really do tourism. It's not really my thing. But I wish him a lot of luck. What he's doing in life, his endeavor is, he's a great man as far as tourism is concerned and whatnot. But that's why I got bigger fish. I got bigger things I'm working on. I got really big things I'm working on in the country.
Yeah, Kala. Yeah, I'm not big on tourism either. I'm more business oriented. And I don't know if I ran the idea by you, but we need to get like some type of Liberian oil company going because the Liberian government, they already set aside about 5 or 6 oil blocks off the coast, and we need to get some investors together and just go out there and build a
Yeah, but
oil rig.
so far, Liberia hasn't struck oil yet. Once they
No,
struck
they
oil,
do. They have oil off their coast,
yeah, but
and
they haven't struck it yet. They said it's oil there, but they haven't found it yet. I mean, they haven't drilled deep enough yet. Off the coast.
no, we got to get out there. That's because we got to get out there and do it, Colin. It's going to be us that do that.
Yeah,
It's
Chevron's
not.
been there for like 10 years.
I don't
So
care about Chevron. I care about
I know that, but I'm
the
saying that
Liberian oil company that we're
well,
going to
in
create.
Liberia, once you struck oil, then you could tell people. Then you could basically bring other investors in and stuff like that. But somebody got to take that initial risk and get success.
We need to get the Russians to invest in us.
Yeah, if Russia's not investing now, you can prove that you really got oil underneath that block. You know, you got to prove that that's the thing. You know, so it is what it is. Let me see. Look up Liberia oil. Has Liberia found oil? Has Liberia discovered oil? Liberia, Chappy GBT.
That's all I was looking up. I don't think they found any oil yet.
Yeah, discovered oil. Oil. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Liberia, man, they're running bad luck. That oil would change everything. The answer is no. Liberia has not made a confirmed commercial oil discovery. However, significant steps are underway towards exploring that could lead to a discovery in the future. Current status as of 2025, no commercial oil discovery yet been reported as confirmed a commercial viable oil field. Historically, exploration included offshore oil drilled in the past decades has encountered hydrocarbon shows, but no large-scale production has resulted. Liberia still imports most of its petroleum just by basically Liberia being able to have oil and because Liberia has an oil refinery that they built back in the 60s. That would be a major investment upgrading Liberia's oil refinery capacity, right? That would be like, oh my God, that would be a big investment in Liberia. Liberia still imports most of its petroleum product because it produces none domestically. Active, but I bet you ain't my money. They looking off the coast, right? I bet you any of my money. Somebody told me that there was an oil strike in McGreevey County. I believe that Liberia's oil might be inside the country. I bet you any amount of money the oil Liberia's oil money is It's somewhere in the mountains, Cape Mount or something like that. I really believe that. Maybe it's not on the coast. It's in the country. Okay, Explorer, the Liberian bases contract was active over a decade. Total Energy received rights to explore 4 offshore blocks, plans with 3D seismic surveys and future drilling. Atlas also has awarded 4 additional offshore blocks. These exploration contracts are pre-production steps. Companies typically conduct seismic studies, then drill exploration wells. A process that can take years to determine whether commercial. That takes a lot of money, a lot of investment, Adamas. Make millions of dollars to do this. That's an serious investment. So far, there have been no confirmed discoveries report from these new efforts. Rumors and local reports are under investigation. There have been recent local claims about oil substance found in Grand Bassa County. Yeah, I remember that. It said are still assessing, haven't found any as petroleum or commercial fine. Yeah, I believe that. They said, "Oh, we found oil in Grand Bassa and whatnot," but that was just a rumor. But yeah, Liberia has not struck it yet in oil, but they did find lithium. Lithium. If Liberia got into the battery making industry, it could be more lucrative than oil. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I agree. Batteries are another huge one.
Yeah, battery. Liberia focus on manufacturing, like oil. If they discover oil and they got a refinery and make petroleum products, gas, kerosene, and that would bring billions of dollars to Liberia right there. Not just domestically, but regionally. Build a pipeline and be the gas supplier for the entire subregion. That'd be great for Liberia, right? But they haven't found oil yet, and it's time is ticking. And like I said, just selling oil blocks, these companies are taking risks. As Wishcod, man, would just bless Liberia with oil off its coast, like Angola, and then Liberia's dreams will come true, man. It'll be a rich state, man. It'll be a state, uh, rich state. It'll be a perfect place if it got oil, and stuff like that, and it was managed right. It is what it is. Yo, hold up. Batteries. You understand something, right? Batteries for electric cars, right? Let's say Liberia makes these batteries, right? And it gets a contract with China to supply their electric vehicles. Let's say they're going to make a product, they're going to make 100,000 batteries a year. That's billions of dollars, right? That's what we're talking about. You partner with a country. Everything in Africa should be, if you want raw materials here, you got to basically make a commitment to add value to it. Just making the batteries add value. Even if you make partial of the battery, right? Made in Liberia. That's something better than just letting somebody come and rape your lithium. They take the money all off you and make all the money. They need to reach foods. But yeah. Yeah, food processing and food manufacturing, frozen food industry is critical. That's why you got to raise the standard of living. Everybody, you got to get everybody on the grid. Everybody should have a home, refrigeration. That's why building apartment buildings is more efficient than everybody trying to buy a house. You put everybody on the grid and make sure everybody got housing and whatnot. Now you got a market for a food industry. Yeah, South Africa's industrialization, they started because they created a domestic demand for all what they make. They had a domestic demand. You don't go by foreign demand. You have the domestic demand for everything. Yeah, but there's a lot we can learn. A lot we can learn. A lot we can learn. But yeah, folks, we're still continuing the show. What's more believable? Reparations or Santa Claus? What would you get for Christmas? Will you get a reparations check or will you get a present in your Christmas stockings from Santa Claus? What will it be, folks? Let me see if I can play some videos, folks. Uh, Let's see. So interesting TikTok, right? This guy, basically, this is what I'm talking about. This guy was sitting there saying, "We're sick and tired." This, I guess, this happened during the riots of 2020. These guys wrecked the store, and his brother was not having it. Man, check this out.
Big YouTuber. I'm a big killer too when it comes to fighting for my motherfucking community. We don't rob and rip off our own fucking people. We don't do that. We don't do this where we live at. This is our home. This is our home. So your money is over your hood? Your money's over your hood? Oh, you don't live here? Where you gonna shop at to feed your kids? You gonna have something what for me? This is where the fuck we live at. We should never do this where the fuck we live at. How the fuck we fuck up our...
That's what I'm saying, man. Like I said, dude had heart, man. He said, "Yo, what the fuck, yeah? These guys robbing the community and whatnot." This dude stood up. We need more brothers like that. That's gonna stand up, put their foot down, say, "Yo, no, fuck that. You ain't coming in our community robbing. This is where we live at, you know? This is where we live at." What went on is like this. I think that was the aftermath of a riot in 2020. That dude said, "Why are we tearing up our own community?" Right? And he confronted these guys that were looting. You know, he confronted, and they were like, "Man, we gotta get paid." You know, like I said, man, we gotta have this civil war in Black America. We really gotta have this civil war in Black America. That's the problem. Is so many Black people are scared to have a civil war. I am not. I am not afraid to have this war. You know, I don't give a damn what it costs me. I'm gonna tell it like it is. You know, I am not afraid to have this civil war in Black America. You know, I'm not afraid. People act like they're too scared to stand up and why not tell it like it is. You know, I am not. I'm gonna tell it like it is. I don't give a damn what it costs me. You know, we got a certain segment of our community that's down there fucking up. We could talk all the friggin' nonsense you want to, right? As long as you got a segment of Black people who don't give a damn, that's just don't give a damn about our culture, don't give a damn how we look, don't give a damn about saving Black families, saving Black relationships, you know, and there's anything, we're not doing anything. So let's stop it, you know. Oh, hold up, I'm playing a video. This is about Somali friends, you know. Oh no, he ain't let me watch it. I hear that when people put blocks on their video so you can't play it, you know, that sucks. So we have good content, but they don't let you play it on their stuff because I don't know what the reason is, you know. This is a funny video, right? You got this sister, yeah, fair use. You got this sister out here. She's a big girl. She talking about she wants to be single because she don't want nobody telling her what to do. And she's taking the internet by storm because people like the audacity. This is what this brother has to say, you know. Oh, another one blocked. Yeah, jeez, man. You know, blocked. So people like this, I gotta log into my account, man. I ain't gonna do that. Maybe some other day I'll log in, whatever like that. So that's what it is. They won't let you do it unless you're freaking logged into the your account, whatever. So It is what it is. Hold up. Okay, here it is.
Let me get some of them cheeks. What you do all day? Nothing.
Her getting on the internet and letting people know that she likes to skip showers on a hot summer day so she can lay in her bed and be musty all day was optional, by the way. There was a time where people would write in their personal diary when they had things that they want to express about themselves that no one needed to know. We might need to go back to those times. A lot of y'all are using social media as your personal diary, and you're telling information about yourself that people do not need to know. Having good hygiene was never something that you did for other people. It's something that you do for yourself because it's healthy and other people benefit from it if you're in a relationship. Yeah, y'all are getting way too comfortable sharing things about yourself that people do not need to know. As I said, we need to go back to when y'all wrote in diaries and kept your personal information personal.
Absolutely, because I want to be able to lay in my bed, booty butt naked, and read an ebook on my phone without somebody coming in talking about what's for dinner. Let me get some of them cheeks. What you do all day? Nothing.
Her getting on the internet and letting people know that she likes to skip showers on a hot summer day so she can lay in her bed and be musty.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, I've been saying this a long time. I wouldn't know none of this unless people put it on TikTok, right? You're telling stupid, intimate stuff that nobody needs to know. That you're nasty, you're funky, you stink, and you're putting it on TikTok, and I'm not supposed to say anything about it. Oh, damn, Carla, she's a black queen. Like, Carla, man, hates black women and whatnot, No, but when you get up on TikTok, and this is going before the world, her video is going viral, right? Is that the best representation of black women we want out there? See, things we cannot control, right? We cannot control how white people think about us and everything like that. But one thing we always fought back was how we presented ourselves to the world. I'm dead serious. How we used to present ourselves to the world was so much different than you see now on social media. We cared about how people, so we put on our Sunday best. We took pictures, We created family albums. We created the family album. Black people in America is the one who invented the almanac. We created the almanac because we wanted to keep track of our achievements and stuff like that, things that would disappear. That's why we created almanac, And so the almanac of black achievements, stuff like that. We keep records. We show the best of who we are. That's being lost because we have a whole culture that's determined to show the worst than what we are. And people want me to shut up about it. They want me to just shut up, Carla, you're offending people. You're making people uncomfortable, Carla. You got to understand, Carla. People don't want to hear that. I don't give a flying fuck what people don't want to hear. I'm here to tell it like it is. I don't give a damn who doesn't like it, whoever like that. I'm sick and tired of this trifling shit I'm seeing right now in our community, whether it's whoever does it, whatever like that. I am so sick and tired of trifling behavior. Well, Carla, what do you see? No, I don't see it every day, right? And I don't even know it exists. If I was not on social media, I wouldn't know it exists, but it's there, because I know it's out in the atmosphere. So I got to confront it when I see it, right? Hopefully somebody look at it and say, somebody, guess we're not like, because every time I see something stupid on the internet, I respond to it. I say it very poignantly. For example, this white guy put out a video talking about this black girl that was playing on the piano, but that girl was like, no, stop, but not, a child, no more than 4 years old, whatnot. And they said, oh, this is parent behavior and whatnot, right? I said, first of all, it's a child. You shouldn't be putting a video of a child online anyway. That child got to live with that. That child's going to see that when they're a teenager, and they're going to be ridiculed and stuff like that. Remember this video of you when you was 4 years old? There's no consideration, right? The same guy put a video out with people, these kids, these two girls, like 11, 12, stole some cotton candy, right? And they were like, well, I don't care. I'm damn it. And the parents, I guess, were saying, you can't do that. Why can't I? Blah, 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 blah. And they're arguing back with the kids. No, you don't steal. We don't steal. The guy, this white guy, did a video saying, see, that's what bad parents. I said, you completely miss the fact that their parents were condemning them. That's what I do on social media. So I confront people who unfairly attack our people. And I also attack people who in our community who do bad things. But if we're unfairly attacked, especially when it comes to children, I'm going to defend children all the time. You have no right to post somebody's child on the video critiquing or anything without that child's parents' permission. How does TikTok allow that? Somebody to put a child up on TikTok for the world and ridicule them? I have no idea. But because it's a black child, anything goes. But if it was a white child, a black person critiquing a white child, throwing a tantrum or something like that in public, that would have been taken down, condemned, and some everything. You don't ever supposed to videotape or vilify a white child, It's just not. It's not in the playbook, Yeah, surveys are no longer needed, because people just share everything online and just says, hey, look, this is it, man. You like what I'm saying? There's no coof, there's no shame, there's no decorum, there's no class, there's no structure in anything. That's what I'm saying. We don't have anything like that. I just remember the days where I had this one video. Let me see if I can find it, right? It was a beautiful video of African American girls from back in the days doing patty cake. Doing patty cake, right? I said, my God, I remember those days when our sisters were so beautiful, and they were out there with like little girls do, being innocent, and doing their thing. I said, I long for those days. I miss my people. Do you understand? And people say, well, why do you like going to Liberia? Because Liberia gives me a chance, right? I mean, I'm dead serious. It's almost like me erasing the 80s, the late 80s and the 90s in Black America and going back to a time period which I love, right? That's what Liberia feels like. It feels like Black America back in the days. That's what I really love about it. It feels like I'm in the 70s. It feels like I'm in the early 80s, that beautiful time period, before gangs, drugs, and all this kind of stupid shit that engulfed Black America today. That's why I love Liberia, I feel like I'm back in like the old days of my youth, my childhood. I love it. So when I go there, I feel like, man, I'm back where I belong. I know it's only going to last a month and a half. I'm here a month and a half, so I make the best of it. Those weeks that I'm there, man, it's like, oh, man, 2 weeks left. God. And then it comes. The last day, tonight I'll be on the plane. I'm out of here for another year. Oh, man, that's a terrible feeling, man. When I got to go to the airport, that's a terrible feeling, like, oh, man, I'm going to miss this place. Always miss Liberia when I leave, So it's, like I said, it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. But, like I said, I can just savor the time period. I love when I'm there. I wish more people could experience what I experienced. Maybe because I love Liberia so much, because I do remember a time where it was happiness and peace, really happiness and peace in Black America. I probably got the last generation of that in the 80s, right? It all died after the 80s, I grew up in the last piece of that history where Black America, we were a people. And then what you go? Yeah, I'll be there in another 2 months. I'll be there probably exactly 2 months. I'll be there in 2 months. So it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't the way things are going right now, I would think, I try my best to basically say we need to build back, but I'm just getting hopeless when it comes to Black America. I really am. I'm getting hopeless when it comes to Black America. Because the people, they want to sit here, make me out to be the monster. If you look at what College Genesis talks about, I talk about what's right. I talk about doing the right thing. I talk about hard work. I talk about decency. I talk about morality. And because a reparation, please, man, please, Prince of B. I talk about decency. I talk about morality. And because of that, I'm hated. I'm hated. I'm vilified. And I'm despised. They call me a woman hater. They say, well, Carla hates the poor. Carla hates the downtrodden. Carla hates Africans. No, I want Africans to be civilized. Like I want Black Americans to be civilized. I hate when people act like savages. I don't give a damn who you are. I don't care if you're white, black, whatever. If you act like a savage, I'm going to say it. If you act civilized, I'm going to say, hey, I appreciate you being civilized and whatnot. We can have a civilized discussion and a civilized relationship. If you act like a savage, I'm going to condemn you as a savage. I'm not going to mince words. But people hate me because I tell it like it is and people's feelings get hurt. Well, don't you know when you use words like savage? No, what the fuck? Unless you're a savage your damn self, you shouldn't be getting offended what I say. If you're really a savage, then I guess you would get offended when I say shit, It is what it is. Yeah, I'm gonna find that video or whatever. But that was just a beautiful video. I should have had it ready for the show. I mean, just these girls playing. I don't know I forgot the name. It's like not patty cake. Patty cake is when they fuck that. But it's like this video, this thing. I believe I've seen the same handshake gesture and slapping in Africa. I think I remember seeing this in Liberia, But it was something I guess that we brought from Africa that I used to remember seeing girls do as a kid. Girls on the playground on the block used to do this as a kid. And I'm like, well, yeah. See, that's this
What
myth
was
that
it
we,
at, Colin?
huh?
Like what state were they in, the little girls?
I have no idea. It looked like it could be. It looked like it could be Baltimore. It looked like.
Okay.
Let me find the video. I'll find the video and I'll like that. It don't look like it doesn't look rural. It doesn't look too much urban. So let me find this video. Give me a second. I can't believe I didn't save this video. I know I did. I can't be this fucking stupid. I cannot be this freaking stupid. I know I saved that
Was it
video.
like Was it like a patty cake or like a type of dance?
It was like a patty cake. It was like really nice.
Okay.
Americans are paying for all of this. You guys, you
All right,
know
I
that?
said, wait,
Like
hold
this,
up.
you know money.
I could have
Would you watch it
sworn
on YouTube?
it was on freaking TikTok.
Oh, okay.
I could have sworn I freaking saved this thing. I can't believe I can't find it. I usually put it in my Black History Month selection. Let me see. This is. Let me see. Can't believe this. I don't freaking believe this. Hold up. Okay, hold up. Maybe this is it. No, I don't think so. Okay. Okay. I don't believe this. I don't believe this. I can't believe I fucked that up, man, because that was a perfect thing. It was like, why in the world would I not save that? Let me see. Say black girls playing patty cake. Let me look for it. Let me see if I can search it. You know, OMG. No. Facts. Where the hell would I put it in there? Nope. Nope. I'm an idiot. I screwed up. Sorry, folks. That was a nice video. I don't know how the heck I screwed that up. Then again, maybe somebody pulled it down. I know I know I would not let. Usually, I save a whole bunch of videos. I save everything. So I think somebody might have removed it. You don't need reparations for man, reparations for family. Principally, men need accountability. Yeah, we need accountability, of course, but but no one will take that. Look, we're just having a situation where the right thing to do would be building family. But I think that maybe where Black America is a victim of the modern world, because I know a lot of people. I look at the thing is, Steve, when I see a lot of white couples, I see this young, good-looking white couple, right? Let me see a girl. She knows she look like she has like 10 or 15 more years on the streets, whatever like that. She looks cute, whatever like that. She can do the milk thing when she's older, but they would rather start their life early at the age of 25 with a husband,
Right. Mm-hmm.
and do that shit, right? And raise a family. But the black people, what women, right? If they look any sort of good, right? They're like, I'm having fun.
Right. Everybody want to have fun, and then
They want to fun, and whatnot. No one says anything about it. Everybody thinks it's fucking cute. Black girls just want to have fun. And then we say, look, man, but that's really destroying our community when that. Oh, we can't. It's okay now. We got a bunch of men in the community that hate the black women that don't want to protect them. Don't think highly of them, whatnot. What can you do? If women are doing their own thing, right? They're like they're like their own community. Black women are like their own community. And they're having fun. It's all about them making their money and doing their thing or whatever like that. They live in a world like, and then by the time they're 40, oh man, they always say, oh, black women got spoiled out. And they really think at 40 years old that letting them overweight, they think they can really bag a white guy. So a young white man is prime making 6 figures, right? He's gonna say, you know something? I can have my choice of these young blonde chicks, 2 of them if I wanted to, right? But I'm gonna settle for a big overweight black woman, whatnot, pushing 40, whatnot. Yeah, that's the right thing to do. And black women are delusional. They really believe that shit. Instead of getting with Leroy at the gas station, right? I've been giving you the eye every single time you go in there and get you a little snack in the morning, right? Instead of saying, Leroy, you're a good man. You hold a job or not. And y'all do it. And y'all could go take the children out to Chuck E. Cheese, you know. Y'all can put something together when he just happy he got a wife to come home to and whatnot, you know. But you see the big girl, I don't want nobody rolling over on me and whatnot, you know. It's insane. You know, but a lot of black women don't want it that they don't want that, you know. So that's what it is, you know. That's why a lot of females, right, they get up on this platform and they get mad at us because we tell it like it is and whatnot. You know, it ain't cool. You know, it ain't cool. You're over there to 30, you know. It's not cool for a woman to be single. I'm sorry, you know. Everything women got all the options in the world, right? Men gotta really go out there and hunt, you know. Women are just sit back and let people come to them, right? I mean, tell me you're 33, 34 years old, and out of all the men that came knocking on your door, you never pull one and say yes. Something not right with that, you know?
I
And people,
agree.
people get mad when I say that, but I'm sorry, it's the truth, you know? So there's not no good men out there. No. Like I said, Leroy at the gas station, right? That put your gas in your car, right? And he's behind the counter bringing you up for those bag of chips and soda and whatnot, and he gives you that eye and whatnot, and like that. Man, give Leroy your number and be done with it. You know?
I guess they don't want Leroy.
Well, it doesn't matter. You got to get what you can get. That's a problem.
I agree.
Everybody wants what they can't have. You know?
Absolutely. That's one of the biggest problems. The men and the women, they want something they can't
Yeah.
have.
You the other brothers like, man, they want that light skin, red bone with, and but you know, Big Bertha is there for you. You know, big girls try harder. You know, with all those fails, man, get yourself a big girl. Do the right thing. Take her down the aisle. Love her. I seen a guy yesterday, right? And I'm not. He was about my age, right? But his wife, a big woman. I said to myself, he was like happy, but everybody's happy because I guess the guy he was with was his dad, whatever, and mom, whatever, like that. So she's in there. He pulled a card out, paid for everybody's dinner, Ruby Tuesdays yesterday, right? But he's married to a big girl. I said to myself, man, I want to shake this guy's hand. You know, and say, how would that come off? I went up to him and said, sir, you got yourself a big girl. What you gonna do? You think you would have hit me?
Probably.
Sir, you're really a credit to our community, right? You were a big woman, you know. You found love and whatnot, y'all out here enjoying yourself and whatnot. I think this is beautiful. Sometimes I want to say
I
that,
think you
man.
should. I think you should leave out the big woman part. It'll be okay.
No, but the whole thing is like, a lot of people, always complain they can't find a woman and whatnot. He's happy and he loves this woman. She's big, I would point that out, man. I would say big. I would say plus size. Your wife is plus size, whatnot, and you out here, y'all look happy and whatnot. Like a young couple dating and whatnot. That's beautiful. And so basically, yeah, it's it is what it is.
Absolutely.
It is what we got. I got to give these people a cover. Principally said no abuse for me. Principally, man, that's racism. That's racist, Principally. You're discriminating.
You've been a sizes. You've been a sizes.
Your sizes, Principally. I'm sorry. Big girls need love too. You brothers got to stop get out of that big girl shit. Like 60% of black women are obese. We got to do something about that. So, what's the solution to that, Steve?
I mean, tell them to get healthy. I guess.
But
Tell
yeah,
them
but people get offended when you say that. That's offensive. They could sue you for that.
I don't know what the solution would be then. I guess they either get in shape or maybe end up without
Yeah, but
anybody.
you can't have all these women being single out there with no husbands because they're big, man.
So you saying somebody got to take one for the team?
Yeah, so you got to take one for the team, Steve. You and Adama. Adama got to take one for the team, man. He was talking about these fine chicks, whatever like that. Adama, man, get yourself a big girl. Take one for the team, man. Principe, take one for the team, man.
He said BBW is beautiful, slim is beautiful, obese is nah.
Yeah, well, BBW is still obese, same thing. But like I said, big girls need love too. Big girls try harder. All the ladies on this channel. What happened to the ladies on the channel? I think they're mad at me, man. They're really, really pissed off at me. I don't know.
Yeah,
They're mad at me. What can I do?
they're gonna take a break for a while.
Yeah,
2-3 month break.
they might chase them away, but this is a really rough place, man. The internet's a fucking rough place, man. A rough place, man. Feelings are good. I told you, passions are raised, feelings are hurt. You know.
Man, I like I was on Kaizo channel like 2-3 years ago. Well, I wasn't calling in, but some of the things people said on his channel, like I grew some thick skin. It used to go crazy.
Yeah, man.
Them
The
conversations used to
internet,
get
the
real
internet
zesty.
ain't for the fickle people, man. It's like you gotta be tough to get on the internet. These platforms, because many people tell it like it is. What do we do about the low marriage rate in Black America? What do we do? How do we get Black men and Black women attracted to each other again? That's what it's all about.
Um,
When two people are attracted to each other, they want to reproduce. That's just natural. Right now, Black women,
yeah,
they're just not attracted to Black men, and Black men, for the most part, aren't attracted to Black women. There are exceptions. You got those Black people that are exceptions, but for the most part, I would say a good 60% of Black people are not attracted to each other because we live in a white country, and everything is seen through the prism of white people, So I don't see how we survive in a white America, long term. I don't think how we could survive, but I don't think how we thrive in white America. I don't see it.
I don't want to be like Hustle Smart, but it seems like he's right doomed.
Yeah, in America we are doomed, right? This culture and this
Yeah,
American culture, we are doomed, man. If the only thing we got is to go on is what we see in America, we are fucked. It is what it is. Yeah, so it is what it is. We are doomed. We're doomed, man. We're doomed people. Black people ain't still seek each other out. I don't know about that, man. I really don't. I'm seeing too many Black women with mixed kids and whatnot. I'm dead serious. I see too many Black people, Black men with white women, Asian women, stuff like that. I really don't think there's a future for Black race. I'm just dead serious. Bantu Mandinka, welcome. Thanks for stepping up.
Yeah, what's up, folks?
What's
Just
going on?
just
Now, Bantu
calling
Mandinka,
in.
you have strong feelings about this. What's more believable, Santa Claus and his sleigh of presents, or getting reparations?
Well, obviously reparations.
Oh, you think I put my money on Santa Claus.
I knew you was gonna say that, Santa Claus. So you think Santa Claus will come down the chimney before
Yeah, man.
reparations?
I believe that before. I believe you Negroes, you Ben Yusuf, and all you guys going to get a reparations check. I know that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see if Santa comes or reparation comes
Well,
first.
I know when I was a kid, man. Santa left presents under the tree. When I was a kid. That's what I.
Bullshit, Carla. That was your mom and daddy.
Yeah, but the thing is, you guys can't even. You don't have a mom and daddy to give you the reparations check. See what I'm talking about?
All right, all right, all right, all right.
Look, check this out. A brewery says, "Kala, black woman may be large." I'm not. He makes you think I'm. Steve, did that sound like I was dissing black women? I was
no,
not
you
dissing
want
black
this?
women. I was not trying to be funny. Brewery says, "Kala, black women may have." What do you say? Black women may have large overall disproportion due to poor health, eating habits. but disappointed about the feckless of their men. This is going to play major roles too. What the hell is what you talking about? So no, where the cause of black women being big? That's what he's saying. Hey, Bantam Bandika, are you the cause of the obesity problem in black women?
Hell no, they eating too much shit. That's it. Change your diet and go to the fucking gym. It's really simple.
Right. I thought so. You know, I'll get on
Shit.
Ozempic and whatnot. Costs a little bit of money, man, but Ozempic's expensive, but it's worth it though, man.
Oh yeah, I heard a lot of people was taking that to lose weight, but I mean, I wouldn't recommend it because I don't know what kind of.
They got all kinds of weight loss medicines now, more injections now, like Ozempic, right? Not strong, but it works. So if you really want to lose weight, right, that plus the gym, whatever, even lipo, lipo's affordable now. You could do it, man.
You know what I always tell people, Color? All you have to do, really, if you want to get in shape, is just walk. That's it.
Walk and like I said, just watch what you eat. Watch
Yeah.
what you eat. Don't eat a lot of carbs and stuff like that. Stuff like that. Just keep.
People don't want to hear that shit. They just going to eat everything and complain about it later. Oh, why am I fat? Motherfucker, you know why you fat. Shit.
Because you eat too many calories per day.
Yeah. Yep.
So like that. So
Keep your
yeah,
calories about 2,000 or less, and you'll be good.
2,000. Watch your calorie intake and whatnot, and you'll be good. And walk. Maybe once a week, go to the gym, get on a treadmill, like that. You'll lose weight.
Yeah,
Drink more water, because a lot of people, they drink their calories. They don't eat them.
Yeah,
Drink too many sodas.
that's really important.
You
Water.
definitely gotta give up sodas and whatnot. Sodas and sweet
Yeah.
drinks. That's what puts weight. Sugar puts weight on you.
Yeah, sugar turns into fat.
And
That's why.
also, fucking alcohol is
Uh-huh.
sugar. That puts weight on you too.
Yep.
Alcohol. So between alcohol, having those those margaritas that they always brag about, we're gonna have some drinks. I say, don't worry about they getting big.
Yep, that's all that ain't nothing but fucking sugar, man.
Yeah.
Flex Dub said that the marriage rates are going back up for Black Americans, which I heard that before.
I think that actually those are mostly immigrant couples, man. Because immigrant guys don't care, man. They'll marry a big woman. They will. They'll marry. You got guys from Nigeria when they say big.
Man, them motherfuckers
I
will
don't know,
marry
Kyler.
anything to
just
stay here in
No,
the
I'm dead
United
serious. The
States.
immigrant guys don't
The
care about
fuck?
size and all that. They don't care about shit like that.
Kyler, I know a Black American dude that just married a Black American female. She had like 3 kids by 2 different dudes. She was over
She
200
big.
pounds. So
So
yeah,
I'm
she's
just
over
saying my
200
money's
pounds.
lying. He's probably Haitian.
Nah, he's Black American.
He's probably Haitian. Oh wow, man! Look, you got to address this, Steve. Copa said men in the South like big women. I don't know about that.
It's
In
true,
Deep
man.
South,
No,
they do,
that's
man.
true.
In Deep South, they like
I
that,
see
that
big
big
women
ass
get
stuff.
wiped off all the time down south.
Hey,
I
you
see
know
big women get
why?
wiped up
You
all
know
the
why a
time
lot
down
of
south.
dudes like big women though, because they can
What?
cook, and do shit
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah, you the big
yeah.
woman take care of them. She
Yeah, because
got
they
the
take
money. She
They
care
pull
of
gotta
out.
them
cook
and
that.
You
They
got
gotta
shit.
here.
cook that.
Your baby, when she
They,
got the money. She mama bag money.
Yeah, yeah. They be,
they cook them collard greens, that macaroni and cheese,
yep. She gonna keep your
them
ass
candy yams.
fed.
Tell you, man.
Yeah.
I'm saying I like them thick. Nobody want a bone like a dog, but a dog. Like I said, man. Like I said,
Oh,
there's
that
dudes
must
out here.
that
Look,
must be Dollar Bill. He always saying
no,
that.
no, no, no. It
Oh,
ain't dollar bill. It's bill. Like I said, look, Kofa, take one for the team, man. We need more. Look, what I'm gonna do is basically I'm gonna do a whole thing where I'm gonna get all my bros that like big girls one night. I'm gonna start a big girl date match service,
nah, fuck that.
and get these women married off.
Man, I'm trying
Let's
to tell
get
y'all down here.
the let's get all the big girls in the gym, man. How about that?
Let's get them married, man. Maybe they don't want to go to the
Listen,
gym.
I be hearing stories that women, that
We
get
tell them,
get in
hey, if they
relationships.
go Go ahead.
I hear stories of women that get in relationships when they big. They start going to the gym and they leave the man they with.
Oh yeah, man.
Oh
I had a
shit.
dude
They
like
options
that. My
open
boy,
up.
one of my boys, I was like that.
That's fucked
His
up.
wife, right? He got married at like 19. His wife was this big fat white girl, right? I said, he go, I like. He was real skinny too. He's like, I like him big, right? I said, when she lose weight, he goes, I don't want that because I know, right? You know, he said, he goes, right now I know nobody wants her.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't see a
Hey,
few
but
stories like that where women they lose weight and all of a sudden their options open up and all of a sudden they leave the man they with. I'm like, that's messed
Oh
up.
yeah, man. She like,
yeah,
she's like, well, I was big then, but I thought you loved me. I
yeah.
was big then, Now I'll say when they get small, they throw that weave on their head and whatnot. Man, next thing they'll throw that look like Beyonce. You see when it was say, I thought I like Beyonce. No, you got like 30 more pounds, and yeah,
One thing is true though; those big girls will put in more effort, man.
yeah. Big girls
Shit.
try harder. I always say big girls try harder.
Right. And depends on how they carry it. Depends on
Yeah,
how
some
they
big
carry
girls
it.
are basically, you could tell. All right,
Like
they
Jill
got.
Scott, I like her. I like her, Jill Scott.
Yeah,
Her
she's a
big.
big girl. Angie
I like
Stone's a
her
big girl
bigness.
too.
Yeah,
She does a thing and whatnot. Queen Latifah's a big girl. She
yeah. Queen
handled it
Latifah,
well.
she carried good.
So it all depends
I
on the
think
female.
Queen Latifah on the other side though. So
Oh
I
yeah,
know.
she
It always
gone.
been like
Yeah,
that.
she
Yeah,
gone. She been gone though. Everybody
yeah.
knew that shit when she was in Set It Off.
I know. I was like, that was like the worst role anybody could have played, man. It sounded so real.
She had her girlfriend and
I
shit.
know. Man. That right there that movie was depressing, man. When they came out with that movie, they came out
You
that
remember that shit, talent?
check us out. That came out in '92, the same weekend as they released. What was it? Get on the Bus. No, 90. That was '96.
Yeah, I like to get on the bus. I
Yeah,
like to
but
set it off
that
too,
movie.
though,
They said
bro.
that movie sabotaged Get on the Bus because Spike Lee was mad because everybody went to go see Set It Off, right? Because
Yeah,
they released it on the same weekend they released Get on the Bus to drive down Spike Lee's.
yeah. Get on the bus did good too, though, because everybody
They
went
did
to
good,
check
but
that
but
out.
Set It Off had like 4 times
Yeah,
more.
set it off was crazy, man. Jada
Spike Lee
Smith,
was
Jada
Spike
Pickett
Lee.
Smith. She had to sleep with the old dude to get the money, and
Yes,
then her son didn't do it. She ripped up the check.
yeah. Spike Lee was fucking livid, man. He was hot, boy,
Oh yeah, get on the
That's why I
bus.
said we can't have no good movies, man, because that's what black people want. Yeah, fortunately, man, it is the truth, man. Black people want nigga shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, they want nigga shit. So
that's what everybody. People show up for that.
yeah, it showed up for that shit, man. I saw. I didn't see. I'll be honest with you, I didn't see it get on the bus until it came out on what
Well,
DVD.
DVD or so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I saw it on DVD. I liked it.
I never watched.
yeah. Nah, get on the bus was
That
good.
dude Winston, what's his name? Winston Jackson, whatever his name is.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good movie.
That part they threw him off the bus when
Yeah.
he said, nigga, he goes, I got it. He goes, what y'all niggas always talking about what y'all gonna do. He turned around, he goes, I got a joke for you. He goes, he goes, what do you do when you cast a million niggas with a million lesbians? Those are the one do say, what did you get when you when you put a million niggas with a million lesbians? He goes, 2 million motherfuckers who don't do dick,
Yeah, I remember that. I
you the
remember
nigga. Then they toss his ass off the fucking bus.
that.
That shit was
Yeah,
hilarious.
yeah. Get on the bus was more like comedy though.
That
Yeah,
was fucking
it was
hilarious,
funny
man.
as fuck.
It
But it was serious though.
was
But
serious, but it was funny though.
but it had
Going
comedy
to the
stuff.
Million Man March or whatnot. I'll be honest with you, what you going? They did, what was it? The porno shit. One guy made a a porno version of Get on the Bus.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
but it was like made in California. You should know about this, right? It was called Get on the Goddamn Bus.
no, I didn't know about that.
I forgot who started it. I think it was Mr. Marcus,
Oh
It's gonna
shit,
get your ass
yeah,
on the goddamn bus.
yeah. The porn industry was in,
Oh yeah, the porn version of Get on the Bus.
was
Get
in
your ass on the goddamn bus.
Cali, yeah, in the
And that
valley.
was it, that point, like I said, the Cali people had the porn industry. Y'all had the commercial rap industry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that's
y'all had
that.
California had it all, man. New York couldn't compete with none of that shit. The
Yeah.
entertainment, y'all had it, because California,
Hollywood and fucking Hollywood
yeah,
shit.
you guys had all the entertainment, the porn and the hip,
Eh,
the rap and everything. That was all y'all,
Yeah,
in
New
the
York
90s.
fell off, man. Cali just had all that shit.
Yeah, Cali had all that shit, but like I said, the violence and shit like that really fucked everything up. The
Yeah,
violence and everything just killed the whole mood. Nobody wants to do anything no more. Everybody wants to be involved.
yeah. Well, we tried, in Cali. I remember in the '90s, we tried to stop the violence tour and shit. We tried to stop the violence.
Yeah,
I don't know if you remember that.
yeah, I do.
Yeah.
And something, man. Somebody from New York. I never had look. We never had hatred for our bros out in California because we just saw them as us. But that's why I said Black America is so strong because they were trying to say East Coast. There was no damn East Coast West Coast beef. We saw them people as
Well,
us.
it was the beef because they got mad about the rap shit because
Yeah,
because
for the most
Hold on,
part,
hold on, hold on, hold
hip
on.
hop,
average black
New
person.
York is the mecca of hip hop, and then for
But guess
Was it?
what?
Cali
But
niggas
wasn't
to
it?
just come out of nowhere with gangster rap and just take over
But
everything.
wasn't
But
it
guess what?
Cam
The
Dog
black
that
people in New
that
York.
that?
Yeah, they was pissed off.
Oh yeah, but thing is
But
though, there was a market for gangster rap that was global that
Yeah.
wasn't 5% base hip hop in New York. Nobody wanted to hear that shit. Nobody wanted to hear.
but
I
Carla,
remember I
wasn't
heard
it?
hold
Wasn't
Yeah, nobody
on,
wanted to
hold on,
hear that conscious
hold on.
shit
I
no
heard Lord
more.
Tariq and Peter Guns on 106 in Park said, well, because they were talented. Lord Tariq and Peter Guns, they could Lord Tariq was a freaking knight.
Oh yeah, they was
He's from
beast.
Soundview. He's from Soundview. My boys are from Soundview, right? And he was actually pretty good, but basically he said on once a period, he goes, yeah, but nobody wants to. He goes, he was really a conscious rapper at first. And he said nobody wants to hear that. He goes, we want to sell because I said all these people in New York that were conscious rappers
Yeah,
started doing friggin' gangster shit, to sell, because that's
yeah,
where the money was. And
yeah.
so Nas was no gangster when he came with that.
Hell no, no. I
He's
never.
flop, yo.
You know what? I never
Hey,
liked the
flop.
Nas.
I never liked Nas.
I
I never liked
still
Nas.
don't like Nas. But it's a lot of
That was
Nas
yo, you
fans
know who
out
was
there
nice
will
to that
come for
truth?
your fucking head,
You
man.
know who was nice to that truth? AZ. AZ
Oh
was
yeah, AZ is dope. AZ
AZ
is
was
dope.
AZ
nice.
was nice too, but
Yeah.
Nas was better than me, man. I can't care.
No. AZ
I
dropped his
never liked
classic.
the Nas because you could tell. I mean,
Nas
if
is
you
fake,
really know, you could tell he not really no gangster nigga, man.
man. Nas Escobar, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Uh, Fucking Tupac went out there with Snoop Dogg and punked their whole fucking set, like 100 of them niggas. The Snoop Dogg bitch ass was scared.
You're Nas or Snoop Dogg.
Nah, Snoop Dogg was scared.
He was scared of
Didn't
who?
they shoot up somebody's trailer?
Because Tupac went out there, he was beefing with Nas, and Nas was like 100 deep, I guess, in New York, and Tupac was like right ran up on him like, nigga, what's good? I don't give a fuck if you had 100 niggas. And Snoop Dogg was with Tupac, and Tupac was
Oh
scared.
yeah.
I mean, not Tupac, but Snoop Dogg was scared. He said out his own
He was
fucking
a
mouth.
punk, man.
Yeah,
I heard stories about Snoop Dogg on no real gangster. So
That
yeah.
nigga ain't no damn gangster, man. He's a clown, man. But I did like that movie he made. What's that dude? Bones, Jimmy Bones, whatever. You
What,
ever
like the
what he
Dracula
made?
movie? Was it the Dracula movie?
No, it wasn't Dracula. He was like a guy that came back from the dead.
Yeah, I remember that shit. I
That
remember
was a
that.
good story though, because it
It
was
was
basically
pretty
like
good. I ain't gonna lie. It was pretty
how
good.
heroin got in the black community, right? He said, "Man, those
Uh,
fools, those are my people." He didn't want to sell heroin, and the gangsters He should have never let the gangsters that near him. They're like,
Yeah, I remember that shit. That motherfucker
it's like,
came
dude, man,
back from the dead.
don't ever let some dangerous motherfuckers near you armed and whatnot. You fucked up. You say you come up here, you unarmed and whatnot, and I got my gap pointing in your fucking face when I. Okay, we concluded these things and whatnot. Like when the Godfather had Soloso, and they said my answer is no. Who do you have? All his top lieutenants right there. I know it's final. Best of luck to you when I does. But Jimmy Bones, man, he brought these guys up. I don't think he even had no security. Right? They jumped him right in his own office. Like damn, man. But yeah, but that was a scary movie, man. They came back
Yeah,
to life and shit.
yeah, that shit was good actually. But
Yeah. So, but I don't see that movie. I don't see. I don't even see that movie on Tubi. I can't find that movie nowhere.
oh yeah, you can't find that shit nowhere.
I gotta go with my.
I was in a movie with I was in an extra though with it was with Snoop Dogg. It's called Adventures of Power with Snoop
I
Dogg
was an extra in the movie back
and
in what year was this?
Charles S. Dutton.
I was a
Charles S.
I was
Dutton.
an extra in the movie back in '97. This movie that was an underground movie. I don't think it ever. It's called Kung Fu Made Easy: The Adventures of Judo Johnson.
Mm.
I played an extra. One scene took like friggin' damn 3 hours to shoot, man. That hot lights and whatnot.
Bruh, I was an extra. They make us work, man. Our days be
Oh
like
yeah, I was an extra.
12. It'd be like
One
12
scene,
hour
man.
days. It'd be like
One scene.
14
We
hour
started in
days.
one scene. We started in the afternoon, man.
Yeah,
And
that
we'll wrap
should
it
be
up like 4
long as
in the morning, man.
fuck, man.
Like, goddamn,
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, they was paying and feeding you fucking gourmet food.
We
So
had food. I didn't get paid, but we ate dinner. They paid us dinner.
yeah, they had gourmet trucks for us, and they pay us. So that's
Kyle, you went out
cool.
there for that free food.
No, no. I was asked to do it right by one of the
Uh-huh.
guys I was working with. Right, he was a student in the film school in Wesleyan College. He said, I need an extra. Can you do it?" Right. I didn't mind because the chick I was working with was fucking beautiful. She was hot, man. I didn't mind getting beat up by her. I got flipped on her back. She was like a kung fu lady. She got flipped. The way it had me flipped
That's
on her
what
back.
that's what it
Oh
was. It was a
hell yeah!
woman.
I know
It
you
was a
volunteer for that
Okay,
shit.
yeah.
Come
So
on,
whatever.
girl, whip on
She was smacking me up when they was like, "What'd you say, sucker, jive turkey?" Smacking me up when I was like, "Listen,
Yeah,
jive turkey." I
yeah.
was
We had a scene where it was like we had to be pushing on each other, like the police. Like the police, we had a riot scene. I remember I had fucked this police up. I had pushed his ass down.
your principal said Nas claimed to be a gangster. Principal, on you on crack?
Well, Nas might claim to be a gangster, but
Oh, Nas is an educated hood dude.
everybody know he ain't no fucking
Yeah, but
gangster.
Nas was talking. To explain Nas, have you ever seen his album?
This bitch ass nigga came out with a new song talking about he want to be a nobody. Like, go be a nobody, nigga. Why the fuck you want to tell everybody?
So Nas is the problem. With Nas is he's a big follower.
Fuck
He's not. He
that.
never was a leader. He's a follower. You know.
I want to be a nobody. Shut your
Yeah,
bitch
he wants to
ass
be a
up.
follower. That's all he ever was, a follower. On that, you know. You know.
Got all this fame and money, and you found out now you want to be a nobody. Your bitch ass up.
Yeah. Some people. Something. He lived in the same building. His father and my uncle played in the same band. They were friends. Before he was alive, and they lived in the same building in Queensbridge. My uncle said Nas is nothing like we said in records. That dude never goes out of his house. He knew Nas since he was like, yeah, my Uncle Junior. That nigga never goes no place. Uncle Junior got his own recording studio in Long Island. He got his own recording studio in Long Island. He makes, if you want a mixtape, whatever like that, he got a recorder, everything like that. You can make. He makes things. He charges $45 an hour for studio sessions. He has his own studio.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
he has his own band. He play with Nas.
Inside his house, right?
What? It's
Inside
like
his
a
house.
separate. It's like a separate house.
Oh,
Like a shed, a garage, whatever.
oh,
Like
like a like a
soundproof studio.
garage. Yeah, he
It
converted
turned out
it.
it's a really a soundproof studio, right? That's
Yeah,
the front part, and then you
yeah,
glass it all in. The glass is soundproof.
yeah. A lot of people make those, and they charge people
Yeah, he
because,
charged $45 an hour. He doing
yeah,
good, man. He's like
yeah,
retired, whatnot. So he's like, that's
yeah,
what I'm my passion, music. But
yeah.
he lived in Long Island City in Queens, right? He opened up. He was working when he lived in Queensbridge. He opened up his own leather store right there on Long Island City. He was like, "Holy shit!" He was selling out his car. A year later, he opened up his own shop. Man, he was Jamaican.
Yeah.
So he basically.
They come over here and they take
And they
advantage.
got I'll be honest with you, man. Jamaica, when they see opportunity, and
Yeah.
while we're sitting there figuring shit out, whatnot, they just like, yo, who would ever thought that he would make money selling leather? He was just selling leathers to people he knew. Next thing
Yeah.
you know, he was just making all his money and whatnot. Just so you know, next thing you know, he said, you go to Korean, I want to sell to you. He goes, we came in and said, I got 10 G's. They're like, okay.
Yeah, but that's the difference because our culture is like, oh, get a job, and they culture,
Well,
they
he had
just
a job with the city, but that's
oh,
what he was doing in his spare time.
side job.
That was
Okay,
a side hustle. And he turned it, he
okay,
opened a store. Can you believe that shit?
shit.
He worked for the city.
Wow.
The Long Island Railway, something like that. Something like that.
Oh
He did a
shit,
good job of city. His
he had a good
mom's
fucking
a nurse. A
job.
nurse. And so he did that on the side. My aunt was like, well, all that thing he's doing, she didn't care. All she knew
Yeah,
he was had a little side hustle or not. And then next thing you
yeah,
know, blow,
yeah. He's
all got
probably
the store open,
doing.
he renovated the store. His
Yeah,
storefront was he painted it and whatnot. And he said, "Oh shit," I was like,
probably doing that shit to get away from her
"Yeah, probably."
ass.
But they're still together all these years, man. They've been together for like what was it now? They've been together for like almost damn 40 years. Like 40 years.
Yeah, yeah, it's good when you have stories like that, though.
Kyle preacher, the Italians, same Italians chase blacks in 50s day Africa. What the hell is he talking about?
Italians, what?
Kung Kung was preaching that Italians. I think he said college. Said Kung was
Oh,
preaching that Italians the same how to chase blacks in the 50s. I don't think we were being chased, bro. We went into their neighborhoods, we got chased. Everybody knew to stay out of each other's neighborhoods. As simple as that. It was a simple rule. Advocate for Africans and Caribbeans come here in large numbers and that contribute. I don't know what he's talking about, but yeah,
come
man.
on, hit the link.
Prince of P.
Yeah, come
He was
on.
up here early, but I think he doing something.
I think he has a job. He's like, I think he drives or something like that.
Yeah, he said it was a security guard or something.
Yeah. So, well, it was 1776. He had to drop off. He was doing Uber or
Yeah.
anytime with somebody abruptly gets off,
Kyle,
they abruptly get off. They're door dashing and whatnot. You hear the big bit in the background. Yeah,
Yep, time to
niggas.
go get it. Do the order.
I tell you what, man, I be seeing people out here, white people, blonde, gray hair, whatnot, guy in the 60s, whatnot. Yeah, I'm seeing
hey, hey, Kala,
DoorDash.
listen,
Everybody be
Kala,
doing that
Kala,
shit.
listen. I ordered a pizza. I don't think that was a couple of weeks ago. The lady that delivered my pizza, man, she had to be in her 70s or 80s.
Man, everybody's doing what they got to do, man. This is day and time.
Oh my god
Hey,
damn.
you can say what you want.
What
People just,
the fuck?
what people realize? Ain't no reparations coming for nobody. Government don't give a fuck about you. And when they let those subsidies on that the healthcare expire, it's really gonna get tight in there.
I was like, what
Y'all
the
better brace
Yeah.
yourself
fuck?
for
This
that
old
shit,
ass
man.
lady doing fucking door dashing and
I don't
Oh,
had
shit.
a
I see it
few. I
all,
don't
man.
had
I
a
see
few
people
old
in their
folks.
80s. I see white people in their 80s, like they're doing DoorDash and whatnot.
Yeah, she's an
Everybody,
old
Yep.
ass white lady, man. It was an old ass
Yep.
fucking lady.
everybody doing that shit, man. Everybody's doing a side hustle, man. It is
Yeah,
what it is, man. So
yeah.
everybody doing that shit, man. So knowledge has Nas a knowledge type. Yeah, okay. If you think Nas got knowledge, now I see what your problem is.
Not just like whack forever.
Nas could have been a great rapper when that, but he chose. I remember when he deliberately said, "Man, he said, man, I'm gonna go down that route. He want the money. He didn't want
I'm
to hear."
glad there ain't no
Oh, check
fucking
this out. And
Nas
his
fans in
album,
here, boy.
the second album, Affirmative Action, right? Or what was it called? I think it was Nas out. Nas, Nas I
I
Am.
don't know. I never listened to his
Oh
ass.
yeah, I had his album, right? It was actually pretty
Uh,
good, but it was like bullshit, right? In the
yeah.
one song, right, that's really heartbreaking, he had a song called Black Girl Lost.
You know what? I take that back. One song that he did I like. it was a positive song when he was telling the kids you could be what you want to
Oh yeah,
be.
yeah. A lot. I
That's the
know
one
I
song.
am. I know I
Yeah,
am. You know.
yeah, that's the
That
one
was I was
song.
like, but that one song, "Black Girl Lost," man, really, really got under my skin because that was at the height. Remember something? Remember I tell you I got stabbed when I right around the time I got stabbed. I started questioning this whole movement, right? Then I
Uh,
hear that song, right?
uh,
And it was like the girls. It was a skit in the beginning. And said, "Well, what's going on, girl? Well, this guy who is here. Who the body said." Yeah, he's
mm.
on here in here talking all that off the wall, back to Africa shit, man. Fuck this. Where the real niggas at, man? You know, where the real and you know how you think college Genesis felt as a young man hearing that?
Yeah, shit. Flip the switch on in your ass. You're
You know,
like,
I
wait a
said, man,
minute.
I just left the whole movement alone. I said, that's how they be thinking.
Yeah, shit.
I was like, damn, that's how they be thinking, man. Or just off the ball,
Jamaican, Senegal, and
cornball.
Senegalese and NYC put people on to hustles. FBA be lying that they don't.
Who the fuck
Is
is
that true,
talking
Carla?
this nonsense, man?
The Senegalese and the Guineas and
Who said that,
Jamaicans
man? Who
put
the
y'all on.
fuck is that?
Prince of
Prince
Put,
and
P.
what-
P?
put us on the what?
Hey, Prince and P, man. You don't shut that nonsense up, man.
Yeah, I mean, what were we doing without
What
these
the
immigrants?
fuck you think we wasn't hustling before
What
they
were we doing
came?
without immigrants, man? I would know
Yeah,
how to wipe my ass if it wasn't the immigrants, man. Thanks
yeah,
for
these motherfuckers is crazy, man.
motherfucker. You had these people talk about what would Black America do without
What
us?
the
What
fuck you
without
think we
this
were
he,
just
gay,
sitting
he said
here
he put
fucking
y'all.
playing
He said we
around?
put y'all on to the hustle.
marriages and
They
everything?
put y'all on to the
Without
hustle.
these motherfuckers.
Y'all put us on to the hustle, yeah, right,
Yo,
motherfucker.
you got Nigerians running
We
around.
put y'all on to the
We came.
hustle,
We they
motherfucker.
really
What
believe
the
they
fuck?
came here and rescued Black America.
They always thinking they putting us on the hustle. Man, nigga, we put y'all on the hustle. Don't get it twisted.
Hate Me Now.
What?
That was a good song, man.
Listen,
I like
it
that song.
would, huh?
Hate Me Now was all right,
Not
man, but it's all about him.
You can
People
hate me
on him
now.
for making money.
I didn't
And
like that
I
shit.
hate that whole thing where the motherfuckers get a little bit of money and the white man tells them go out there, accuse everybody of hating you. And what happens? People start hating you. You know, really did. People start hating your ass. You know, people start bragging about your money. You
Yeah,
know,
for real.
because that was a whole. That was a basically a turn from Teddy Pendergrass and Muhammad Ali, who always talked about never flaunt your money. You know, Marvin Gaye, never flaunt your money and your people.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. Black people didn't used to be like that,
I
man.
know. So they changed our whole culture. This is why I said I'm the culture critic. I saw all that. I saw the change in our culture, the materialism, the bragging, the conceit, the iniquity, all shit like that. I did not like. I said, man, our communities Black Americans turn wicked, and I fought against that. Still to this day, I fight against wickedness. What I see in Black America is wickedness. As simple as that.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna go this shit.
what I see in pan scamism is wickedness. So
Oh, the whole look, everybody in the everything in Black America,
I had to throw that.
everything in Black. Look, if you're making money and anything right there, you're getting rich and grifting whatnot, and you really know you can't fucking deliver something like that, yeah, you are scamming.
Yeah.
Me
Just
personally,
like you,
I
just
haven't taken
like you
time to know.
said. You said I think I was listening to you earlier. You said you was gonna take out all the Pan Africans. I think I heard you say that.
No, the bottom line is this, man. I just think, man, I'm like this. I got a real Pan African plan, right? Or my version of Pan African. I don't believe in this nonsense they do that you got to
Yeah,
preach.
that's why you got your own version. You got to call it something else.
No, I call it colonization. I call it colonization, BAIO. I call it Black African infrastructure, And so, like I said, so what's Black Africa? I said, look, if like when Principe says the African Union, right? The old Pan Africa is we let a bunch of dusty people on the continent decide our future, and we have no say so.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
at
so the
some
African
point,
Union.
you got to look at it for what it is. You can actually examine it for the last 100 years, and you got to say, what has it produced? If
Nothing.
you got to throw it away at some point, man.
Or just basically say, this is my version of it, right? And I say like
Yeah,
this,
or
see, we do this.
make your
If they don't
version
want
of
to
it,
play, I
but
say like this. I start with this, right? What we need is our own sovereign territory, right? That can negotiate. We need our own global portfolio which we hold interest in mines, banks, industries throughout the continent, throughout the world. That's ours, you know. That's how we build. So therefore, we should have a stake in the continent. Right now, we don't have no stake in the continent. We don't exist, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, a stake in what, Colin? What did we gonna have a
Well,
stake
Africa
in?
has a lot of wealth. Africa has a lot of wealth. The market, well, Africa's a future. It has a lot of wealth. But the thing is, the people who's going to make all the money in Africa are
Colin.
not us.
Yeah, that's what I was just finna say. China and all these
So,
other
what
places
I'm saying we should be
is
in a position.
already there. They
Yeah, but
already
China. But the thing is, China has not really committed to Africa yet because they not haven't built any heavy
China
industry.
has committed to taking over
Yeah,
Africa.
hold up. They committed, but they cannot do that unless you build heavy industry. They don't have no heavy industry in
What
Africa.
do you think they doing?
Oh, they're mining, they're exporting and stuff like that. They're not really building anything, building this sort of infrastructure where they could settle there. You know?
No, why you think they built all the roads and shit, man?
Yeah, that's the
They
only thing.
building the infrastructure.
I know, but they're not. Hold up, they don't build the sort of infrastructure that's going to make a difference. You know, in them living there. You know, they just build just enough to transport stuff in and transport out. There's no real thing. And the Africans use it because you know they're not really developed. You know, but they're not building highways and expressways and shit like
But
that.
no, yeah, they are.
Every
But
railway,
who
they're
is
not
that?
building heavy
But
gauge rail.
who is
That's right.
that
They're not building.
benefiting? That's
Not
not.
building. They're not building the sort of
That's not
infrastructure.
benefiting the Africans. That's
Why
benefiting
not? I know.
them.
What I'm saying is this though: the Africans, right, since the continent is not really developed, right, do benefit from better
Well, they
than the
benefit to
component.
get the. They have a road to ride on or something
Yeah,
like that. But
so local people will have a road to ride on here and there. When that's about it, and some Africans, that's enough for them. You know. But you know, but it's not anything that's going to make any significant, you know, dent in the human scale of things because, you know, in order for China to get to the next level, they have to militarily take over some part of Africa, and then you'll see, you
they
know,
already have their fucking military.
no, they don't have no military in Africa. You know, they don't have it. China has no military outside China. You know, it's never had a war
Well, it
of
may not be
aggression.
military, but they have like some kind of
No,
police.
no, China has no.
Already.
China has never had any sort of aggression, military, otherwise, throughout its history outside of its borders. You know, it's never had that. Now, other people, basically, Russia, maybe, you know, but China is not that.
Nah, I seen some. China got like a paramilitary, like some kind of police force there
Yeah,
already.
well,
I'm
that's what people
telling you,
said, man. People said,
they ain't no said. It's proof.
no,
They showed this shit.
this is what it is. They had a friggin' in certain Chinese in South Africa, right? Chinese, if they lease out a concession, right? Like a concession, they're running a concession, right? Or like a port authority or something like that. They have rights in that limited concession. Like you have,
Man, you think they
hold
ain't got
on, hold on.
that?
Just like hold up, when you have a college, right? Don't you have a campus police?
All right. Well, don't
So
you
if you
think
have a
they got a
collection of
police where
Chinese
they at?
businesses in a particular area,
They got
right?
a fucking police station on the go on the ground in Africa, man.
I don't know. Not in
I
Africa. They
know.
probably, you know, it's not in Africa. It's probably limited to a Chinese.
Well, it's limited to a Chinese settlement, but it's still,
But,
you know.
but the bottom, it has no power outside that jurisdiction.
And why the fuck they there in the first place?
Because hey, look,
Fuck
I
that.
would feel I would. That's smart. Because the bottom line is this: if anything happens in the, and they also got to report to the local police department. They're still subjected to the local police department.
Man, you think they be subjected to a
Yeah, also
fucking
you also
local
they do
police
hold up. They do
department?
it in America
Are you
too.
kidding me?
Hold up. The Bangladeshis and the Muslims have their own police departments in parts of New York.
But you know they ain't finna fuck with the U.S.
Yeah, but the
police.
thing is, same thing with China. You know, they're not gonna fuck with
And
the government.
man, they'll fuck
I think
over
what
them.
you're doing, you're overestimating these people, bro.
I'm not overestimating shit. The facts is there.
No, you don't have the facts, man. So you don't know. It's not there. You know. The
Tell
bottom
me
line is this:
why China
hold up.
got
They have to have permission.
a free
Hold up,
trade area in
They have to
Nigeria.
basically
Tell me why.
to discharge a weapon, anything like that, it has to be checked in with the police department, the national police department of said country. You know, they can't just do whatever they want. They're still under the command of the regional or the local police department. You know,
And they are the combative shit. They got illegal mining going on, all kinds of
Yeah,
shit.
they're illegal mine, but look what Ghana did. Ghana rounded up and deported like thousands of Chinese when that were legal. This guy, this president of Ghana, ain't playing. He was arrested a whole bunch of them when that. And like I said, and yeah, they may have illegal, but the bottom line, sooner or later, they're gonna get, or like in Angola. I mean, excuse me, in Angola, they burned down the Chinese businesses and kicked them all out. Same thing happened in the Congo. All over the continent, they're throwing the Chinese out, man. So it's not like what you think it is, you know.
Okay, well, that's good.
Yeah, so I'm telling you, I keep investing in the continent. Angola, man, they almost burned down the whole city of Luanda, and the Chinese fled for their life, man. Thousands of them shut their businesses down. They burned down all the Chinese businesses. They just got tired of them, you know. They say, yo, y'all got to go. Chinese are like a plague, you know.
Yeah, I mean, they finally starting to wake up and
No,
realize
Africa's
what the
been woke
fuck
up,
is
right?
going on.
Africa's been woke up, but basically what it is Africans realize now they figured out now they don't really need to try. They did 10, 15 years ago. But now they figured out now we don't really need the Chinese anymore because, you know, we could do these projects ourselves or subcontract out. Before, remember, so the Chinese came in, built everything, right? We're going to build this, one, that, you know. Africans sat back and said, do your thing. Now Africans can master plan projects, mega projects and everything like that and bring in all something like
Man, we were
Dangote's
just
doing.
talking
Dangote,
about this when Keizo came on, man. Y'all got thousands of fucking engineers ain't building
yeah,
shit,
but I
man.
know, but hold on, but that's not fair because you know, there's very few black Africans that have a master plan to build anything. Dangote was like one of the first ones that had a master plan for his own refinery.
Yeah, but I mean, why the fuck you got thousands of engineers if you ain't got no
Well,
master
because
plan to build shit?
that's why you got to coordinate. The African countries got to coordinate that, and basically, when it really comes down to it, foreign investors and anything like
You
that.
mean to tell me all the talent in Africa, all these engineers, and they can't build that fucking dam in the Congo and light up the whole place? I'm done with making excuses for this shit, Colin, man.
Well, yeah, you know, what I mean, so I don't make excuses for either, but the bottom line is, it is what it is. You got a war in the Congo. You know, the bottom line is just like I said. You know, it's unfortunate and everything like that. Hopefully, I just look at the positive sides of Africa. Angola is very stable. You know, Namibia is stable. Botswana is a miracle. You know, Rwanda is actually good. You know,
Yeah,
South Africa's
is it Boston? Oh yeah, Boston.
South Africa's okay.
Man,
Mozambique is
South
well.
Africa, the same niggas that's waiting to rob you as soon as you get a touchdown. Nah, it's okay.
You know, South Africa is like okay. Would you go to Chicago?
Shit. It would, yeah, I would go there. I mean, it's
Well, same
safer
thing in
than
South
going
Africa,
there.
right? Hold on.
No, ain't
If
no
you check,
same thing.
wait, hold on. Chicago, if you go to the wrong neighborhood and
Ain't
wrong
no
thing, you could
fucking
be set
same
up and
thing.
robbed too. You could be set up and robbed in Chicago. You could be set up and robbed in Memphis.
But
It
you
all
know
depends
where
on
you
if your
going. You know,
if your number's up. South Africa, the same thing. You probably go there and never. A majority of people go there and never experience anything. But when it does
Carla,
happen,
when I said it the other night, you about to kick me off the daggone show.
what?
what happened?
What did I say?
What'd you say, Steve?
What, Steve? What did you say?
What about the
Hold on,
South Africans?
my fault. Now, when I was talking about the crime rates, bring up the crime
Oh,
statistics.
what in
Oh yeah, I know.
Africa
I know. I was saying
or
like this.
America?
Hold on. What I'm saying like this. You know, you can when South Africa is like the United States, you can compare the two, right? But let's not compare fucking the Congo, Sudan, Nigeria to Black America. That's what I was trying to tell you. You know, South
I
Africa,
Well,
didn't compare. I didn't compare
it's
those
like,
countries to Black America. I compared
all right, here's the
Mexico,
yeah,
comparison.
Jamaica.
Even Mexico, not
Here's
even
the
comparison.
comparison, caller.
You know?
When you fly to South Africa, get off the plane, you getting robbed. But if
But
you fly,
I'm saying,
no.
look,
If you fly to Chicago, is somebody waiting there to rob you when you get off the plane
hold
in
up. But
Chicago?
Monty and them, hold up. I just got people coming back to us. They didn't get robbed, but it does happen. You know.
No, I'm
But
saying
but be perfectly honest
that's
with
the
you, right?
comparison.
Yeah.
When you fly to Chicago,
Okay.
is
I've been to the
somebody
airport.
out there waiting for your ass to
Here's how.
rob you?
Okay. Let's say it's more likely to happen in a place like Cape Town or
All
Johannesburg.
right,
You
then.
know? Yeah, I agree
Shit.
with that. You know,
They out there
but don't be
waiting
hold. But
for
don't be
you
hold.
in a fake
It doesn't
Uber
mean.
so they can.
Hold up. It doesn't mean that your ass ain't can be targeted in Chicago for some way. You know.
Well, yeah, you can be targeted anywhere, but
That's what I'm saying. You can happen any place.
well,
Wouldn't was act like they
but
never
we
gonna
not gonna
happen in a place
pretend
like
like,
London.
oh, the niggas over there waiting for you with the red carpet. No, the fuck they ain't, man.
No, as I said, sometimes people, the criminals work at the airports and they be working coordinating. They're mostly looking for rich white people. That's what they mostly look.
Uh,
People coming in from Zurich and people coming in from fucking Switzerland and shit
oh
like that. That's what they're really looking for, not you.
yeah,
They ain't looking for you.
yeah. They looking for motherfuckers from America too. Fuck
Yeah, but
that.
they know they're looking for white Americans. They got money. Come on.
They know anybody coming making
Yeah,
that
but they know,
trip
but
got
no, but they
money.
know, but the money you got ain't worth their time. They want those guys that may have like $50,000 worth of jewelry on them.
Man,
But
they
somebody
look
basically
good.
got when they got bonds like the bearer bonds that they could basically
They'll
take
fucking kill your ass for
forward and
$5,
cash flow and that.
Kyler. Man,
They
get
got
the
hold up,
fuck
they
out
got
of here.
bonds worth $1 million in their suitcase, or they got cash in their suitcase and whatnot. They got 100K in cash and whatnot in suitcase. They're about to do something. Those are the
Kyler,
people that get targeted, bro.
they'll kill your ass for $2, man. Quit
No,
playing.
no, not in South Africa, man. Too much chicken, man. You being ridiculous, man. Ain't trying to kill your ass for no $2, man.
I'm pretty sure that could happen in South Africa because they good for
But
robbing
no,
people's
not no.
phones
So
too.
oh, look, Nigeria, yes, they'll get you for $2.
Ah,
He love bashing.
No, I'm just telling you, man. Nigeria, I can see that, not South Africa, bro.
excluding war, right? I think South Africa is like the most murderous country in Africa.
Yeah, they vicious as
You
South.
ever notice that the two
Mm.
groups of people that has highest murder rate, not absent war, are both countries with a huge white and black population? South Africa and the United States. You ever notice that? And Brazil.
Um,
uh,
well, that's
Brazil,
what I always say. Like
America, and
any
South Africa got white populations and black populations, right? Competing, right? And all
right.
three countries have a huge crime problem.
I mean, what's the problem in Jamaica?
Well, Jamaica has
ah,
a white people. White people run Jamaica. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Haitians, same thing. Haiti.
Well, Haiti, I don't think Haiti is a war. That's a war thing. It's not crime. That's war. I don't remember seeing anybody
Okay.
get robbed or killed when that's a
What
war.
about Trinidad? Is Trinidad bad?
Yeah,
What is it?
Trinidad's a
Trinidad
white
or
white people there in Trinidad. Indians, whatnot.
yeah. What about the DR, Dominican Republic,
White people in JR.
South America, Venezuela? I mean, we get his name every fucking country, man.
Yeah, but
Come on.
Venezuela never had a fucking. Now Brazil, El Salvador. El Salvador's problem is
Well, they
the
keep
fact that
going.
they're
What about
mixed with.
Ghana? What about?
Ghana doesn't have really a really dangerous crime
nah,
problem.
nah? I
Yeah.
think it's more of a.
Hey,
I
man.
think it's more of a access to guns. That's what I think is more of.
Yeah, more white countries have access to guns.
Right. Right.
That's why I say I'll never live in a country. You will never live in peace in a country where white people will
What
raid the law.
about Benin? What about Cote d'Ivoire? What about we
Yeah, but
get
those
this?
They
countries are
don't really
peaceful,
have,
man.
like I said, they don't really have guns like that. So
They don't have guns, man. So you don't have to worry
What,
about that.
okay,
Like in Liberia, I
they
completely
got
safe.
fucking knives, don't they?
Yeah, but the bottom line, you can't disarm somebody with a knife. You going to be shot killed.
you gotta understand like the mindset of somebody a criminal when they get a gun in their hands. They it just makes them much worse.
A knife ain't doing nothing with me, man. Come on.
Shit, I'll blow a hole in your ass with a
Just say
knife.
please. I'll disarm you in a fucking minute.
I'll blow holes in your motherfucking ass.
Oh
Pop, pop.
please,
You
man.
thought you got shot with a gun, nigga.
Oh please, man. Please. Before you can even get that thing off,
Pop,
man,
pop, pop,
that knife
pop.
will be
You be
you'll be
like, oh
hemmed up.
shit.
You'll be
Hey,
hemmed up, and that
nigga,
knife will be
I
at
hit
your
your ass
throat,
so
man.
fast you wouldn't even know you
That
was
knife will be
getting
in your throat, man. Please, man.
pop, pop, pop. I hit your ass about 10
I
times.
never worry about nobody. I never worry about no fucking fool with a knife. I know most people can't fight, man. They
I
don't even
hit
know how
your
to hold a
ass
knife
20
properly.
times before you even knew it.
They
You
don't
be
know how to
trying to throw a
fucking. They don't know how
punch
to
and shit.
fucking. They don't know how to hold a knife properly. You probably don't even know how to hold a knife properly.
Right, Colin, sure.
If you ain't got a gun, now if you got a gun, I'm like, hey, you got me, right? You ain't got a gun, man. That's how I am, man. You ain't got a gun in your hand, man. You know, I've been stuck.
That's
I
a
had a
smart.
gun.
So
Hey,
all
that's
that
that's
nigga got
smart,
to do is
Colin.
pull
Yo,
a gun on you,
I had a gun
Colin.
put. Yo, I had a gun put in my
That's
face
smart.
a few times, right? I had a gun put in my face too. I'm like, yo, all right, man, bro, we're good. You know, the
Colin,
knives,
listen, if
man.
if Colin would have did something,
Oh,
he wouldn't been here right now. He wouldn't have been here. So
That's it. I'm
that's
like this.
smart,
If you
Colin.
know, fucking put a gun in my face, man. Yo, I'm like, all right, good. You good? Take what you want. You know. You know, I was
yeah.
at a bank. I was in the middle of a bank robbery. You know. I'm like,
I
God, bro,
don't
I'm
give a
good, man.
fuck about none of that. If I'm right, I'm right. But I don't give a fuck if you got a gun. You gonna shoot me.
Man, get the fuck out of here. I ain't trying to die over no bullshit.
people be talking
I
tough
ain't
on the
trying.
internet.
You
I
want to
ain't
talk that
trying to
shit, man?
die.
You
I'm
be the
not
first
trying
one
to
pissing
die with
your
no
pants.
bullshit either. But
Everybody talking that tough shit, man. You be pissing your pants, man.
you crazy as
What I'm
fuck.
gonna do is I'm gonna do a skit. I'm gonna go out there, find Benson Medinka, and use some
Why?
blanks when I,
I'm not hard to find.
and I'll be like shooting blanks at you. Be running,
You gonna shoot blanks?
you run down the road. Don't kill me! Don't kill me!
Hell
You know,
nah.
I'd be like, oh, it's only me, man. It's Colin, man. I ain't gonna hurt you, man. Oh, Colin, man.
You know how many times the police put a gun in my fucking face?
Yeah, but you know the police got restraint
Please.
though. You
They
know,
gonna
the
be
police got restraint.
straight.
America has averaged about 50 homicides daily for 350 million people. Actually pretty good. You know, 325 million people, 50 people dying homicide. Not bad, man. You know,
Where's that?
yo, check this out. Chico, someone third class American. Africa has 60 million people, and I thought Africa had a billion people. You know, it says Africa has 60 million people and 85 homicides. You know, most homicides in Africa aren't reported. That's the reason. There's no data. Like Ghana has absolutely no data for
Man,
reporting crimes.
listen.
These countries don't have no data to report crimes.
Somebody
Really,
somebody that brought up the stats about South Africa, man. It's because in America, right? America, we
South
got some of
Africa
the
seems
worst
like it's
cities.
higher crime because they actually keep track of their crime stats.
The thing about America is we got some of like the worst cities in the world as far as crime,
Yeah,
as
but
far as like
we keep
homicide
track of
rate.
our stats. It seems like that, right?
Hold on, let me finish. Let
People,
me
yo,
finish.
if
But we also got some of
more
the.
countries basically
yeah.
track their real stats and when have
I
crime.
mean, yeah, if you look at the data for real, shit, America's more safe.
Yeah, if everybody was honest about their freaking their stats or whatnot, yeah,
Yeah.
America will look like heaven. You know,
I mean, America is one of the safest countries in the world. It is.
it
It's
is a
just that we
safer
got,
country.
like I
But
said,
now
there's some
something is
cities in America.
most countries in the world don't really report their real stats. They don't have the capacity to do that. You
South
know,
Africa has accurate stats though.
well, it's accurate. It's just somewhat accurate, better than most countries in Africa.
Well, you know, that's because South Africa's more modern.
Yeah, so South Africa has modern
Basically,
stats.
basically, Memphis, Tennessee has the same homicide rate as South Africa.
Sad
I just looked it
situation.
up a while ago. Yeah,
That's
that's
I would like to go to
sad.
South Africa, but that crime down there, man, just yeah. I don't know.
Man, just go to
Nah,
Memphis, Colin.
nah, Colin, it ain't that bad. Take your ass down
Nah, I'll stick with Liberia, bro.
just go to Memphis. Just go to Memphis, Colin. That's
No, I wouldn't go to Memphis on my day off, man.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
go to Memphis and
I
meet
wouldn't go to
Judge
Memphis
Joe
on
Brown.
Sunday. I wouldn't go
Go
to Memphis
Memphis,
on Sundays,
go
right?
Memphis and do an interview with Judge Joe Brown.
I would not go to Memphis under any circumstance. Man, I ain't going to that fucking place. You know, crazy. Memphis and St. Louis, hell no. You know,
Oh yeah, St. Louis.
to be
Yeah.
here, these Africans don't take down sound crazy. Yeah, of course. We said that. Thank you for being Captain Obvious, Push Me Bill. We were just saying that. African countries don't have no way of tracking real crime stats. People, and whatever it is, like 100 times what they report, worse than what they report.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Disappearance, kidnappings, whatnot. They don't even freaking bother reporting that shit. You know,
Yeah, they don't keep no records of that shit, man.
so you don't know what the hell you're getting yourself into. People like, I'm moving to Africa. It's so safe when that, and then they get hemmed up and shit. You know, American Negroes when that. I'm going to Africa, man. Like, dude, you crazy. The only country I can put my money on is safe is Liberia. You know, I know it. You know, but the other these countries like the Gambia, people get disappearing, dying, poison, some everything going on in Africa, right? They don't have a proper autopsy. There's African Americans that be dying of suspicious means in Ghana and places like that, right? People get taking their land back through poison and whatnot. and they don't have a proper way of how to do autopsy. That happened a lot, you know.
Well, they don't have a proper fucking hospital. Shit.
They don't have the proper autopsy, so you don't know what the fuck happened. Not too long ago, you know, this girl, there's a girl ended up dead in Ghana. It was a girl that was killed back in. Remember the day Natalie Holloway was killed in the Caribbean? Remember that?
What
There
was
was a
it?
black girl
There
that
was a
was
black girl.
no. This was a black girl the same year that was killed in Ghana from New Jersey on a school field trip to Ghana. That
Damn.
same year.
The
And
fuck.
now, if I know what I know now, right? The black community here and the black community in Ghana tried to bury the story because they thought it was going to ruin the relationship. She was found dead by a pool.
What the fuck? A young teenage girl.
Girl, 16 years old.
Fuck. What? Damn.
And
What
they
the fuck?
said, well, the police like, oh, we think it was an accident. She may have fell in the pool, drowned, and
What?
crawled out and died. No, people were like, no, she was killed. You know,
Damn, that's
it was a
good.
girl. She was a pretty girl too, man. She was found dead in the pool. I
Oh,
think she snuck out of her room, and then she was found dead the next morning. You know, that was in Ghana.
uh,
Let me see if I can find this case. Let me see if I can find this case on ChatGPT. You know, let me see.
shit.
Black girl found dead in Ghana. Black girl.
That's
girl.
the thing about you'll never know what happened.
Yeah, well, nobody know because the Bible is it is what it is. From New Jersey. Jersey.
That's why I be hating when I be watching the news, man, and they be saying we have to do our investigations.
Yeah, we
Like how much investigating you gotta do? Shit, see what the fuck happened. No, we have to finish our investigation. The motherfucker that stabbed his parents to death. We have to do investigations. Yeah, you know that motherfucker that just killed his parents. The whatever the motherfucker.
her name was Felicia Moore. Her body was found in Ghana while on a school trip. Her death was investigated. Yeah, right. You know, I would know
See, I'm
now.
telling you, that's the key word. We have to do
I
investigation.
said her death was investigated. There was controversy around circumstances, but this is not a recent 2005. No curve. Okay, so that was Felicia Moore, 18 years old. I remember that, you know. And the
Yeah,
Ghanaian government said, "Oh, we can't find no evidence," and
yeah.
so that people, the parents lost their daughter or whatnot on school trip
Uh,
uh, from
Fucking trip to
New
the
Jersey.
motherland, huh?
Yeah, so but they basically was like, you know, no one, everyone tried. I don't even blame the Ghanaian government. It was the so-called Pan Africanists who tried to cover that shit up. You know, it was a Pan
Damn,
Africanist.
damn,
Oh man, that's a white conspiracy. When that, the girl was dead. Yeah, that
damn.
was 2005. You know, yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, what year was Natalie Holloway? I thought it was the same year Natalie. Yeah, 2005. Natalie Holloway was around the same time, 2004, 2005. You know,
Right.
and so she was found dead in a pool. Some people believe she was raped. You know,
Yeah, I mean, you know how they.
but nobody's talking about it. You go to Ghana, shh, don't talk about it. Just like Fiancra, two African American women killed in Fiancra. Don't talk
Yeah.
about it. I was like, motherfucker, I'll talk
I
about it.
was watching a YouTube video a few days ago. Some dude got up there and said he got robbed in Ghana, and a lady came up there the other day on YouTube said she got robbed in Ghana.
Yeah,
I was like,
she said she got robbed by police.
yeah, yeah, you know
We
which one I'm
understand.
talking about. Yeah, that one. I
You
seen
know,
that
yeah.
one. You
I'm
seen the
like, they
one?
say, oh yeah, they say the Nigerian agents set to make Ghana look bad. It's funny, man. It's just funny. So getting the Nigerians are conspiring to make Ghana look bad, so they get some of this African American data.
Hey, anything that goes on in Africa, just blame it on the Nigerian shit.
I don't know. They said they say they found her outside the pool. I think she was in the pool, outside the pool, but they was like saying to herself, it was I don't know. They didn't do a proper autopsy. We'll never know. You know.
Yeah, I mean they can know if they don't even have a proper thing to see if she got raped. Like
Yeah,
what
they
the
didn't have
fuck?
a proper equipment. They still don't have it. Imagine that was 20 years ago. You know. That was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And what I don't like is
No,
when
I know they didn't
I
have
see
shit 20 years
black women,
ago.
black women travel to God. What it gives me, these young black women, they go to Africa, right? They would never even go into an all black neighborhood by themselves, right? In
Yeah.
America. When
See,
they get
that's that pan
to
fantasy shit. Oh, we going to Africa. They love it. Nah, I don't give a
yeah,
fuck
so they go
about
to
shit.
Africa, no protection, no nothing, whatnot, and let's go there. We're going there, girl. You know, they go there thinking it's America. They can live the city girl life, walk around drunk in public, and stuff like that. Don't know that attracts attention. You know.
Yeah, the wrong attention. Get your ass out of
You know,
fucking
so it is what it is. That goofy individual. So Principe's on some shit, man.
Principe. It's over, my guy. Hit the link.
Yeah, that really right there. Back 2025. So when I first got on, so I remember that case, man. That shit always bothered me. You know, that case, that girl that got killed in Ghana. That always stuck in my mind, right? How it was covered up like that, you know.
Yeah, I
And it
never
made
even
me be
heard about
suspicious. It
that
made me
shit.
so suspicious of these Pan African types, you know. And
Damn.
then 10 years later, those two sisters were killed in Ghana. The elderly sister was killed in Ghana. And
Oh yeah, them dudes took
the
the
girls with the
car and
they
shit.
killed her.
Yeah,
They bludgeoned them and left them in a shallow grave. When that was never properly investigated, you know.
yeah, that was vicious as fuck.
Yeah,
Wasn't
so
it just like it was a Senegalese soccer player or something like that, like a young boy that
no,
got
that's
killed
what
in
they
Ghana
always do. They always
recently?
pass it off to somebody else. It was some
Yeah,
mysterious
I don't
foreigner.
know.
No, man.
I don't
No, I'm saying
know.
the person that got killed was from Senegal, but he got killed in Ghana.
Who's this? No, I'm talking about two
Nah, he
elderly
was talking
sisters.
about the old black lady that from America that got
You two
Oh
killed.
no,
black
no,
ladies.
I'm bringing up another story. I'm bringing up another story.
Oh, oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You just gotta watch your ass wherever you travel, man. You know. Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
it
What's
is.
happening? What's
yeah.
happening, man?
For
Round two, what's
Yo,
happening,
yo,
man? How you doing?
Yo, what's good, my
What's
yeah, the
happening,
only
Haitian
way,
bro?
brother?
the only way black people long term going to be part of Africa is we got to build our own enclaves and we got to have our own military and police and security. That's it. You know. Can't go there with nothing else, man. Oh no. Here comes the Adamus report. Oh no.
Oh, hell
Professor?
nah. I'm not
Yeah,
finna be cordial, Carla. I cannot
Oh
say
yeah,
what
yeah.
I
The
can
Beto,
do, man.
Kala,
Adamus
Kala,
is a guest, man. Behave.
Kala.
Hey, man,
I,
put me
I,
on mute. Put me on mute.
I
I'm
heard what you guys were saying about the safety thing.
yeah.
Here's the thing, man. You guys can blame anybody but yourself. I want you guys to hear me out. You people, instead of behaving as American citizens, where the American power is respected, but because the hatred you have in your heart against white people, you went on to disadvantage yourself, identifying with African people as the same. They don't
Oh yeah, bro.
investigate.
Adamus, let me say this, bro. When I
Hold
go
on, let me
to
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. This is why your own people here, this is why I don't associate with blacks, because blacks have the power of the American government, but they hate for white people. They give up all that power, identifying with African, and you disadvantage yourself to a point where that's why most of us who are like become a naturalized citizen, we don't want anything to do with you guys because you guys don't understand the power of the American citizenship. You go to Ghana, you want to, or Africa, you want to hide stuff, just because you think you are in a war with white people. So now you understand why we separate ourselves away from you, because you don't understand the territory you're going in. You have all the advantage, but you give up your advantage because you're so naive. You think that you are fighting war with white people instead of, you know, holding up your American citizenship. Just be an American. In Africa, they're not going to investigate what happened to you. They're not going to. But if a white person, you guys think it's about whiteness, but no, it's about your citizenship. That's what determines it.
something happens to a white person, it will be investigated. If something happened to your ass, they won't investigate it because you are saying you are Pan-African, you are African. So therefore, you are getting the African treatment. But most of you, none of you understand this. You know,
But
like
you're not making sense though.
no,
How
no,
they're
no, 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 no,
dropping.
no, sir. You've never been to Africa. You don't know shit about what you're talking about.
Show
I'm
some respect. Show some respect, man.
look. Let me finish. You've never been there. You are in your feelings.
No, I'm
I'm
saying
telling you. Look,
where are they saying they're
look.
not American? This lady, give me
Because
the
look,
example.
look,
Give me an
look.
example in this example.
First of all, didn't you hear what Carla said? The
Okay.
Pan Africans, the blacks, swept it under the rug. They stepped in and swept it under the rug. But if they treated it as an American thing, involving the American embassy, the white people, trust me, it would be investigated. But once you go into the Pan African route, because the Pan Africans think they are in a war with white people, they're like, oh, hush, hush, don't say this because this is going to look bad on us. You know, even here they do it where they cook up the books. They don't want to show black criminals when in reality they are criminals, but they are like, if we report it, it's going to look bad. That's not a good thing because you are harboring enemies within yourself, you know, and those people, their victims are blacks. If you go to Africa, you're going to Africa, you don't need to, you're not fighting with no white people because at that point you are an American, you know, so you better understand that and allow your American government to prevail. But when you say, okay, we're Pan-African, you know, you're dissociating yourself from America and identifying as this African thing, you are gonna get the African treatment because African deaths are not investigated. That you must understand that.
So
Like
you
you,
telling me the embassy does not recognize that these guys have an American carrying passport?
sir, sir,
You understand?
sir. Here's the thing. Didn't you hear what college said?
He's saying that they're Pan Africanists. They're not. Her family's not saying
No,
all
no,
that.
no, no, sir.
The American embassy is not
Look,
saying all that.
no, no, no. If you're Pan Africanist, that's what you're coming in as. You're not registering with the American embassy. You're not registering as an American person. Do you think the white government is going to involve themselves between people who call themselves Pan Africanists and they believe they are there with their families? Why would they get there? Why would they be
They're
involved?
American citizens, dude.
Sir, I get that, but here's the thing.
What the hell?
I think your IQ might be lower than 60.
No, just right above yours. Just right above it. Just right above yours, man. Just right above yours.
Look. Because here's the thing, you're speaking from your feelings. You
I'm
don't
talking
understand.
factual. They have an actual passport.
Sir,
If you go to Gambia
sir,
because you call
they are
yourself
not.
a Pan
Hold
Africanist,
on,
if
hold
you
on.
die, there's going to be an
No,
investigation because you're an
no.
American citizen. They're trying to make
Sir,
it seem that because you declare
look,
yourself a
sir,
Pan African, all of a sudden they're not going to
Hold on,
investigate. That's dumb as hell.
Hold on. What I think we're saying was,
That's dumb as hell, bro. I'm Haitian. If there was a death, he's saying what he's saying doesn't even make sense. If there's a death,
Hold on. What I was saying was, like I said, when I saw the case, I began suspicious of it because it was like even when Fianca happened, right? It was even my good brother Bomani, right? Because he was there at the time of Fianca. Nothing. So they don't want to talk about nothing, right? Because to really get to the bottom of what happened in Fianca, you would have to involve the U.S. government and stuff like that, the embassy and stuff like that. And these guys were on this black power, black nationalist, white man, the devil, and also like that. That does not work when you go to Africa. I'm telling you. And you attracting this sort of attention. Like, if we do something to these people, like one of my guys, Cameroonian brother from back in the day, Yembe Alongo, right? He's from Cameroon. Loves African Americans, right? And before I went to Africa, he said, Colin, when you go to Africa, I would suggest you go to Ghana, right? Because other countries will be a culture shock to you. Nigeria will be a culture shock to you, right? And he says the first thing you do if you go to Africa is check in with your U.S. That stuck with me, right? Because when I go to Liberia, even though I consider myself Liberian, my homeland, I check in with the U.S. Embassy. I register with the U.S. I tell them my activities, why I'm there. It's like that. In case something happens, they can evacuate me. I get in trouble. Like I got detained in Liberia last year. I can just call my embassy, whatever like that. I'm a U.S. citizen, right? Pan-African stuff goes to the side. Officially, I'm a U.S. citizen. When I'm in Liberia, I'm a U.S. citizen. I have a passport. I'm a U.S. citizen. If I'll talk to my embassy if I have any trouble, my congressman, whatever like that, And so
No,
therefore,
no, Carla. My point is, did her family press the issue?
well,
Sir,
the family was basically just saying, we want to know what's going on and whatnot, and I guess the people who sponsored the trip was Pan-African from New
Oh,
Jersey,
okay.
hold on. Kala.
That's different.
Kala, you gave example of Natalie Holloway, right?
Yeah,
Okay, good. I'm glad you gave that example. She was in, was it Aruba?
Aruba, yeah.
Okay, her family and other people pursued that. So this principal who's in his feelings, this is the type of people you don't want to associate with, because if something happens to you in Africa and they are alive, they're not gonna be the ones pushing for you. Because you need people here who would be pressuring the US
Your
embassy, the government.
family, family,
No.
your
Hold
family,
on.
sir.
Sir, it doesn't have to necessarily be your family. You need people who are on your side to shed light on this. So
Who are those people,
hold
sir?
on,
Who are those people, sir?
sir. It doesn't have to necessarily be your family.
So who?
You
Tell
know,
me who then. Tell me who. You're just rambling. Tell me who.
you can go. You need people to go to a
Like who?
congressman.
Like who?
This,
Example.
sir.
The
First of
congressman
all,
gonna come to you, or your family's gonna go to the
okay.
congressman.
Hold on. If I'm friends with you, for example, something happens to me. Can't you go to the congressman and highlight and
I
let them
have
know?
your friends and family have to go to the congressman. Your friends and family have to go to the
Let me finish.
ambassade.
Let me finish. So therefore, if somebody got people like you, you're not gonna make that move because you're thinking in your head, you guys are fighting with white people, Pan Africanism. So therefore, if you shed light on it, this is going to look bad on black people. So therefore, you're going to, your life is going to be, the person's life is going to be in vain. This is what I have been seeing happening. Even the people that stuff happened to them in Gambia, I found out they never even went to the US embassy to register. These people think they are super Negroes, they are Pan Africans, which is so stupid.
Yeah, that's
Like,
dumb. You're right. That's
you know,
dumb. I'm saying that's dumb.
so
You're right with that one.
therefore, like, it's so dumb. So the people that you need to step in for you, those people believe that they are hiding this under the rug. That's my entire point. You need people who understand what being an American means. You separate yourself, you understand you're in a foreign country. If something happens, they are going to step in for you. But a lot of the people that are doing the blackity black stuff, nothing is happening because they
But
believe.
that's not pan. That's just stupidity. That's not Pan
Well,
Africanism.
a lot of Pan
that's
Africans
what
are
it's
rooted
been.
in stupidity, bro. A lot of
If
Pan rooted.
somebody does a crime to you
Look,
just because he's
look,
black doesn't mean you're supposed
look,
to protect
look,
him because he's
Prince,
black. That's dumb as
Prince,
hell.
Okay, it happens all
Prince,
the time,
Prince.
bro.
Most of the people, black people that go to these countries, when crimes happen to them, they don't report it to the US embassy because they think they are talking to the white devil. Do you understand how stupid these people are? They are against themselves. That's my entire point. They are totally against themselves. I know Gambian people who are dual citizen. Literally, they are born there. When they step in Gambia, and that's their original country, they report straight to the US embassy. Mind you, they report straight there to let them know I'm here in case something happens to them. But you got American native born who don't have any relatives in these places. They just go, they think, it's the black stuff. is the most dangerous thing
first thing I
that
do.
people do to themselves.
Hold
Like
up.
the US government is very powerful.
Hold up.
They can make shit happen when they step in. You
Abradamas,
know, answers come out. Why would you go out of your way to disadvantage yourself? Look, the black stuff is cute. When you are here in America, you can cosplay whatsoever, but when you are not in America, life becomes real. So you gotta be smart. You can play dumb.
When I go to Liberia, hold on. When I go to Liberia,
so that's the entire thing.
The
If
first
you
thing I
want
do when
your
I go to
things to be
Liberia,
investigated, look, I'm just keeping it real. You don't want to get the African treatment. Shit happened to African in Africa. Nobody's gonna investigate that. They don't give a fuck about no African, even in Africa. So, you know, if you are someone with a citizenship that people care about, why don't you represent that? That's my whole point. Why don't you represent it? Because you now have the insurance. If something happens to you, it will be investigated. Your people that are here, friends or family, they can pressure the congressperson from your area to contact the embassy. That's how Natalie Holloway has, it's not because she's white. White people just know how to, leverage their citizenship. That's all. Like, you don't have to go there and pretend to be African.
hold up,
Africans are not
Abradamas, hold on.
getting
Let me
any
address Brody
fair
in the chat room.
treatment.
Hold on, let me address Brody
I
in the chat
mean,
room.
it's unfortunate, but that's the truth.
Abradamas.
If you die in the morning, they are burying you,
Am I off?
by 5 p.m.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, he just
Yeah.
keep talking.
Yeah, that's what they would do to you.
Abradamas.
Shut
Plain
up.
and simple. So
Abradamas.
therefore,
Avodamus.
Shut up.
Avodamus.
Man.
Yo, chill, relax. Avodamus. Collar trying to say something, man.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Let me address Baruti first. And I'll get it back to everybody. Baruti says, Colin, what separates a person identifies African? Well, how many times I tell you? An African American simply is somebody basically who's descendant of the transatlantic slave trade that have the original African story rooted in the slave trade in America, right? A Ugandan American is somebody born in like you, born in Uganda.
Who was that who got triggered about the truth?
What?
No, that's somebody in the chat, man.
Somebody in the chat.
No, someone was screaming, "Oh, shut up!" Like here's the truth, man.
I was
No.
telling you to shut up
You
because
was
you
talking
kept
and Colin
talking
was
while
trying to say
Khaled
something.
was talking. I was getting.
I didn't hear anything that
Yeah.
was Tyler talking.
That's why I told you to shut up,
My
motherfucker.
fault.
Oh man,
Now
you need
relax,
to
man.
shut
Relax.
up.
It was
That's what's up right there, man.
it was a
That's what's
misunderstanding. It
up.
was a misunderstanding.
The guy sounds like he sounds like an idiot. I'm not. I can't hear anything, to be honest.
Yeah, you probably got to go out and come back. Collar trying to say something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't hear it.
All right.
But I can hear you.
All right. Abradamas made a good point. I've been saying that for years. Black people going to Africa talk about they ain't American and all that stupid. It's dumb. It's just dumb, foolish, right? I would say you go to Africa, basically you go outside this country, right? You are a U.S. citizen, and basically like this. First thing you do is check in with your U.S. embassy. The first thing. That's the first thing I do when I go to Liberia is check in with my embassy. Say I'm here because I'm here on business. When I'm here with this, blah, blah, blah. I tell them I'm staying. Everything so they can get a hold to me anytime. If I lose my passport, anything like that, they know who I am. If I need to be evacuated, whatever like that, emergency, they could do it. You always check in with your embassy. If you're going to stay in long periods of time, always check in your embassy at least once a month. Go by and visit and tell them who you are and tell them what you're doing. And when that, tell them if you have any problem. That's what the embassy for. If you have any problems beyond embassy, you can contact your congressperson. Your congress or your representative, whatnot, is your direct line of communication for any problems you have in a foreign country. You call your congressman. I remember back in the Jim Jones situation, it was a congress person that went to visit there. A U.S. congressman went there that somebody wrote them and said, I don't feel safe here in Jonestown. We want to leave. And a congressman wouldn't investigate somebody from his district that was living in Jonestown, Guyana. It's your U.S. congressman. If you're in trouble in the country, that's going to be the person that's going to go there and see what's going on, or he'll send somebody. That's the part. Even before the State Department and everything, you're a U.S. congressman. A lot of stuff people don't even know. Well, how does these things work? But there's been a lot of people have been abused in Africa, lost money, property, whatnot, scammed, right? But they refused to do one thing. Like the Hebrew Israelites, right? They've been in Ghana for all those years and they took their land back, just robbed them. No warning, no nothing like that. Instead of just saying, going to the U.S. Embassy and say, look, we've been wrong and whatnot, and get an injunction, like the U.S. government will talk to the Ghanaian government, hey, what's going on? One of our citizens here like this. They just sat there and went on social media, oh, woe is us, this is wrong, we're all black people, and we're bliggity black. Why would somebody else that's bliggity black is doing this to us and everything like that? And that was a freaking mess. All right, Elvis, go on.
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
up?
I don't hear how Elvis. What's up, Elvis?
Oh, what's up, man? What's up to the panel? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've been, I got a cold, so I didn't come on early. But in terms of the reparations versus Santa Claus, reparations is not so impossible. It's not impossible, really.
It is impossible.
Tyler, let
Santa
me let
Claus,
me let me finish
Santa
saying what
Claus
I'm saying,
coming
brother.
in on a sleigh of reindeer
Tyler,
is more believable.
Tyler, relax. So I think it's possible if it's not in a cash payment, right? In the form of a cash payment. So if they probably want to get reparation in kind, in other things, the government can probably make it happen as opposed to paying them in physical cash. Because
Who exactly would they pay?
cash is finite, right? It's
Yeah,
the
but
government.
hold on.
Tyler,
Who
let me
exactly?
just make the point. I mean, I'm
No, I
not
know
here to
you
argue
answer
with
the
you,
question.
man.
Who exactly would be qualified to get this?
Yeah, this is where you have to work out, the modernity of it. But my point is, if you're talking about something where descendants of slavery, whether you're starting from, let's say, the current generations that's alive, maybe your anybody under 25, for example, could get certain level of education or get an education for free and certain placement in certain places, industries, something that's going to build your life up, give you an advantage, but where it's not going to rip money away from the government coffers. I think it
Well,
can happen
let
if
me ask
that's
you a question. Let me ask you a
the
question, right?
blueprint.
Let me ask you a question. Serious question, right? Who would qualify for this? And how do you prove that your ancestors suffered? What if you would have said in the free blacks?
Well, anyone who was
So 10% of the
enslaved,
black population was free in
right?
America.
That's what I'm saying. This reparation is for enslaved people,
Okay, so
descendants of enslaved people. That's what I'm saying.
prove
So
slavery is
those who
okay?
have the records and who
There
can
are no
prove,
records. There are no records.
no, there are records, Colin.
Hold
There
on,
are
hold up,
records that
hold up,
people.
hold up. Okay, what if the records say, although I own slaves, they won my plantation. I have no record of them working or doing, or basically we had a sharecropping system where.
By virtue of the person being enslaved, they qualify for
Yeah, but hold up.
reparation.
But the thing is, though, if you say they're enslaved, right? So in other words, is it for the labor or just being enslaved?
Right. That's what I said. They have to work it out, right? Because if you're talking about the monetary value that they had worked for, they work forcefully for without being paid.
But how do you basically this? So in other words, basically, if the monetary value total of a slave's life they work for, probably in today's term, brought no more than $50,000 over a lifetime, right? Why
But
should
that's
that
the
slave
point. You're looking at it. I made a
hold up,
proposal.
hold
Colin,
up, why would
you can't let me finish, man. What's up with you and me?
go
You
ahead,
think
go
this is
ahead,
an argument between you and I?
go
It's not
ahead.
an argument, bro. I'm just making a proposal. Relax. My point here is that it's not going to be monetary. That's going to be the hardest pathway. You have to do it through kind, or, through service. So they're not going to go there and try to calculate, hours spent working, a year spent working, and try to, uh, 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 give you the money that your ancestor lost. No, They're gonna say the fact that you're enslaved is wrong, is unnatural, and as such, we're gonna repair you by giving you an advantage where you can prosper economically. But we're not taking money from the coffers of the country and paying it to you outright. We're gonna give you education. We're gonna give you the opportunity to get trades, for let's say 2 or 3 generations, and that way you have a leg up where the government will cover the cost, but the money is not coming out of the treasury. That's possible. So it's not so
Non-cash,
impossible that
non-cash,
reparation can
man.
happen.
Non-cash.
Yeah, not cash. Not cash reparation is more plausible than
So you're gonna
cash
tell the average
reparations.
person down this walking down picketing talking reparations, right? That don't worry, you're not gonna get cash, right? You're not gonna get no presents for Christmas because you ain't got no cash, right? But long term, we're gonna give you education. You think they're gonna go for that?
Yeah, smart
I
people
mean,
would.
Bantu Madinka in the background said, cut the check.
Let's see what Bantu Mendinka say. Let's see what Bantu Mendinka is
He
pretty
said, cut
interesting.
the check.
Look,
Bantu
look,
It,
look.
Yo,
you,
I was in the chat. I
I'm gonna say
said,
this
cut the
to the
yo,
to
check.
Bantu
the
Mendinka, do you want education and training, or do you
the
want the money?
topic on
All of
discussion
that. We
tonight.
want all that, but cut the
Look,
check too.
look, look, Carla, here's the thing. The
Absolutely.
United States government have already paid reparation. This stuff these people are talking about, the education is all here. You can get it for free. Okay. It's all here. Too many bastard babies
Can you
have
hear
been
me?
made with different people, from Africa, Caribbean island. You can kiss the reparation goodbye. Go check out in California. The blacks went there when they started talking about reparation. They gave them a fake reparation. Now they just passed something saying the delineation because they are pushing for that. Go and read it and see there. So I'm not gonna sit here and pretend or people telling you stuff based on feelings. You're not getting any reparation. Reparation have been paid in Section 8, food stamps. They've
Man,
paid,
see, this is why I
That's
can't
over
not
billion,
stand
reparations.
over.
dudes,
That's a
Cali,
Look,
safety.
man. Who the
okay,
fuck
look,
is
That's
you
look.
a
talking
safety
about?
You
net
can
program
hold
that's
on,
Hey,
hold on,
available
yo,
to
hold on. Let me
everybody.
finish.
bro,
That's
I think
for
it's
Let me finish.
reparations.
everybody.
Let me finish.
Shut
You
your
you know
I think
you
it is
can you
reparations.
can you can call it
Kali,
what you
you agree
like,
with that?
but that is reparation.
That's
And
not
guess what?
reparations.
Let me say this,
Social
right?
Well,
safety net programs is
Man,
not
Kali, you
no,
reparations
no,
for
agree?
it's
anybody.
not it's not it's not
Hold
it's
up.
not an entitlement for people to have it. They've given it to
Oh,
blacks so
man.
that they can have leg up.
Shut your
They've
Hold on.
given
I'm
it
self.
to
It
them
ain't
for
even
gonna
coming
That's
from
70
not
years.
even
blacks,
true. You're
man.
so wrong. You're so
Hold on.
That
Let me
wrong.
shit
say.
wasn't
Let me
even
say this, right?
created
Let
for
me say this.
blacks. You
Let me say this. Let me say this. Okay. My point I'm trying to make is this, right? Uh, when you really look at it, right now, no matter what I say, people feel like they want to check. I get that. I understand that, right? But when you really look at it, right? You know, black people in America, like I played the video
Tyler.
yesterday of Donald Trump saying the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment were written for slave babies, so we guarantee a place in America. No legislature, anything could deprive us from citizenship, right? Out of that, it took 100 years, but out of that, black people in America are full citizens of this country. You know,
Are you a slave baby, Kyla?
I'm descendant of slave babies.
Okay.
Oh my
Well,
I
what he
don't
was
care. I
saying
don't
is
care.
that it was
Hold on, hold
written
on, hold on.
for.
Look, I'm descendant of slave babies, in America. So the
But
bottom line
why
is
did he call you guys slave when it wasn't even written right
hold
after
on, hold
slavery? It
on,
was in the
because
1960s,
hold
and he
on. The
said it was
bottom
written
line
for
is this. Hold on.
slave babies.
Our ancestors were slaves.
Right. It's
Our
an
ancestors
insult,
were
and
slaves.
you, as a man, a nationalist, you can't even
Man,
stand
that's
up to
not an
Donald Trump for calling
insult.
your people slaves.
That's
That's
not
not
an
an
insult, man.
insult.
Our ancestors were
That's a
slaves.
It's a
truth.
fact.
And also,
It's a
Yeah, I
Elvis,
fact.
did I
mean,
hear you say the
Ka-
14th Amendment was written in the
what
60s?
is your fascination with why he
Did
says
I just hear you
slaves?
say that was written in the
There's nothing wrong with
60s?
being called a fucking slaves. I said we were slave
The
descendants.
blacks became citizen in 1868. The 14th Amendment was written way back. It's not in the 60s. So just like when they bring refugees here, right? If people come here as
1868
refugees,
is in the when the 70s.
sorry, 1868, 1868, not
Yeah.
1970s, 1868. This
So
is
what
over
is it in? Is
100,
it in the
over
60s or is it in the 70s?
1868, sir.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I'm hearing you. What is it in? 1868 is in what?
You don't know when 1868 was?
I mean, you got to be slow. When people say the '60s, they you know, it means like
He
the
said
1860s, the
he said just say
1960s?
no. Just say
No,
the
No,
1800s. See what you're
18, the
saying.
Oh,
year,
See what you're
they
saying.
call the Civil War
sir,
Reconstruction.
the year 1868. The
It was
year,
in the '60s of the 1800, of the 1700s, right? So
oh,
you're
jeez.
not proving anything wrong.
No, what I'm saying is, let me give you an example. The
You
blacks
assume I meant the
they are
1960s when I say the
citizens.
60s.
Hold on. You keep saying the 60s. No, the blacks were citizens
You
way.
so I mean the '60s don't even only refer to the 1960s. When they say the '60s, you mean the year.
No,
If it happens within the
18.
'60s, it's the '60s.
No, 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 no.
Elvis,
That's the decade that
1868.
it happened in.
No, no,
Elvis,
no,
let
no.
him finish. Stop
1868, sir.
filibustering.
1868. That's over
What are you
100
saying, Kyle?
years
I'm not
ago.
hearing you.
I said stop filibustering. Let him finish.
1868. That's over
How you
100
love to
years
protect
ago.
people from me.
That's not.
You love
That's
to
not.
protect
Hold
people
on.
from me, don't you?
Hold on. Sir. Are you trying to say that the
Hey, I
blacks were
told
not
you to
citizens until
drop
the
me down with this
1960s?
motherfucker.
You're not listening to what I'm
One
saying
person,
because your brain
one
is
person
mush.
at a
No,
time.
no, no. Because I'm
60
telling you.
60
One
refers to a
person at a time,
decade,
man. Come on.
All right,
No,
right?
no, 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 no,
And
no, no,
y'all
no, 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 no,
wasting
no.
time
Hey,
arguing
18,
about this. Just get to the
right.
in the
point.
1868.
hey, why are
That's
y'all
when
getting caught?
blacks.
Time
Hold
out.
on,
Time
hold
out.
on.
Why are y'all getting caught up on nuances?
Right.
No, no, no.
Just let
The
it go. It
blacks.
happened in the
Hold on,
60s,
hold
bro.
on. No, no, no,
Everybody
no, no,
knows
no,
what he's
no.
talking about.
No, 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 no. The
Y'all getting caught up on.
blacks, sir. The 14th Amendment was not written in the 60s. Was written in
Everybody knows what he's talking
1867.
about.
It's in
In
the
18.
60s.
No,
What's
no, no,
wrong
no.
with you?
Oh my
This,
God! Is this guy retarded,
Hey,
sir?
You're
let's
not
just
All
move
hearing
right,
on. Let's
yourself.
just move on.
If it
all
happened in
right,
19
Let's
Elvis.
just
if it
move
happened in
on.
All right,
1854,
all
it
right,
happened
all
in the
right.
50s. If it
Elvis,
happened
we
in
just
What?
trying to
1844, it
Yo,
happened in the
trying to give you the
40s.
correct
Is
date.
this
That's
what?
all.
yeah,
Are you?
Troll.
Is this?
That's not date.
Wait.
We
Is
Hey,
say
this
but
that
guy?
why, time out. Why are y'all getting caught up on nuances? We know what everybody's we know everybody's talking about the
No, we got to be
1860s.
exact. You know, these people, we got to give them the exact
Wait,
science.
wait. 1868 is not 1968. Do you
The
understand
60s
that?
don't only refer to the 20th century,
Oh my
brother.
God!
Why don't you
Oh my.
understand
Elvis
that?
is trolling.
Okay.
Let's just move
I
on.
gotta
Let's
take
just move
Elvis down
No.
on.
because he's fucking
Wait,
trolling.
wait.
Trying
This
to ruin my
is this.
show.
Hold on.
Bye,
So
Elvis.
Elvis. So the Civil War was fought in 1860-61. Are you telling me that's the same as 1960? Is that your point?
I,
I dropped him
I,
down.
He
He's
gone
trolling.
already. Go ahead. He
Yeah.
gone.
I mean, this is this
Trolling.
man. Is this guy fucking retarded?
No, he's just trolling you, man. He's trolling you, man.
Like this can be real. Like he's
I'm not gonna have nobody trolling, man. We're gonna have an
1868.
honest discussion. I don't like filibustering. I don't like people trolling.
Yeah,
Hey, I'll tell
$1868.
He's on that cough medicine,
everybody
man.
that comes on this platform
Oh yeah, he
deserve an
arguing
He
honest
got a
today.
answer.
cold, man. He on that cough medicine, Kyle.
Yeah,
Collar.
he on that codeine.
Yeah, he on that Robitussin. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no. I mean, that's like I can't believe the guy kept saying 1868 is 1960s. I was like, what the hell? Like it's not
Yeah,
even
that
the
doesn't
same
make sense.
era.
Elvis, my guy, man, that makes sense.
that's not what he.
Yeah,
That's
he
not
on
what he
that.
was
That's
saying.
that
No,
That's not what
Tussin.
he was
we heard
Hey, yo,
saying.
him,
he's
sir.
trolling.
Sir, we all
Tussin was
heard him.
Trolling.
killing
What I,
me.
Trolling.
we all heard him. That's what he said. We
Yeah,
literally heard him.
yeah, that didn't really make sense. He trying to
I
imply that
asked
just
him.
because you say 60s, that means 1860s. Most people think
Yeah,
60s, you think 1960.
We,
Yeah.
yeah.
we we understand that, but at that time, that could be seen as the '60s. Like if you were living in
No, 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 no,
No,
no, no, no,
yeah, I'm talking
sir,
about your
sir.
mind.
Hold
Your
on,
mind
hold on,
Elvis
connects
is
to
hold on,
just
hold on. The
1960.
trolling,
guy,
man.
hold on. The guy
Elvis
that's
just
saying that.
trolling.
So you mean to tell me just
Unless
because it
he on
says 60s?
Robitussin.
Okay, so the blacks were not free then till 1960s. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Not
no, that's
1860s?
not what I'm saying. That's
Then
not what
then
I'm saying.
then 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 why are you saying
Steve, what the
1868
hell are you
is the
talking
same
about?
as the
Steve,
1960s?
what
Then
I'm
exactly
what
are
are
hearing
you
you
like
talking
I'm
talking?
about?
hearing like a feedback.
Yo, Steve, what exactly are you talking about?
20s, 30s, 40s, 50s.
No,
I
he
mean, they just
clearly
tell you the
said,
decade.
hold up, stop it. He clearly said
Okay.
that in the 1860s, that's when the black people became citizenship. So that ends a conversation. It wasn't 1960s, whatever like that. So why we keep saying the 60s? He said 1868.
I
Simple
Yeah,
as
but
that.
understand that, but I think
can I
Elvis
push back
said
a little bit
60s
at the
first, though.
professor?
Look. Here's the thing. Anyone,
Let's
I
move
don't
on.
know
It's
how.
not worth
I
it.
don't know how.
All
how
right, we
some
got to
of these
move
people,
past
especially they
this.
became naturalized in America. If you don't even know when the 14th Amendment was written, you have scammed your citizenship, and DHS would be looking at you. You might get denaturalized because
This guy.
this is serious. You cannot come here in this great nation and try to bastardize the history. Me myself, like I cannot even stand for this. This is disgusting. You people need to stop bringing your third world knowledge over here. You need to learn the history of the country. If you can
Hey,
learn it,
somebody's
get back
phone is
to
messed
go
up.
back. Hold on. If you can learn it, go back to your third world hellhole. Even myself, I'm sick and tired of this shit. You people are coming here trying to destroy, these first world things that are already written. It's written in the books. Everyone knows that, blacks became citizen here in 1868. So who
Yeah,
the
but
hell? Why are people coming here talking about 1960s? You need to get deported for real.
no, the 1960s, some of them they still didn't
No,
have the
sir,
right to vote.
sir,
They
sir.
wasn't
It's not
full-fledged citizens
Princess.
with full
Princess,
rights.
Princess.
What
Are you?
full
Are
fledged
you? Are you? What's
citizenry?
wrong with you, man?
We're talking
Princess,
Are
history,
you?
man.
Hold on. Are you arguing with me that blacks were not citizens in
They were citizens, but they
1868?
didn't have the full rights as a
I'm
citizen,
not,
man.
No,
look,
yes, we did. Look,
oh,
Princess,
Principal,
okay. So,
hold up, man.
Principal.
We the
so,
one
Let me say,
that
so
let me say
now,
this,
we the
right?
ones that
are
gave.
you telling me? Let me
Yo,
ask you
Principal,
again.
that was
I want to
only the
make sure
South.
we are clear on this.
You had black people that
Let's say
were
you
never
are taking
even
your
born.
test to become a citizen in the US, and they
Yes, sir.
ask you when was the 14th Amendment written, and when did the blacks become citizen in America? What would the year be? What would be the answer?
On paper, it's 1860s, but they didn't have the full right. They
Look,
played
sir,
with their
sir, you're
rights
from look,
all the way
you're
up
from
until the
look,
1960s.
look, you're
That's
from
why
Haiti.
civil rights exists.
Look, you're from Haiti.
Yeah.
You don't get to determine that. Tell us when the white man
Look,
wrote
I
this.
want
That's all
anybody
I'm
to
asking.
type in, did they
Man,
refer to the 1860 as the 60s? Go on Google right now. It will
Hey,
tell you
but why are we
yes.
getting caught up on
Yeah,
nuances?
they
Because
did.
Everybody
Colin's
knows
getting
what
Well,
angry
happened.
we
just
man.
because you
can
don't
we
know
can
what I'm
move
talking
past
about. He's
that
trying to
now.
feel
Okay.
he's trying to pull
All
me
right,
down
come,
for
come
no
on, come
reason.
on,
They
come on.
just move
Move the
on. They just
conversation
move
forward. Move the
on.
Yeah, we
conversation
can move
forward.
past that now.
Attack,
This
attack, attack
overgrown
this
pygmy is
current
not
point,
smarter than me. You don't
Elvis.
know the
What's
Constitution
your
more than I
opinion on
do.
this point right
Tomato,
here?
tomato. It's all the same, man. Let's keep on the subject.
Yeah, keep it going. What's your opinion on this current point that Professor Alphadamas is saying and Kyla is saying? Did blacks have full rights pre 1960 on a
On
consistent
paper,
level?
yeah.
So
Friendship, but
they had
friendship.
US, they had you black congressmen,
Yeah.
during the
That's
During
without doubt.
reconstruction. Hold on,
Reconstruction, you had
during
ask you
senators.
something, Principal.
reconstruction, like what are you guys talking about? Are you guys this slow? They literally had
I
US
hate to say I
congressmen
agree with
in the
Afrodamus, man.
1870s during
Yeah, that's Reconstruction
reconstruction.
period. Yeah,
So
and
so
what
so
happened?
so
What
so
happened
so
post
when
Reconstruction, sir?
look, we don't
You
care
had
about what
Pope.
happened. Tell
Oh, so you
me,
don't.
hold on,
The
hold
fuck?
on, hold
That's
on, hold
history,
on,
bro.
I
hold
mean,
on, hold on.
Kyler is quiet while he's doing
So
so does people, and
so
he's
how
being a
can you
coward and not
be?
saying
Hold on,
anything.
hold on. How can you
Relax,
be a
Elvis.
Well,
Talk
congress?
point
I'll
for
say
point,
this.
Okay,
Elvis.
At
You
this
don't
point,
Well,
how
slander
what's
the
can
the
you?
conversation.
Hold
what is
on.
the
How can
insult?
you be a congressman if you weren't a U.S. citizen?
What is the
No.
He's
I
How
never
can
saying there
said
that
that
was
they
be?
nothing
weren't
wrong in the
citizens.
So
1870s
wait, what?
because black people had U.S. congressmen. They were being treated fairly.
Oh,
What the
geez.
fuck you
Okay.
mean? If
You
they
He
had
you
never
had
said
congressmen,
U.S.
that
that.
mean
He
senators.
everybody
never
was being
said
treated
that.
fairly
Okay.
in
You
He
had
America?
never said
congressmen.
that.
Okay.
He just he
You know
never
what?
said
You
that.
had
You know what?
you had soldiers.
You
You
know
had
what?
postmasters. You had
We
a
You know
lot
don't
what?
of black
know.
We already
people.
had this
Blacks.
conversation. Kyla,
Look,
you and
blacks.
myself, 77. We had this
Look,
conversation.
blacks. Those
Black
of
people
you
were
that
not
are
in a better
listening,
position than they were
hold on,
Have the
blacks. Those of
conversation.
you,
prior
Have the
to the
conversation. Go ahead,
1960
one at
civil
a time.
rights
One at
hold
a
on,
act.
time.
That's
hold
not the
on, blacks.
point
I'm gonna
that
say
we're
this quick.
making
Black
here.
people that
That's
are
not the
listening to
point
me,
that we're making.
you guys are being bamboozled. Stop listening to third world people to tell you about your own
Yeah,
rights and
especially
history.
especially
Aren't
Stop
you
this.
also
Principe.
third world?
Stop
Aren't you also
doing
third
it. These
world?
people. Let
Aren't
me
you third
finish.
world,
Principe.
Mister
Let me
Professor
finish.
Alphadamas?
Even
Man, you
Principe.
know
myself.
it's a
Hold
good
on. Let me
Didn't
day when
finish.
you
ECOWAS have to
got
Let
say
me finish.
Gambia,
Afro-Dom's
Mister
Let me
Alphadamas?
perspective.
finish. Let me finish. blacks that are listening to me, stop allowing Todd Walders to tell you you
You
realize
know what he
How
said,
would you
man.
listen to a fool who told you
Afrodamus, you're
to stop
1000%
listening to
correct,
him?
man.
That's
You're
actually
telling
Because
him to
you
stop listening to
Afro
you already because you're a
Afrodamus,
turd
all
water.
right, all right. Let's move the conversation along.
Afrodamus, you have
Hey,
a great
bring Afro
mentality.
dumbass back up. He's finally making sense for once in his life.
Now he
I
has a
That
agree
is
with
very
his
true.
point on
Yo, look, I
yeah.
agree with I agree with everything what he said. I agree with what he said.
Yeah, I
So
hear
So
you though.
so you're saying you guys didn't have issues. So I
okay,
never.
all
So
right.
you
Let
attacked
me
me.
break it down to you like this. All right, in the 1870s, we had a thing called Plessy versus Ferguson, right? There
Yeah.
was clearly two Americas, right? We lived in our own enclaves and stuff like that in America, right? And going forward, right? They say, well, how are we gonna have what are we gonna do with the blacks people, right? Racism, right? At the time was real. Black people, white people mixing together, marrying together was not the thing, right? So you know what black people did, bro? Right? When they said we can go and go to the amusement parks, we built our own. When they said we can go to their beaches, we built our own, right? There was a total black America during Jim Crow. We had our own restaurants, hotels, everything in
That's
America.
what I said.
And so therefore, what I'm saying is now later on, right, to get to the other as America, like where I live at right now, the business I do, that wasn't available to us. That's why black people said, okay, I know a couple of juke joints, I earn a couple of this, I'm making money, I got a good wardrobe business, but I want my kids to have more. They
But
want
Kyla, can you explain? Can you explain what the Chitlin Circuit was when it came to music and
yeah, so we had our own
entertainment?
music,
That's
we
like
had
the
our own
movie The
film
Green
industry,
Book. The
we had our
Green
own
Book.
film industry, had our own Negro leagues, black, like
Yeah,
we had everything in Black America, right?
and that's what I said about 10
Hold up.
shows
My
back.
point I'm trying to make is my point that was not enough. We still had to move into that part of society that was denied to us because it was all on the white side, right? That's the only thing I was saying to you. Yeah, I know we had a lot. But what I'm saying, my point I'm trying to make is principally most black people basically were satisfied or like, okay, they were open to the idea of integration and stuff like that. But as I was saying earlier, right, my family was my father bought into the idea of integration. We went to a white neighborhood. My cousins still stayed in the black area in Queens, right? We turned out the same. Matter of fact, I think my cousins actually did better than we did,
Can I
We
say
was on
something
this
real
thing,
quick?
we was on this thing where so don't look at black America like 1964, 65.
But
Suddenly black America came to life or whatnot,
I'm gonna make one point.
thing, but
See,
it
the
wasn't like
1964 Civil Rights Bill integrated the Deep South. The North was already kind of
the North
integrated.
was
The
already pretty much
Midwest,
integrated, bro.
Jesse Owens went to Ohio State
And
Hold on,
in
you had
Princip, even at
1932.
that time, you
principally.
got to remember, even white ladies didn't have full rights and
Yeah.
citizenship in
But check this
America.
out. Check this out. Jesse Owens went to Ohio State in the 1920s, right? You had what's the guy, the athlete? Jesse Robinson went to UCLA. The West was integrated, the Midwest was integrated, the North. The Civil Rights Bill integrated the Deep South, like Louisiana, Mississippi, Georgia. The real Deep South was didn't integrate, was integrated by the
You
64
had
bill.
black people and white people living in the same buildings in the 1920s, Queens, same high-rise apartment
Yeah. Kyler's
in
right,
the
man.
1920s,
The,
Queens,
the,
New York,
the Civil Rights Bill
Kyla, I got a
integrated the
question,
Deep
right?
South.
I got a question
What?
for you, Kyla. Did the 14th Amendment only give citizenship to people who were enslaved?
It
Yes.
was
No,
written
it
Ain't,
for
didn't.
that purpose. It was
ain't that
written for
what
that
he
purpose.
just said? He played
No,
the
because
video
it
with.
didn't. That's why I'm asking the
No.
No,
question.
TT,
hold on, hold on. That's what the
Aldous is
Supreme
playing
Court
devil's
It
ruled, bro.
says
advocate.
naturalized. People who were also
No,
naturalized. They
it said
open the door
no.
for
It said people,
naturalization.
those
I
formerly
was
in
trying to
bondage,
make
right?
sure his
Pull
It
up
was
the
ass
14th
Yeah,
designed.
yeah.
Hold on,
Amendment.
Elvis. It
He
was
ain't
designed.
trying to go back to Liberia, so he's trying to
I mean,
interpret
you
the
guys can
law.
read. That's what you want to understand. But I'm saying it opens the door
Hold
for
on. Hold on.
naturalization. Go read
You
it.
want me to play the video again?
Yeah,
Read the
play the
14th
video
Amendment.
again,
It's not
Kyler.
about
We
videos.
closing the
I read the
door,
14th
man.
Amendment,
The
right?
door
It
ain't
was
open no
designed
When
for.
more.
when the
It was
14th Amendment was
it was a
created,
law
Shank.
amendment
it was
designed to
only blacks
about the
and
newly
whites
freed
here.
Just
slaves in
just
America.
read it.
Okay, I'll
It
read the
gave
quote.
Elvis.
automatic citizenship to those who were descendants of
No.
slavery,
For real, I'm
and
gonna
also
read.
opened a pathway for
No, I'm gonna actually read
naturalization.
the 14th
See,
Amendment.
Elvis is talking out of fear. You're good for now,
No,
Elvis.
I'm talking about a document. What it says in the document. You talking about out of fear? I'm just
He
telling you, go
said
read the
good
Now,
for
document.
now.
you're scared that your citizenship could be pulled
I'm
back,
not worried
and you
about that. I'm telling
and
you
you
about
have
the
to go back
Constitution. You
to
talking about I'm scared of my citizenship.
you'll
Most
have to
people
go
don't
back
even
to the
know that it
East
talks about
Coast.
naturalization. I'm just giving
You'll
you
have to go
information
back
that
to
you
the
don't
East
know.
Coast
Okay,
of
it says it
Liberia.
opens the pathway for naturalization.
Read it,
And
open it, and read it, and see what it says.
okay,
The
it's
first section,
fine.
section
And
one.
we can also close it. If it can be
Yeah.
open, it
Yeah,
can be
fine. But I'm just
closed.
telling you that's what it says. If you can close it, go close it now. But I'm telling you,
It's
you
going
didn't
to
know
be
that's what it said, and I'm telling
closed.
you.
We need one more Trump administration to clear this stuff up.
He go executive order
One
that
more.
shit into obliteration, man. Are you kidding me?
Trying
It
to be
already
safe, bro.
said
I'm just
that.
saying.
Hold
Did you know that
on.
it talked about naturalization?
Hold up. The Supreme Court
I
ruled
don't give a
that lower
fuck
courts
what he
can't
talking
block
about.
any of
Tell you the truth.
his
That's
what
the
he
ignorance of
defines as
niggas.
citizenship.
Yeah,
Reparation, they can't block
I'm
him
an
no more.
ignorant
That
nigga.
goes to Supreme Court. Lower courts can't decide this no more.
Yeah,
So
y'all
So,
got
so,
y'all got.
so, Carla, let me say this, right? You see, the 14th Amendment also includes the naturalization. See, I'm naturalized here and I'm claiming full citizenship. So why is it that people like you, who your ancestors were born here, in fact, that 14th Amendment was made specifically
and I love it.
for you
I love it.
guys,
I love it.
right? Why are you guys allowing people like, where we come from to come here and tell you these stupid things, telling you
See,
guys want full
Because we
citizen?
don't want to see
I'll
Never,
people.
explain.
never,
Hold up.
look, here's the thing. Never,
We believe
never,
in
No,
Africanism.
ain't
never,
nobody allowing it.
never tolerate this. A lot of blacks make this mistake. You identify with the third world. You need to stop doing this.
And I
Get your
told Kyla
respect.
that a long
Get
time
your
ago.
respect. Stop
You
doing
know,
this.
we are Americans. We are
Yes,
Black
you are.
Americans. We
Yeah, stop
really don't.
identifying
Yeah,
with
we're Black
us.
Americans.
Stop it.
Outside of our DNA, it's not. We don't have any link with Africa, right?
Yes.
And then
Tyler
we'll
knows
have
shit.
someone like a Elvis, right, who will come here and use the benefits of being African American, and then tell us, fallacies, right?
Yeah,
Man, I
because
don't
you
have
know
a
what
third
it
world
is.
mentality.
You know what it is they are telling
When
you.
did African Americans gain the
Look,
right to
look,
vote?
look, look, look. They're gaslighting you, telling
Yeah,
you that
So he's telling you that you got full
right,
citizenship
right.
in
check this
Hold
out.
on,
1868,
hold
but you
on,
couldn't vote
guys,
Afradamus,
until
guys.
Hold
1965,
up,
almost
listen,
100 years later.
Afradamus.
Actually, black
That's
people
a
vote
Yes.
voted.
mute
That
point,
was only
man.
in
Ain't
the deep
nobody's
south.
even
That was only
arguing
in the deep
that
south.
shit.
Black people vote in
Look,
New York. Every
look,
place else,
look.
only the deep south.
Look, this is a diss.
California.
Look, this is a diss on your ancestors. Do not allow myself or anybody, especially from Liberia, to tell you your people didn't have full rights here. Who the fuck are we to tell you
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Yo,
I
yo,
don't
Are
yo,
listen.
you?
yo,
I don't.
yo, hold on,
I
hold on,
mean,
hold on,
it's
hold on,
only
hold on, hold
history.
on,
like.
It's not
hold
me
on.
Hey,
telling anybody
Afradamus.
anything.
Half your
It's
show,
only
hold on,
history
Afradamus.
telling you that
half your
they
show
Someone
couldn't
is
like
vote until
talking down.
someone like
Hold on, hold on,
1965.
hold
The
Elvis.
on,
Voting
hold on,
Rights
Someone
hold
Act.
like
on,
Elvis is a
hold on,
court
hold on, hold
jester.
on, hold on,
He's
hold
just
on.
here for
76.
comic relief. He's not
No,
here to
76. Hold on.
add any
76.
add
Hold on, hold on.
anything.
Hold on,
Oh,
hold on,
wait a
bro. You got the
second,
Tourette's. I know
Principe.
you got the Tourette's. I know you got the Tourette's. Relax, bro. But half of your show is talking down to African Americans and talking down about their
That's your,
accomplishments.
sir.
That's half your show, bro. The
Sir.
other half
That's
is
not.
talking down
That's
about
your.
Nigerians
Hold
and
on,
Haitians and Jamaicans
He's
alike,
look.
sir,
The thing
right?
about
sir,
That's your whole
cowards.
show.
sir,
The thing about
sir,
cowards,
That's your whole show,
they
bro.
look where the
sir,
wind blows and go
sir.
stand next to somebody to protect
Yeah.
them.
Hold on,
I
hold on,
stand
hold
against
That's
on.
your whole
100
show.
man. I don't
You
give a
go
damn. I'm not
home,
looking for
you
people who
shine,
agree with me.
Okay,
you shine your
That's why I went on
degrees,
his show and I
you
disagree
shine
with
your
him and he
degrees, and
blocked me. This is the
you put
cowardly
your mic
mentality.
on and you talk shit about
You
the
when he's
power.
on his show and he got people who he thinks
let
agree
me
with him, he goes
let me
against African
respond.
Americans. And Colin knows
Look,
this. He talks shit about your ancestors all the time and about your people. And now he's trying to act like he's trying to protect your people.
look, look,
And you
look.
suckers
Here's
are
the
falling
thing.
for this
Hey,
Listen,
clown.
he's just coming
first of
into
all,
the knowledge and truth. So he's
yes,
just
Oh,
telling
he's
the
coming
truth,
to the
Elvis.
knowledge and truth.
Listen, Elvis,
Princess.
It's called
even if
growth.
it's just for
See,
today,
see,
he got
Princess,
it down.
Princess.
Yeah.
First of all, you are the one interpreting it as that. I would never sit here because I've always told the history. I'm never saying that the blacks are not citizens or trying to undermine their citizenship to say they don't have full citizenship. I've even done the history way back. You can go on my channel. where I talked about the 1868 when blacks became citizen and everything. I gave the timeline. See, one thing about me, I would break it down like it is, but I would never come here and gaslight the blacks and tell them that they don't have full right citizenship. My entire
No, no,
show
no, no,
is
no, no,
that.
no.
Hold on,
That's
hold
not what
on,
I
hold
said.
on, hold on.
Dave, Dave,
Hold on,
Dave,
let me
Dave.
finish.
The,
Let
the
me
black
Let me
finish.
respond
Let
real
me
quick.
finish.
let me
and
finish.
do
Let
is
me
a
Wait,
finish.
whoa,
dangerous
whoa, whoa,
guy,
whoa.
Let me,
man.
Hold on,
let me
Let me
finish. Let
interject
me
real
finish.
quick.
Tourette, let me
Tyler,
respond real quick.
Are you a
control
Tourette,
your
citizen of a
motherfucking.
nation if you're barred
Tourette,
from voting? Are you
Hey,
are you a core
barbecue,
citizen?
Look,
All
look,
right,
look,
barbecue,
look,
calm
look,
down.
look, look, look,
Tourette, relax,
look. Let
relax.
me finish.
Let me
Let me
respond to the
finish.
brother.
Let me
Barbecue.
Go
finish.
ahead, Professor.
Let me finish.
But
Let me
this this
finish.
this all came from
Look,
Jesse Jackson. We were black Americans. First we were Negro. You had whites and Negroes, right? Then
We're
we
not
were
talking about
black Americans,
nomenclature. We're
right?
talking about
We were
rights,
colored.
having the rights
But
to
when when
vote
when when we made those
and to
link
be
to being an
enfranchised
African
in your own
American,
country that you have a
it
citizenship in.
made third world people feel like they're on par with us because I'm an African, I'm American. No, we are black Americans. That's it.
Well,
Black
nobody's
Americans.
arguing with the nomenclature of what you are. I'm telling you, you got citizenship by birth, birthright
We
citizenship, which many people got grandfather into in 1868. And then they couldn't vote. They had so many rights that they couldn't
not
exercise
true.
because they
Not
didn't have the
true.
full. Are
Black
you telling me
men,
black people
black
could vote
men.
before
Yes,
1968,
yes. Black
1964?
Hold on. Actually,
black
Elvis, it
men
was
could.
about
Black men could vote. Black men voted
Nah, that's
before
not
even.
yeah.
true,
And also
Elvis,
That's
Elvis,
true.
because
Elvis,
That's true.
Elvis.
This
What
is true.
disenfranchised black people was they enacted Jim Crow laws like the poll tax and literacy test.
and
It
that
was
was in the
impossible.
deep south.
What they did was they grandfather whites in because most whites couldn't pay the poll tax or literacy test. Uh, that's what the Civil Rights Act of 1965
So
rectified.
Somebody just go and Google it. When could black people vote in the United States?
Sir,
They was
Just
black
voting
Google it.
all
men.
over the United
Sir,
States. That was only the deep
you
south, bro.
you
sir,
had
black men.
union soldiers that voted. I mean, it's only the deep south was the
Only the deep
oppressive
yeah,
south,
that was
area.
bro.
just in specific areas, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but New York, upstate New York, Buffalo,
New York, New
uh,
Jersey.
Rochester,
Elvis,
uh,
that black people vote in New Jersey as early as the early 1800s, man.
yeah, you had
Look,
free
look,
blacks that
look.
was voting before the doing like the Revolutionary War
Yeah,
times.
there were people like
Yeah,
black
It's
people
like
that
like
voted
yeah,
during
there were
during
blacks
the revolution.
voting. Just so they call them the freedmen. They could vote. Okay,
Yeah,
black men voted. They had the right to vote before even white women. So I
yeah,
want you guys
man.
to. So a lot of my shows. I know people don't understand it, but my show it might look like I'm beating down on the blacks, but I want the blacks to realize who they are. Stop identifying with the third world. Stop, allowing third world people to come here and tell you that you are victims. This is why I
and,
keep beating
and
on you so you can
Afrodamus,
wake
right?
up and
A lot of
realize
the
who
third
you are. That's
Can I
what I
respond?
that's why I keep doing
Afrodamus,
this. Okay? You
you have
got
people
people
with third world
gaslighting you,
mentality
literally telling
that don't
you
even want to.
you are not
They
even
don't even.
full citizen,
Hey, Afrodamus, look at this.
from a
You have.
time a law
Can I
that was
respond real quick?
written in
I
the
think his phone is
constitution
messed
Can I
up.
that
respond?
allowed us, the third worlders, to even naturalize. We respect our
Hold on,
naturalization, but here is some
hold on.
telling you
Can I
you
respond? Can
did
I
not have
respond?
full citizenship.
I think
Listen,
his
Isn't
can I
phone
that
is
respond?
messed
crazy?
up.
You had
Black
a whole
people,
show.
wake up.
Hold on. Can I respond?
Stop
Because
stop minimizing yourself.
All right,
Wake up
I
let
and
think
when
realize
I
that
Prince,
you
hopped
let
up
are.
on,
Prince,
hold on,
let Prince
he's
talk.
not hearing us.
When I
Afrodamus
hopped
isn't
up,
hearing us.
can you hear me?
Alpha
Nah,
can you hear
he
me?
no, he can hear. He good.
His phone is messed up. I think.
The phone,
Yeah. Alpha can you hear me?
Is he talking? I can't hear him.
yeah, he can't
Yeah,
hear
I
me. So
told you he couldn't hear us.
You gotta drop down, come back. Some drop down, come back, man.
Yeah.
Because some of his show is that. Yeah, he's telling you you're not a victim, true. But some of his show, he's talking about you guys didn't do this, I didn't do that, I didn't contribute this, and I didn't even contribute to us even coming here. He said that on his own show. So he's telling half truths. But my thing is, at the end of the day, nobody's saying that you guys aren't citizens. I'm saying you didn't have the full
Yeah, but
rights.
he
It's
realized
not
he
the
made a
same thing.
mistake, so now he trying to come back and
He has
tell
mixed
us.
messages every 1 minute he's talking about you can do it if you work hard. The next minute he's saying that you're incapable, it's not your nature. He has double talk. That's why I don't even fully listen to him as much as I used to. He double talks. He listens to different people and he comes with a
So
different message.
what he's
Some of the
saying
message
just
No,
to
is
be
you always call him the professor. professor, man. Come on, man.
Well, he's knowledge. You clearly, hold on. He's
Hey,
knowledgeable, but
this
he
is when
takes the
your
knowledge
idols become
and
your
he
worst
plays with the knowledge
enemy.
based on who he listens to. If he's listening to
Hey,
somebody like
Principe, you turning on your idol as your
that's
idol
not my
becomes
idol. He's
I
a
can't,
knowledgeable
I
man.
can't hear
I'm still
anything.
calling the professor. He just half the shit he
A
says
fan,
doesn't. It contradicts.
Principe, you was a fanboy, right? Now you're becoming a
I don't.
fanatic of your fan. See, man,
I never was
that's
a
what
fanboy.
fanboys are dangerous. As your idol becomes enlightened, now you want to turn on him.
Oh, shit.
Man, I done
So,
seen you on this
so can I
show.
ask you a question? 17
Carla,
can
Yeah,
I
can you
ask you a
jot this
question?
comment down? Can you
yeah.
jot
What's
So
going
Carla's
on?
are
comment
you
down?
telling me that they had the full rights? Because even you said that even though they didn't have the full rights, or you guys didn't have the full rights during segregation or whatever, you guys were able to fuse that and create your own
Prince,
community
No,
that was
did
less
you hear
dependent
the
hey,
on the
last
white.
Principe,
5 minutes? We just explained everything.
like I've told,
Carla even said that majority of African Americans live in the South.
I
So
never
in
said that.
19, you said
So
that,
Hold on, hold
Carla.
on, hold on.
but
Let me
he wasn't
clarify.
talking about the deep
Hold
South.
on, hold on.
See
Let me
the
say this.
difference between
Let
the
me say
South and
this.
the deep
Hold on.
South.
Let me say this, right? Let me clarify this, right? Although people will say the black people live in the South, right? Do you know that most black people, even when they went to New York, you know what their legal residence was? The South, right? So we don't have an accurate number of actually people who stayed in the South, because most people, their home and property and everything was in the South. So they went to New York and everything by the millions, you know? But they
When
basically,
did they start going to New York, Carla?
they would start going to New York in the early 1900s, you know?
Okay. So in 1868,
Everybody
when they
in New
got the
York,
right to vote, since you said
they live in Harlem, right? My family lives in Harlem, right? But we still got
that,
property in North Carolina, you know?
that's
That
not
was
the
our
point that I'm
residence.
making. You're
But
trying to
what
rebuff
time
my
out?
point
But
that black
Elvis,
people
what
couldn't. Hold on,
Afrodomics is
bro.
trying to
Let me make my
wait.
point.
I'm
Let me make
almost
my
finished.
point, bro. Just be
What
quiet
he's
for a
trying to
second.
say is
You
that
was
you
trying to
have
make
to
the point,
learn.
Carla, that it was only in the South in 1968 when black people, when the 14th Amendment was passed in
The Deep
1868.
South. Deep South.
No,
The deep
now
South.
you're trying to move the goalposts, deep South.
Oh no,
But
I said
The
Elvis,
point is,
Elvis,
majority of
no.
African Americans at that time, majority of them, I
Okay,
don't know the
no,
percentage, but a
majority
vast
at that
majority of them
time
live in the
lived in the
South,
North.
and they couldn't vote in the South.
Majority of black people at the time lived in the North. And you're only
What?
talking about
Are you hearing,
Elvis,
Carla? Majority of the black people live in the North.
Even when you talk about Mississippi, you're not talking about the whole state of Mississippi.
Did
You're
you say
talking
majority of black people live in the North in the 1800s?
about not in the 1800s, and they in the 20th century. You
he's
know,
talking about like the 1970s or 60s and
right?
stuff.
Which
That's what
was
Elvis
now
Majority of
talking
black
about.
people live
That's
in
not
the. There's
true.
never been a point in time in history where more black people live in the North than the South,
No.
Carla.
Hold on,
Wait.
Elvis.
In the 1970s, it was 50-50. They lived in the North and South. You can look that up.
Look at show us the
No, it was
put it in the back
50%
chat.
out of the
Also,
South. That
Elvis,
doesn't necessarily mean the North.
hold on.
But
Oh,
Elvis,
let me
what's
say,
the point? Is what is you
let
trying
me
to
say this.
make from this point? What are
Hold
you
on,
trying
My
to
point
What
say?
is,
time out. This is what I gotta say. Elvis need to
Hold
come
on.
here and shut the fuck up
Let me make
and
my
grab
point
a pencil and pen and listen to Kyla.
hold on. Let
Kyla's
me make my
teaching.
point. Let me make my
He
point.
has to learn.
just shut up, bro.
Hold on. Let me make my point. Let me make my
Little
point.
infantile brain, man.
Hold on. 7-7. Let me make my point, man. God, look. After the Civil War, right? We got a right to vote, right? Black men lined the right to vote. We elected state legislatures, everything like that. During Reconstruction time, right? And then in 1876, right, what was called the Hayes-Tillman Compromise, right? The Union soldiers withdrew from the South, right? And the former Confederates took over, and they started passing Jim Crow laws with limited black people's right to vote. Black people had made political gains in office and everything throughout the South. They had the right to vote, right? So therefore, the federal government basically said that you cannot disenfranchise like that, full right citizens. But you know what the South did? They passed a little thing called a poll tax. You know what I mean? You had to go there and show that you paid this tax every year, right? And they had a
Bro,
literacy
just
test, right?
explain this shit to these.
And then when they said it wasn't discrimination, right? Other thing is, there's one clause that says if your family voted before this act, you didn't have to, so they exempted all white people from it. You know, that's what disenfranchised large of the black people still voted, right? But it was like not even 5% of the black population was able to vote after that. That's what happened.
All right, what's
Civil
your
rights
point, Elvis?
in
What is your
the
fucking
1960s got rid of the poll tax and literacy test, and right away the people all black people in the South were able to vote. You know, that's all.
So the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was not necessary, right, Carla?
No, it's got rid of it. Made that's like the Constitution. It made it illegal for
Okay,
them to do
there
the
you go.
poll tax and the literacy tests.
Okay.
It struck down those poll tax and literacy test laws. That's what it did. You know, and it was a period certain because it expired. Right? They could bring that shit back. But I'd be honest with you, man. When I'm looking at some of these Negroes and
Yeah,
whatnot,
bring it back. Shit.
I
What the
bring that
fuck?
shit the fuck back, man. To
Yeah.
tell you the truth, man. You know, I bring the poll tax and literacy test back if it was up to me.
Hell
If
yeah,
it
you
was, if it
dumbass
was up to
motherfuckers
me,
don't need to be voting. Shit.
That's what I'm
Fuck
saying, man.
you.
Some Negroes do not need to vote.
honestly, if it was up to me, you shouldn't be allowed to vote if
So
you
by
don't
that
own
logic,
property.
Colin, your ancestors couldn't vote. They shouldn't have been able to vote,
Well,
right?
I'm starting to rethink that
Because they
too.
couldn't probably read.
I'm starting to
Not seriously, because
shit too, man. You
the,
know,
like honestly, I think you should have a vested interest in the political
you should
system.
have a
You
stake
should
in the
have
system.
property to
You should have
vote.
a
You should
stake
have
in the system.
property.
You should have a stake or property or
Yeah,
something like that to
because
say you're.
if you don't, if you live in the slums, you're gonna be an automatic Democrat, right? You don't have no stake in the game.
Yeah.
Once you are
Hell
getting
yeah.
once you're
So
getting a
that's all.
check.
That's all it is
If
about
you
it.
live in the motherfucking
Disenfranchising
slum, hell
Democrat, and you're
yeah,
stupid
you
Honestly,
mind.
vote for a Democrat because
honestly,
they
the
giving you
Democrats are
shit.
the lowest rung of this society. It's normally immigrants, third world mentality immigrants,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
or somebody on the
Third world running
system, man.
America.
That's what a Democrat is. Or the
That's why
Democrats are three groups: your
You
LGBTQ,
know how
your
it
Yeah,
third
is,
you're
like
world
when
talking.
they
You're
come.
talking
mentality,
You know
about
how
or
it
like
you're in
is
the
when they
90%
claim.
of your people.
90%. Listen, all the white
90% of
boys
your
are
Black
all
American
the
people
white
are
boys I went
Democrat.
to
That's what you're
school.
talking about.
All the
So
white boys I went to
90% of your
school.
people are at the lowest rank of the
Elvis,
society in
respect.
this country.
I said 90% of the white boys I went to school with, if they was punks, they became Democrats, right? If they couldn't,
I'm
if
talking
they
about
really
your Black American people, bro. 90%
I
of them are
said you should
Democrats.
have property to vote.
That's not what I'm
That's
talking
just
about.
me.
You said all the people that vote Democrat are degenerates. They're the
You're
lowest
on the
part of the
company.
society.
You're
That's the
on the
vast
system.
majority of your people.
Time out.
So that's
You're
what you're
on the
calling your people and
Well,
college
yes.
people.
half of those
Elvis,
people
can
are
you shut
like
the fuck up and let me
brainwashed,
say?
bro.
You
The
shut the
people who are
fuck up.
Democrats
Go do your Uber at 3
are
o'clock in the morning and shut the fuck up, bro.
the people
You
who
like
are
to make sweeping
Democrats.
statement without no evidence to back
The
it up. You
people
just
who are
have diarrhea of
Democrats
the mouth.
are either on the government
They
dole or they work for the
brainwashed,
federal
man.
That's your
government.
people,
They're on.
brother. 90% of them are Democrats, so that affects all Black Americans who are
Listen,
Democrats.
90% of black people are not Democrats.
Okay, all right.
90% of the people on the system are Democrats. Either you work for the
What the fuck are
federal
you talking
government.
about, you idiot? You're so
Elvis, why
stupid.
don't you
You
go back
just
to
Yo,
your
don't know
bro,
fucking
out your
come
country?
ass,
on,
and you
Why
got
don't you
no
go back to
reference
your fucking country?
to go
Why don't
back
you go
and
back to your
to
fucking
back it up
country
as
and
a
build
source.
something?
bro, you
You
gotta
have.
be respectful, dog.
I'm saying, why don't you go back to your country and build something? They fought for your
I'm saying, why
country
don't you
and
get the
you
fuck out
ran.
of the ghetto, make enough money that you don't have to do Uber at 3 o'clock in the morning, nigga?
If
Why
I
y'all
want to
talking
work, I want to
about?
work.
Okay, then. If I want to be here, I want to be here. So shut the fuck up.
But you ain't shit, Elvis.
You
You ain't
ain't
got
shit
no
either,
wife. You
motherfucker.
ain't
What
got
the
no.
fuck you think I ain't
You ain't got
shit?
no wife.
It's not a
You ain't got
competition
no
between you
kids.
and me, nigga.
You just run from show,
Why
run
y'all gotta
It's
from
do
not
all
a
show
that,
to
it's
man?
not
show,
a
being a bitch
competition
Yo,
ass
between you and
nigga.
I.
relax, man.
You been a bitch ass nigga on every
All
show.
right, let's get back.
You a
Let's
bitch
get
You're a
ass
back to
nigga
bitch
the
on
ass nigga who
topic.
hates
Diamond.
being
Let's
black.
get
You
back to the topic.
listen.
You
You a
want to be
bitch ass
you want to
nigga
be
on
white so
College Show.
bad.
You a bitch ass nigga on Afro Diamond Show. Every show you go to,
You're a
you
bitch
go
ass
there
nigga on this
like a
show all
little
the time.
like.
Kyle kick you
Oh,
off because your rhetoric is just off point, bro. What are you talking about, man?
don't say Hassa. It's Husa. You always trying to correct a motherfucker.
Yeah, because you're an idiot.
Listen,
Because you don't know how
it's
to pronounce
Husa. It's
words, you
not.
can't
It's
enunciate
called.
Elvis
properly.
Langley, you
Your
gotta
entire
chill, Elvis.
worldview is skewed.
Listen,
Your view of self
You gotta
is
Elvis.
so
relax,
low. You
man.
have low
Elvis.
self esteem. Everything about you is
I hope
traumatic,
you
bro.
get.
You've been through so much trauma.
I hope you get deported, and I'll fucking celebrate. I'll pop some bottles, man.
Of
Send
course,
your ass
that's the hatred
back
in
to
your
the East
heart.
Coast of
That's the
Liberia,
hatred in
man.
your heart that's eating
I ain't got
away,
no.
man. Mixed with
I
that
ain't got no
diabetes.
hatred.
It's the
I ain't
hatred
got
mixed with
no.
diabetes that got your high blood
Listen,
pressure going up, man. Keep
listen.
hating,
I ain't
bro.
got
Y'all
no
relax,
hatred.
man.
Keep
Elvis, you
hating,
just one
dog.
of them. You're just a third
What you
world
say,
hating
Princess?
immigrant, like
Keep
Afro
hating,
Diamond
brother.
said. You just want to hate. Kyler say something, you got to correct him. It's hustle, not hassa. Like fuck.
We could
It's fucking. It's
we
2 o'clock.
we
It's two
correct
o'clock in the
ignorant niggas
morning.
who don't know how to enunciate or pronounce it.
But how don't you enunciate
Monrovia. Get your ass over there and go fix that fucked up country.
How about you get more money that you don't have to do Uber at 3 o'clock in the morning, man?
Let him
Listen,
get his money,
Go
bro.
get a decent
Let him
job,
get his
man.
money, bro.
See,
Yo, but
Elvis is
You're a
let me
grown
hold
ass
on.
man in your 40s and 50s, and you still working Uber, man. Uber
What's
Eats,
wrong
man.
with
Come
Uber?
on.
so,
He's getting his money up. He's stacking his money, man.
Nah,
You
man.
see what I'm saying?
Elvis,
He's a
man.
low
Yeah,
ass
Why?
degenerate who didn't make a
let him
good
get
life
his
out of
hustle
himself.
Yo, we
on,
got
Probably
yo,
man.
paying
Elvis. We
child
got
support
people that's
Let
for the
him get
next
his
20
hustle
years.
on, man.
we got people
Don't
No,
that's
knock
I,
the
70,
I
80
don't
hustle.
get all
doing
that,
that.
man.
Don't knock the hustle, man.
Get his
Elvis
money.
is
Get your money, man.
Elvis is a
But
hater.
with
Elvis is
that,
mad
let
because
me
I'm
he
a
don't
say
got.
hater.
something.
You're the one that told me
Elvis
we
is
get deported,
mad.
you fucking
Elvis,
idiot.
hey, Elvis be on every show. You know he don't got a bitch, right? He on every
What other
show,
show do you
right?
see me on, you idiot?
You on Dinah's show. You on everybody's show. I'm like,
Who?
this
Tell
nigga,
me
does
who
this
else show
nigga
am I on
work?
besides Dinah's show?
Like, do you work?
No,
You
I
on
don't work. I'm
every
on a trust
show.
fund. Who else
You
show
on
am I
you
on?
No,
you
no,
you on Kaizo's
relax,
show.
relax,
You
relax,
on
I'm on
relax, man.
Khaled's
Kaiser's
Relax,
show.
show.
relax.
You
Yo,
on
Gavin.
everybody's show. You ain't
You're an
got no
idiot,
life,
man. You
Elvis.
just
Yo,
regurgitated talking points that you heard other people say.
No, I
Come up
hear
with
you
your own
on
material, man.
when I'm at work and I put Dinah's show on. Your bitch ass is on there.
Nope. When the
If
last
I
time you
come at
saw
the
me on
end of the
Dinah's show?
night, listen. You can listen to any show that Dinah's had. You're on there. You was like a recurring guest.
I'm barely on Dinah's show these days.
No, I'm not talking these days. I'm saying since Donna's been on, you've been on fucking every show.
Yeah,
I
that
can
was
go
a
to
while ago. So what the fuck are you
6
talking
years
about,
that's
ago.
bro?
one channel.
You're
That's one
mad that I'm
channel,
on.
man.
You're
That's
mad that I'm
jolly.
on
That's
these
jolly.
panels.
But Elvis, you don't have a job. You like
No,
Tommy
that's
from
true. That's
Martin.
true. You
You
know,
don't have
I
no
don't have a
fucking
job.
job.
Yeah, that's
He
true.
probably work from
I don't have
home,
a
man.
job.
I don't get why y'all knocking each other's hustles, man. Y'all make y'all
No,
money. Y'all
But
take care of y'all
I,
yeah,
family.
I look at. I don't
I
listen to
want to get
Elvis.
back
This
to
degenerate asshole who
I
can
want to
barely
get to
speak
the
English,
I want to
don't
get
know how
to
to
the
Yo,
pronounce
point
words
what you
correctly,
was
can't
trying to make.
enunciate, can't articulate for shit, and
Elvis,
thinks
you
me and
got
him is on the same
gotta stop
level.
talking down to people, man. That's not good, man.
No,
Nah, fuck this
Elvis
motherfucker,
is
man.
a piece.
You
Elvis
try
is
to
a
come at me,
piece
I'm
of
gonna come
shit.
back at you,
Elvis is
motherfucker.
a piece of shit refugee
You're a
from
piece
a
of shit, nigga.
war-torn
Go do your Uber,
country,
Man,
bro. You
y'all
broke
right?
ass
hating.
Listen,
motherfucker.
listen. He's a piece of shit. He knows he's a piece
You're a
of shit.
self-hater, bro. You hate
He
yourself,
hates
bro.
He hates Kyler because Kyler goes over to his country and makes it happen. Kyler goes
Makes
over
it
to his country and
happen.
get
What a fucking
he
idiot.
goes over to his country and get his bitches. So Elvis is a hating nigga, man.
Come on now. Stop it.
Okay.
Elvis
All
goes
right,
I
man.
guess
All
I
right,
Elvis
guess
go
you're
over
calling
there.
the women that Kyler got a bitch.
all right,
So
relax,
it's
relax,
No,
man.
Kyler
Relax,
goes there to
relax,
get a
relax,
bitch. I guess Kyler got a bitch.
relax, relax, relax,
Yeah.
relax,
Look,
relax, relax.
I
let's
Elvis, what was the point you was
I
trying
got
to make about the? Oh, you finna end the show?
yeah, but and you guys can stay
All right.
on. You know, you guys stay on, but the audience is getting. Y'all can stay on, kill each other.
What
Yeah,
the audience is wilding out? What
salute
they
to
doing?
Colin, man. God bless you, bro. Salute to Professor Alpha Domus, man.
Yeah,
Stop
But hold
salute,
on,
switching
hold on.
sides, man. He
salute.
switching
Can I
sides.
say this
He
real